Whether it be Cloud9 continuing to rise or Team Liquid taking it all today, a new LCS champion will be crowned and the next chapter in North America's legacy will be written in this arena. From the beautiful Greek Theater in Los Angeles, it's the Midseason Showdown Grand Final delivered by Grubhub. Earlier today, we all arrived in style thanks to Honda. The teams themselves, both Cloud9 and Team Liquid, as you saw, making their way into this beautiful venue. And then us, of course, as the lucky analysts who get to be on site. Once again, I am James Dash Patterson. So grateful to be joined by an incredible lineup of analysts in Raz, Emily Rand, and Mark Z ahead of a huge moment in LCS history. It's our first championship in person after more than a year of competing remotely. And the winner of today's series takes home a brand new title and a spot at the Midseason Invitational in Iceland.
Let's go! I mean, this is looking pretty damn good.
Right? I mean, the stage is incredible. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I think this is the first time I've ever stood on top of like giant speakers and screens to, do our jobs. This is a first for me.
I can say with full confidence, this is the tallest I've ever felt in my entire life.
To say the least. Again, as we mentioned, the winner of today's series does move on to the Midseason Invitational to join the likes of Damwon Gaming from the LCK, who is already qualified. We have the LEC Championship currently taking place over there in Europe, awaiting the winner of that. So we wait on bated breath to know what the competition holds in store over there in May. Now, joining us in today's festivities are our friends over at G4 with their own basement co-stream at twitch.tv/G4TV. Be sure to say hello to Doa, Papa Smithy, and everyone in the G4 fam for us. And as always, the good people of FlyQuest are coming in clutch this weekend with their Spanish co-stream at twitch.tv/FlyQuest. Glad that everyone around the globe can get in on the grand final action. But our own broadcast starts right now, and it's time to talk rather a little bit about how we got here. Now, just yesterday, we saw TSM fall to Team Liquid in a 4-game brawl for the lower bracket win. And Raz, I heard a lot from you yesterday, so I'm going to Mark first on this one. Team Liquid, how'd they look in yesterday's series, especially with their substitute jungler, Armeo?
They looked a lot better than I thought they were going to. I think a number of people who initially had TL heading into the weekend. We expected them to win. The news came with the substitute, and we all bailed. We all jumped off the ship, tried to get on with TSM. We all made a big mistake because they still looked incredible, and Armeo held up very well. I thought he was going to be a liability, someone to be taken advantage of. Didn't really happen. I think, Spica still played pretty well, and you could argue maybe had the better series, but it was still really, really good out of Armeo, way better than I expected. He was able to fill in that gap perfectly to allow the key superstars of Team Liquid to still shine.
And speaking of superstars, I thought Alphari looked great yesterday. I think people were a little bit concerned about him going into this series because C9 were actually able to target him really well. But he stepped up in a huge way, and I actually thought TL really stabilized in terms of their drafts. We saw them struggle against the Sylas pick in their previous best of 5. I loved the Annie coming out in mid against the Lucian. It's not a troll pick. We were hearing about it, kind of whispers of it in scrims. So that was really nice to see from them as well.
Yeah, and just rounding it out, seeing Tactical have fantastic performances on his Varus, his Xayah was sensational, and then they were just 2v2ing in the bottom lane, because now I have to talk about CoreJJ as well. CoreJJ had a near MVP series on his Rel, his Thresh, and if we want to see Team Liquid take down the behemoths of C9, it has to start in that bottom lane.
I was going to say, there was some criticism throughout the split for the performance of that TL bot lane. To see them step up in a big way was a huge factor in the win yesterday, but you already hit the nail on the head. They're going to have to continue to do that, and maybe then some if they want to take down Cloud9 today. To some, the results of yesterday's series kind of flew in the face of expectations. We hit up Twitter, and it looks as though the fans thought they'd be seeing TSM in the grand final today, giving them 56.6% of the vote. Okay, that's actually in some ways closer than I would have thought for a social poll.
Look, they probably didn't see the whole Armeo news, and thinking that Team Liquid with Santorin would lose versus TSM, I'm not so sure about that.
How very gracious of you to give them the benefit of the doubt that they hadn't seen the news just yet, and they're not just the TSM hype train, social media.
I'm pretty sure they're just the TSM hype train. I mean, any polls on Twitter are pretty much going to be won by TSM.
All right, well, that's what the fans thought. Now I want to hear what you all expected, though, when it came to this Ultimate Finals matchup. Emily?
These are exactly the two teams that I expected to be here. Even putting aside kind of our preseason predictions based on paper roster, I fully expected coming out of the split, these were going to be the two teams in finals. They've looked head and shoulders above the rest of the LCS, in my opinion. And it was just a matter of, who was going to make it in winners and who was going to make it in losers. But I fully expected C9 and TL to be in our grand finals.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment, right? I feel like this year of LCS, or at least this split so far, you're right. Team Liquid, C9 were just so much better than the TSMs, the EGs, the Dignitas. I just thought it was going to be Team Liquid winning the finals. I remember that first series that we ended up seeing. I was pretty damn high on Team Liquid. Going to the second series, and of course we'll talk about that as we go on. But no, Cloud9 is at the very tail end of the ultimate boss, and I'm here to see it.
Right, yeah. I mean, even the lock-in tournament may have been an indicator of that, but the most recent series between Cloud9 and TL did go the other way. Cloud9, while Team Liquid locked in their place at a grand final, TSM unfortunately fell just short. So for now, it's time to say goodbye and RIP to TSM.
Honestly, last game was kind of sucks, but we still managed to somehow win. So we're gonna show off stronger even early game, and we're gonna show them.
Game slipping away from them a bit. Now Huni looking for Mega.
Meganar comes off, finds one, finds two. FBI, he's gonna drop as well.
It's not the problem last game.
I know.
You guys are such a good. Should we because you're here?
What? We didn't say that.
Yeah. Team Liquid duo lane. The scoop comes across. Kennefer's to buy some time.
I mean, I meme on Twitter. I said my round against 0-3 again. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Can get in range. Spica can get the steal. Can he do it? Shockwave! And Spica can do it all!
Tough end to the first half of the new look of the LCS, given that the wins will carry over to summer. But I think they have a lot of improvement to still go. I don't think this is like the ceiling of this team by any stretch of the imagination. So while it kind of sucks that you go out in third here, I still think that they have a chance to make a bigger run in summer.
I mean, absolutely. This was a complete reformation. Aside from Spica, to have Bjergsen, the former mainstay, moving into that coaching position and then try and fill those voids left by names like Bjergsen and Doublelift. A third place is a pretty awesome start.
It's pretty damn good, and I would say from the beginning point, at the start of the split, when they weren't looking good, like we already saw that evolution of TSM to what they came on today, and now they have another split to go for.
All righty, well, in preparation for our finals today, we took to Twitter to find out what fans thought was the best play of this split. We started out with 8 different big plays from throughout the split. We throw them into a bracket. We had you at home vote on them in head-to-head matchups to whittle it down to the top 2. A heck of a lot of pentakills. Let's go ahead and roll through some of those plays right now and jog our memories.
Yeah, for me, the start of this, the Dignitas Baron steal. I remember when you saw the Skarner scuttling into the pit slowly. I was like, is he really going to get in there? We got an Alistar to boot him out? No, he ends up picking up the Baron. That was awesome to see that from Dardog.
Yeah, and the Wild Turtle Penta, I just feel bad because if I recall correctly, they did not win this game. And,
Tragedy.
low-key, Turtle had an amazing split, actually. So I'm glad that we were able to call him out in this play.
And that's not the only CLG play that went through, surprisingly, because there were a name throughout the full split. Finn had his Meganar ultimate that he had versus 100 Thieves. That one had a good call out in this, in these plays, in the Twitter poll, so it was nice to see.
Yeah, but like you said, Raz, and I'm just going to reiterate the point, more pentakills this split than I can recall in recent memory. An inordinate number of pentakills, and it was just impressive to see individuals stepping up in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool. I know a lot of people gave credit to the collector item being able to give 80 carries a lot of execute, so it did feel like all the pentas were coming from the 80 carries.
True.
But I think team coordination deserves a lot of credit, too, because there were concerted efforts by teammates to set up the 80 carries once they realized they picked up 3 or 4. And so, I think people were pretty aware of what was going on in the games to try and make these highlight plays.
I do also think, despite the fact that I still have some issues with some passivity of certain teams, I do think we did see North American teams try to fight a little bit more, and that was another reason why we saw a lot of those pentas.
Well, that was a brief overview of all the plays that were in contention, but you voted, and though it was a close race, almost every branch of the bracket, you all narrowed it down to these 2 plays. It's the Power of Evil Shurima Shuffle and the Lost Pentakill. Let's tune in and see which play took it home.
Oh, Oh, okay.
It's the Lost Pentakill!
I really like this play, actually, because I think we already alluded to this, but pentas are not always about just one person popping off. Obviously, they are, but they need to be set up like by the team, right? And I think this pentakill really showcases the fact that TSM are setting this up for him. We see they're gonna save the last hit as we're flying the flare down there. So, you know, I really like this play, actually.
Yeah, and I think overall, Lost as a player coming in for TSM, making that run, I felt like that he grew across the split, so that was nice to see. And TSM can say that they won a bracket, that they went into the finals as well. They got there.
Why you got to do it to them, Red?
Understand.
Social
man.
media
Look
check,
at
gotta
the
do it to
positive
them.
on.
We already
Oh,
ripped them,
man.
and now you're gonna rip them again,
Look,
just like
man.
that.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. We're starting it off with some spicy today at the grand final. Being here with all of you in a venue fit for a final, I thought it would be good to take a look back on some of our own favorite moments as well from spring. Let's take a look.
My favorite moment of spring was definitely when Dardoch had us playing Guess Who with his junglers. I don't think any of us really expected that many unique picks for so long. I really felt like I had to grab a bag of popcorn every single time we went into a dig draft. It didn't always work out, but it for sure contributed to the Dignitas identity, and I loved it.
This is Crumbs, and my favorite moment of spring is actually the buzzing of the bees. Seeing them with their busy little legs filled with pollen just makes my day. Oh, and Soligo stealing Baron with TF against Cloud9.
Wait, no way, Soligo! He stole it! Are you kidding me?
It's Primal here, and I want to talk about my favorite moment from this year so far. It is Impact's Week 3, Day 2 versus Team Liquid. Impact is playing Gnar, and he is getting camped probably harder than anyone's been camped this split so far. He had a bad matchup into the Camille that Alphari is playing. Not only is Alphari dunking on him, you also have Jensen dunking on him with Galio. You have Santorin dunking on him. He's having a bad time 0-4 before 10 minutes. But then he shows up huge in a team fight at 11 minutes at the Herald. And this is crazy because at this point, this guy should have been tilted out of the game. But Impact, godlike mental, decides, I'm not going to go out like that, turns it around in team fights multiple times, and leads his team to a victory. So amazing performance, and my favorite moment from Swedish play.
Run that back. The buzzing of the bees.
The buzzing of the bees. That is so on brand for Crumbs. But it was a phenomenal initiative, and it's great to see FlyQuest with their creativity split after split coming up with new ways to support important ecosystems. I've got to align, though, with Primal on the Impact call-out. While, again, it wasn't an individual play necessarily, the display of mental fortitude across that entire game, I think 99.9% of players would have found themselves tilted out of that matchup. There we have the raised hands, myself included. Yep. And to see him fight back, I mean, that is absolutely a championship mentality right there. Now, all split long, we've been tracking the fastest hands in the West with our Samsung SSD Fast 5 leaderboards. And here at our grand final, let's take a look at how it all shook out.
Ooh.
Oh!
So I'm going to call it Wild Turtle again. I actually thought he had one of the best splits in his career. I know people may disagree with me on that. It's not because he ended up on this leaderboard. I think this leaderboard is just another statistic that you can point out. But I thought he had a great split, and I think if CLG is going to make any noise in summer, he's going to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I always want to sing the praises of Jose Diodo. I know we were just talking about FlyQuest, and the fact that we had him come in for a split in the LCS, came in strong like a horse. Love that. Love the Zekrom.
Playing a lot of Hecarim. Yeah.
There we go. Love to see it. So, great start from him. Want to see more from him in summer.
Yeah, I got to tip my hat to Alphari. Just he came in so hyped up. We thought like, oh, we hope we're getting this best in the top lane talent across from EU, and then he actually delivered across the entire split. Yeah. Easily the best top laner this year.
Yeah, he delivered yesterday as well to help deliver his team straight to a finals berth. Now, we saw plenty of Cloud9 members there on the Samsung SSD Fast 5 leaderboards as well, but they had another important and unlikely addition this spring in one Emily Perkins. Though she describes herself as just a woman from Leicester, she brought us all a tremendous amount of joy and became something larger than life throughout our split. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name's Emily Perkins, but you might know me as Perks from Twitter. And my sudden internet fame has come about because a certain Cloud9 Perks has a very similar Twitter handle to me. By normal day, I'm a teacher and I work in 2 schools in Leicestershire. All of this started the start of January, and Cloud9 were playing in a match, I believe, against Team Liquid. And I was accidentally tagged in a tweet by someone as Cloud9 Perks. And because they were playing that day, I started to get tagged in some different responses to that. And I started to get a little bit annoyed because I was trying to get on with my day. I ended up retweeting, I don't know who you are, but can you untag me in this because I don't know what you're on about. Well, Travis Gafford then picked up on it and retweeted it, and then some other people started picking up on it. And I suddenly got like 14 followers in an hour just before bed. And I thought, well, this is a bit strange. I started to respond to the tweets, and then my husband showed me Dom's Twitch feed. And I just got super excited because it was just the coolest thing, and I was getting such a warm response from the community on his stream that it was just so exciting, and I stayed up for an extra 2 hours to watch what was happening. Dom and I think it was Kadriel picked up on the fact that I was fundraising for charity, and they both donated $500 live on screen, and so my fundraising account started to increase quite a lot as well. And I got lots and lots of followers, a few thousand followers in like an hour, so it was really, really exciting. At the time, Cloud9 were playing and they were 2-0 down, which I think is a position that you don't really want to be in. And they came back and they won 2 games during that section, and people were saying, "Oh, it's Emily Perkins, she's their lucky charm." And to the Cloud9 fans and the esports community, I want to say that Cloud9 say that everything is better when you play together. And that is so true. So enjoy playing your games and enjoy sharing them, and make sure you lift each other up, because life is pretty hard at times. And if we can share joy and we can share happiness with each other, then that can only make things better.
Everything is better when you play together. Emily, you shared so much happiness with us yourself. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we cannot wait to see more from you in summer. Perhaps on the Rift. That would be quite a treat, to say the least. Or the guinea pigs, even, on the Rift.
I love her guinea pigs. They're adorable.
I knew you were going to jump in on that one. All right, now, before we get to summer, we've got business to take care of today. In less than an hour, we will begin our opening ceremony presented by MasterCard, featuring a performance by League's own Pentakill. They'll be performing their new single on stage here at the Greek. I am so pumped to get to experience some live music again. The rehearsals have been popping off. Here's a sneak peek of the last time we saw them performing live. These guys rock, to say the least. Of course, we miss seeing our wonderful LCS fans here as well in venue with us. The energy, the excitement, the cosplays. And while we can't hang out in person with you all just yet, our friends at State Farm are helping us put together a cosplay contest in the meantime. Submissions open on Monday, and the competition will reach its conclusion in August during the LCS Championship. So you've got a little time to plan and tinker before you need to get to crafting those cosplays across NA. You can compete for a chance to win $5,000 and a round-trip ticket to Worlds, with other prizes to come, so stay tuned for that. We cannot wait to see what you all create. This is one of the highlights for me every summer, is seeing the ingenuity of some of the cosplayers in our community.
It's insane, actually.
Actually, a friend of mine came out with like a huge Fiddlesticks costume, the one where he's a bunch.
And they got that. I got to judge one year, and it was like the highlight. It was the highlight of my finals that time around. Maybe I can do that again this year. All right, but for the moment, we're gonna take a breather. When we return, it's time for one final round of Jeopardash here in spring. We'll see you there.
A great escape and a new pair of shoes in this Assist of the Day presented by State Farm. With the focus on perks, TL put the snorkels on and went diving. Unfortunately for them, Blabber was ready to rain on their parade.
JJ, though, could be a target. No dashes yet for Perks, but Alfari, the flash follow. Is it going to be enough? It's not going to be enough. Alfari, is he dead to the turret? One auto. Blabber flash Qs, gets that one in. Nice kill picked up by Cloud9.
Hello and welcome back to a mini this or that bite-sized version with Kobe and Dash still sponsored by Verizon. Thank you very much. Let's get right into it. The mini this or that's are very, very compact here, all focused on some finals weekend play. Better pick for Perks, Silas or Rise. I like the Rise, okay?
Rise.
It did so much damage, okay? It did too much damage.
It did. It was so good. That dragon fight followed by the later Baron fight. I mean, it was just, it was nutty damage.
Plus,
you love to see
it. Already comes with the package, you know, with the rhyme. You know, it's got the advertising done for it.
Exactly.
For Perks coming over from EU. Next slide. That one was easy.
All right, pick your ride. Is it the Honda Civic Type R Infernal Drake or the Honda Passport Mountain Drake? My first instinct, I think I'm going to lock it in right now, is the Honda Passport Mountain Drake. In the last this or that we did, we talked about being a little bit more adventurous, out into nature, wanting to hike and stuff like that. I also love to ski. And so I think not only is this going to give me the room I need to take my equipment up to the mountains and go explore out in the forest, but also I can pack a bunch of friends in there for some road trips and have a good time.
All right. Well, I got some chains for my wheels. I'll be fine as well. Slap those on the Honda Civic. I'll go with the Infernal Drake because I do love dragons, and honestly, it looks more like a dragon with the extra fire, and the Civic's going to be a bit quicker, I presume. So we'll even it up. Infernal Drake for me. We can go out there with our matching skins as well.
I must say, I have a Civic. I absolutely love it. So I am a proud owner of a Civic, but if I get a car for free, I'm taking that Passport right there. All right.
Don't want to double up. All right, next slide. Rather see in the finals a base race or a pentakill? Base race. No,
base
yeah,
race.
I'm with you.
Base
I'm
race. Yes,
I mean,
you cannot beat that excitement. You cannot beat the excitement of not knowing who's going to win. When you see a pentakill, yes, that's exciting and it's a pop-off for sure. But it also signifies, boom, right there at the end of the game and kind of knowing with finality who it's going to be. Base race, you're on the edge until that final moment, and it's your best guess of who's ultimately going to take it. And we get fewer base races, I think, than pentakills.
Way fewer. I'm going to say way fewer, and the quality of pentakills widely varies, okay? It's not even the most mechanically impressive play that you can do in League of Legends, even though, it's cool, you got all 5 champions. The majority of the time, it's just like this, you know, on screen. A Jinx is cleaning up from the back of a team fighter side. Great. You last hit everybody. You were super fed. You've got a team fight comp around you. It's not even as cool as like, you know, Faker Zed plays and, you know, 1v1s and those types of things, insect plays. Maybe it can be that, and it can be a super cool, you know, pentakill, but that's some of the majority. And the base race involves all the strategy, much more, you know, it's also a game-ending play there. So I'm totally with you.
Give me a
base
game
race in finals. Give me now.
Yeah, this time around. That's it, I think.
Honestly, we're done. Mini this or that checked off. I'm not sure if it's going back to the casters or going back to the desks, but I'm sure you will figure it out on the other side, James. Good luck. That's your problem now.
Don't worry, Kobe. I figured it out. We're back to the countdown. But I want to ask the same question to you that was asked to us in the final slide. I have an inkling of where you're all going to go, but base race or pentakill in our grand final today. Raz, which one are you hoping for?
It has to be base race, just because you never go wrong with a base race. It could be the dumbest base race, and I'm laughing. Like, I enjoy the hell out of that.
One of my favorite League of Legends memories is actually a base race.
Which one?
Where I got to sit with a bunch of KT Rolster fans in Busan, because I am a KT
Oh
fan.
my
God.
And it
Oh,
was
I
the
know.
one where like no one, so like they didn't flash who won behind initially. So there was a second, like a good second of pause where everyone in the audience is just waiting to see if KT just got swept out.
Yep.
And then everyone just like stands up and like roars when they realize
I was
KT
horrified
actually
with that
won.
one. I
It was
remember that one.
amazing.
I remember I was in China for that one versus KT versus IG, and I was like, no!
I loved it because it was also just one of the best series at Worlds ever. It went the full 5 games. You
Yeah.
like had the almost sweep to the almost reverse sweep. It was nuts.
I mean, you're on the edge of your seat until you see the camera pan to one side of the rift or the other. You have to wait for that to be the indicator, really, of who ultimately came out on top. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Midseason Showdown delivered by Grubhub. You know, we've all overcome so much together in the past year, the pandemic, the difficulties of social distancing, the apparently controversial changes to my hairstyle.
Yeah.
I thought it was only fair to honor all that we've accomplished as a team by pitting you against one another in a vicious competition of my own design. It's Jeopardash finals time. Fans at home, see if you can put your answers in the chat before our analysts do. All right. First question. You feeling confident, Raz?
Oh, look, I have to. I was embarrassed the last time we did this, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to. this
Don't
is
embarrass
redemption
yourself.
period.
Here, we brought you to the finals. We expect big things.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Don't put pressure
All
on
right.
me.
All of these are finals related. So hopefully
Oh,
that
no.
gives you a jumping off point. First question. Across all finals in the years of the LCS, there are 2 champions tied for most picked. Name either of them.
Most picked.
Oh, do I get 2 guesses or just one?
No,
guess
you
each?
get one guess. But you only have to get
What if I
one
can
of the
get
2.
both? What
If
if-
you can get both, I'll be impressed. But your first one is your official
Okay.
answer, and then I'll just want to know what your second one is. Okay. Anyone got an initial thought?
Oriana.
Oh, I was going to do Oriana.
You can still do it. I mean,
Okay, we're both doing Oriana.
I got
Okay,
Monopoly.
Oriana's their official guess. Now, what would be your secondary mark, just out of curiosity?
Braum.
Okay, interesting.
I was gonna go like a Thresh or Braum.
Yeah, I'll go with Thresh.
I'll go Thresh just to be different, but
Okay.
I was thinking
All
a
right.
support. I was thinking
So-
something that's been like around through
Yeah.
the years.
All right. Well, the first slate of answers was the 2 Orianas,
Yeah.
and you said Thresh.
Yes,
Let's
I'll
find
go with
out.
Thresh.
Boom, Braum.
Damn it.
So, Mark, you were correct on one of them. Your secondary guess as Braum.
Gragas. Oh,
And Gragas. Gragas. Braum.
Gragas
Don't
has been
forget the
around
era of
forever.
Braum. The era of Braum. It was like a 2-year, almost 3-year stretch where Braum was picked incredibly
Disappointing.
often.
that is kind of nuts though, because Gragas has been around since season 1.
True fact.
And
Yeah,
there
The
was
LCS has
mid
not,
Gragas.
but
There was mid Gragas, top Gragas, jungle Gragas,
Yeah.
support Gragas.
Gragas.
There's a lot of Gragas.
right,
in
a lot of
that.
opportunities to
There you
pick Gragas.
He takes
All
a lot
right.
of space on the rift. That's
Okay. 0 for 1. All of you. Let's move on to
Rip.
question number 2. Of the 16 finals in LCS history, how many have gone to 5 games? The full 5 games. What we're hoping for today.
0.
You what?
What?
No, that's wrong.
Press.
You know that's wrong.
I don't remember 5 games. Oh, maybe 1.
One, there's TL versus TSM. There's C9 versus TSM. I'm pretty sure.
I can think of at least 3. I feel like I have 3 in my head.
GGU versus TSM was even 5 games, was it not? Like, I feel like there was a
I don't
ton.
remember if
And then
that was 5
C9
games.
versus TSM with
I'm
the
stealing
crit.
answers, by the way. It's up
Yeah.
to you if you want to.
No, you already answered and you're wrong. 0 for 2.
Oh,
All
I'm
right,
gonna
come
go
on
with
now.
4.
So, okay, we got
I
4
feel like
for
that's
Emily.
low though,
I
but
feel
I'm
like
gonna go
it's
4.
4 or 5. I'm also going to go, I can only remember 4, but I'll go up by 1 and assume I'm forgetting 1 and say 5.
Okay. It is, in fact, 7.
I knew that was low.
Look,
Damn
We're
it.
all zeros at the end of the day. I don't give a damn.
No, you can be
Really
more
inside
wrong. You can be
joke.
more wrong. You're so wrong. 0. 1.
That's are what matters here.
No.
Okay, 6 of them were 3-0s, right? So that brings you to 13, and of the 16, that means that 3 of them were 3-1, so 4-game series. All right.
So don't predict 3-1 today. I got to change my.
You know what's
Yeah,
interesting? Because
same.
usually we say 3-1 is the quote-unquote safest because he kind of split the middle, but in fact, it is less likely by history. And I'm actually amazed. I was amazed when I found out that it was
The
we
most.
had 5 games more than any other.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
But anyway.
That's kinda nuts.
All right, 0 for 2 for all my analysts. We got a hot start
Yes.
here at Jeopardy. All right, question number 3 of today's competitors. Who has the highest damage per minute
Oh,
in LCS Finals history? And it is a competitor today.
The highest damage in LCS.
Okay,
finals
so it
history.
can't be Perks. This is his first one because it says.
Yeah.
Oh, so now we're down.
Is
Oh,
this
look
a
at
trick?
you.
Is
Doing
this
it.
a
Cross
trick
one off
though?
there.
Crossing it
Yeah.
off.
He's also played.
I
in
think
two
I
LCS.
think maybe Jensen.
So we're thinking Jensen over here.
I was thinking Jensen or Sven. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go Sven because he had some big Ezreal games in that
Oh.
that 5-game series
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
I can't change my answer.
I'm gonna go
with
Sven.
Jensen.
Locked in Jensen.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
such
go
a
Sven.
dumb. Oh,
Sven here.
no.
Sven here. It is in fact Bjergsen.
What?
Oh, you are you.
That's a lie.
You cheater.
No,
That is
I know.
cheating.
I'm joking.
Hey!
Well, it is Bjergsen, but the correct answer of the competitors on the
Okay.
stage is Jensen.
Oh,
so
wow,
don't you
okay.
worry.
Raz, you got it.
We got
There you
Raz
go.
with 1
Raz
point
is-
on the
Raz is
board.
on the
I'm gonna win
Alright.
this one. You
I
guys
can't
done.
let Raz
I
beat
did
me.
kind of want to mess with you with the Easter egg. He's up there in the booth.
I was
but he
ready to
won't be
head
down.
over and break social distancing and be like, come on,
You
man.
stay back. All right, question number 4. Who's the most banned champion in LCS Finals? We have the most picked. Who's the most banned?
Rise, get him out of here.
He says Rise. That was
Rise.
quick. I mean, he's snappy with his answers, and so far
I
he's
respect
got
it.
the most
I
points.
have
Yeah.
no idea. I
I've
feel
got
like
this.
bans change so
Syndra.
frequently.
Oh, Syndra's a
Syndra
good one.
call here.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Bjergsen's been a
I
lot.
was gonna go like a
no.
Syndra or a
Get out of
Zir.
here.
Or hey, okay, because I agree. I think they're both going to be right, or one of them is going to be right.
They can't both
but
be
I
right.
kind of want to go like some troll pick, like Zillion. Like no one wanted
You know you're just
Bjergsen
gonna
to
lose
play
now.
the Zillion. I know I'm going to lose.
Well, Bjergsen
I've
played
already
Zillion
lost.
in an LCS Finals. Okay, well,
But
Zillion is the
mentality.
lock-in
Yeah,
here. We've
I'll
got
go-
Rise
I'll go
over
Trophy.
here, and we've got no, it's not Zillion. I'm saying the lock-in was here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have Rise.
Yeah.
He has Syndra. It is in fact Syndra.
Nice.
I'm on the board.
I like keying into the fact that Bjergsen's played in so many finals. It
That was-
probably played a
Yeah,
role,
I
as
was
well as
like,
the
it has
champion
to be
being
a
strong.
mid-lane,
Yeah.
mid-lane pick.
Absolutely.
That's
All right,
fair.
so 1 point for Raz, 1 point for Mark. Question number
Okay.
5. Name a champion with at least 3 games played, have to have played at least 3 games, to be in the top 5 KDA of LCS Finals.
Champions?
Champion.
Zir.
What champion?
There's a helicopter
Wait,
going
in
by. Distract.
finals?
KDA.
Yeah, we just want to see if you can handle
Ezreal.
multiple.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm going with
multiple-
Ezreal, damn it.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm going with Ezreal as my final pick.
Ezreal.
I like
how
Ezreal.
snappy Raz is. He's so
I know.
confident. So Ezreal for Raz.
Ezreal just doesn't die a lot, even when you lose. I'm actually going to copy you on Ezreal. He's got to be in there.
Oh my
Right,
goodness.
that's right. It's
I
got
was
a
sticking with a Zir.
Azir.
Zir's a
I
good
feel
one.
like
Good one.
a Zir.
All right, so we've got Azir and double Ezreal.
What is it? Survey says.
Boom.
God damn.
We're wrong.
None of you are right.
Okay, why is there a Shen
Wait,
here?
Shen?
Oh, they're doing. I don't even know.
You know what
Top
it
5
is?
KDA champs.
It's the champions
KDA.
that don't
Wait.
get picked a ton, but enough to get into the
Yeah,
top 5.
I
Exactly. They
agree.
only
Like
had to
couple
play
big
3 games. They only had to
Specialty
play
pick,
3.
yeah, like the Bard.
Bard? Yeah. That's
Who's
like
just
Afro or
probably
something.
not dying, yeah.
Well, and I think to some degree that's indicative then of a series where that Bard was played 3 times on the
Yeah,
winning
yeah,
side,
right?
right?
True.
Exactly. And so it definitely came out on top. But hey, that highlights maybe the importance of some pocket picks and the unfamiliarity that teams might be facing if you run into them in the LCS Finals. Question number 6.
Uh-oh.
What series was the bloodiest series we've ever had? So most total kills over the course of the series. And which series was the least bloody?
So just to confirm the question, this is raw number of
This is
kills.
cheating.
Correct. Raw number of
Not
kills
kills
as
per
opposed
game.
to and as opposed
This
to
is rigged.
kills per minute, because if you go
Right.
with 3 games, then your kills per minute might be higher, right?
So it's just raw kills?
It's absolute number of kills that
So it has to be a
occurred
5-game series.
What
in
the
that
hell
series.
is this question?
Well,
Mark?
one's
He's been
most
asked
bloody,
this
one's least
multiple
bloody.
times. I've been out here in the LPL.
Yeah,
How am I supposed to know?
yeah.
Wait, you
I
haven't
have
watched
no,
every series?
I honestly have no context for this because NA is like
Yeah,
so
this one's
not
hard.
bloody
This one
to
is
me.
not.
I will
This one's
say-
I'm
not
just like,
easy.
I don't know.
The bloodiest series, I'll go TSMC, LGMS, and Square Garden. I'll say
That
that's
was
the
a
bloodiest.
3-game.
That was a three-
That was
Yeah,
a
that
3-game
was a
series,
sweep.
Raz.
I don't know if you can go.
Are you saying this whole series?
yeah.
The whole series. So it's total
lost.
kills over the series. So I think Mark, I would encourage you to go with Mark's logic that probably
Yeah.
a 5-game series was the bloodiest.
I'm going to go
Although not necessarily.
I feel like it's-
Vancouver TLC9.
That was
Oh,
gonna
excuse
be
me,
my guess.
TSMC9.
TSMC9 for bloodiest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mine was gonna
Got-
be a TSMC9 game.
Yeah.
I think it was 2017. I think it was that one.
I'll go TSMC9 as well. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so-
thinking about that.
Raz gonna hop on
Take
that.
2014 to 5-game series. We'll split it up. We'll community this one.
Let's do this. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
take
you
it.
know what? Y'all get a point if one of you gets it right. Okay, so you're going
Yeah.
2014 5-game
Yep.
series. You're going to 2017 Vancouver
That was all.
TSMC9.
Mark's guess was
That's
also
where you're
gonna
at
be
as
mine.
well. So this was for most bloody. Boom. There it is.
Which one is it?
Team Liquid Cloud9.
2000. Wait, last year?
Oh, damn.
Really?
2020 summer was the
2019
most.
summer.
Or
Oh,
2019.
suck.
Sorry. My vision is horrible from up here. So 2019 summer, I think it was, what was it, 100 and
53 kills.
there was also
Wow.
one execute, which was great.
You
I'm
guys
glad that
select
we had
it.
to.
we had
I
to-
wanted stats.
Yeah, we had to include
Well,
that
because
one.
you know
Yeah.
someone's gonna look it up and be like, actually, there were 154 kills. Because
Yeah,
that would
right.
be me. without looking up to see if it was an execute.
Exactly.
I'm
So, we
bad
beat
for
all
this.
you Twitter trolls who are going to come for us. All right, least bloody? Anyone?
I feel like it has to be really early, right? Because I do think we've seen like a progression in people dying and murdering each other more on the
Team
Rift.
Liquid versus 100 Thieves Summer. I'll go with that one. I think it was.
Oh, you said that with so much
over very
confidence,
quickly.
Raz. You said that with so much confidence,
ready for
even I
this.
believed you.
Yeah,
All right, let's
that's
find
the
out.
one. I
That
believe
was over very quickly. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm ready.
2018 spring.
Which is, that was
correct.
That was
Okay.
it?
Yeah, you
All
got it right.
Good job, Brad.
No fanfare, though.
Let's
Yeah.
go!
Well, no, you're all winners. Remember, I said if one of you gets it right, you're all winners.
go! But that-
So
wait a minute.
congratulations on that one.
Okay, fine.
All righty. C9, though, as we're done with Jeopardash. You guys done with Jeopardash?
I'm ready to move on.
I lost every single
I had a
question,
feeling.
so-
I had a feeling, Mark, that maybe you were
I'm
done.
getting kicked off the
I
broadcast.
can pull
after
questions
this.
7 and 8 out of my back pocket.
I'll leave. You can do that. I'll come back
All right.
up.
All right. C9 have certainly put up a dominant performance here in spring. But for more insight on their journey through the midseason showdown, we were able to get some thoughts from C9's head coach, Rainover. Let's tune in.
I believe our team has grown a lot as the split goes. Lot more games of regular split games, and also like us being the team that played most game in the lock-in tournament definitely helped us even more. I would say a lot of opponent felt pretty competitive at the beginning of the split as we play against them. The teams were giving us like different type of challenges, but as we adapt and get synced up as a team, right now pretty much feel like there's no unknown threats. Currently, the prep is going really good. I feel like we're going that right direction. Everyone is very confident. We're making sure that we're very flexible when it comes to draft. We have more than enough cards coming into the final that we didn't show, so that's like big advantage. And we already have like good idea what we'll be doing versus whoever we get to play. Plus, we will get to see the day before what type of champ or comp that we are going to face. So I think it will give us a lot of advantage. Comparing Cloud9 right now from last year Cloud9, I would say the biggest difference has to be that we're more flexible as a team. We can pretty much play most of the meta champ and style, and all our players has biggest champion pool in each row in LCS. We can pretty much comfortably approach any comp or playing any side of the map, whether it's like early game comp, late game scaling comp, split push, dive comp, or like front to back, pretty much like anything. I would say the biggest difference comes from that we're more flexible as a team. So thoughts on Team Liquid series? I was expecting our games to be more competitive when we played them last time. But it wasn't really, so I would say if it's the same Team Liquid that showed to us from the last time we played, I would say it's either going to be same or even more dominant from our side, because we still have a lot of cards that we didn't show.
Hello, everyone! I'm Captain Flowers. I am joined today back here in the studio by my good buddy Azael, coming at you only minutes away from our final here between Team Liquid and Cloud9. And Cloud9 is a team depending on their madman in the mid lane, Perkz.
This guy has been an absolute monster throughout his entire career. Best Western player in my opinion, of all time. He has the most titles. You look at the history that this guy has, the amount of titles, the amount of success that he has racked up throughout his career is insane. 8 titles in the LEC, All-Pro twice. He won MSI. He made it to the MSI finals another time, made it to World Finals, made it to the World Semifinals twice. He has done it at every stage of his career. He has been such an integral part of G2's success for all his time with that team, both as their mid laner, both as a shot caller, a real mood maker and leader for the team, and also the flexibility. And I think also the ability for him to be humble enough that when they had the opportunity to bring Caps in was so impressive for him to give up his spot as a mid laner, move down to the bottom lane for the betterment of his team, and to not just coast or have an okay performance, but to also dominate from the bot lane, to be able to have a lot of these accolades, a lot of these titles achieved as a bot laner.
Yeah.
There's almost no one in League of Legends who has had the amount of success that he has had across 2 roles. Then he goes back to mid lane for G2, immediately first team All-Pro in EU, comes to NA. He's, really starting to turn it up towards the later end of the season. In Lock-In, it was a bit of a slower start. Throughout the regular season, he improved. And in playoffs, we are really getting to see classic playoff perks where he is so incredibly clutch. He is so incredibly aggressive and dominant in game. He is willing to bring out picks like the Lucian, like the Yone, Aurelia, melee champions that some of the other players in the league are less comfortable playing. He doesn't rely solely on things like those control mages, which I think, speaking to what Reignover was talking about, we hear why they are so flexible. And I think Perkz is a big part of that. Being able to play different play styles, being able to really make it work in a lot of different directions. He can play the control mages, he can play the marksman, he can play aggressive melee matchups. And I think that has just brought such a different
is this one single man, but only time will tell if playoff Perkz will be present on the stage here today. For now, we're handing things back over to Dash and the analysts at the Greek.
And the fact that, they won spring so handily that people were like, okay, just send them to Worlds now. It's like, pack it up, boys. And then when they didn't make Worlds, it was, seen as this kind of colossal failure. And I feel like this team, even when people are looking at it well, they were dominant in regular season, but can they make it through playoffs? Can they redeem themselves, despite the fact this is a slightly different team? I think we've seen from interviews and talking to the players that they're really cognizant of what happened last year. And they're looking ahead towards MSI potentially in a really holistic way, where they're keeping it in mind, but they're also making sure that they are focusing on their opponent right now as well.
Yeah, and I think the story from last year obviously is going to carry over. There's a couple new players, but for the most part, I think a lot of the people feel like they kind of got robbed from not being able to win their finals in front of people, from not being able to then go to MSI afterwards. So it's a big redemption story for a lot of those players. And I think it's also just interesting to track how this split started compared to last year, where it was dominant from the moment the season started. Here, they had to struggle and level up along the way, and I think they've done that. It's been incredible to see them continue to improve over the course of the season, integrate Perkz better, and level Fudge up on an individual level. All those things have been super cool to see.
Yeah, and I love that they've been consistent from a management standpoint to the players now coming in. The core players that have been there before, from Sven, Vulcan, and Blabber, the fact that they've been able to still remember the fact that, we should have been there at MSI last year, but they look better. A lot better, have different images, I guess, because you look towards the mid lane and they can play carries in the mid lane, because now Blabber can facilitate a little bit more as well if it feels like he needs to do that. And then I look top lane, and that was the biggest question for us for so long, was you bring in Fudge, a young player in the top lane being brought up from the academy team. What would he look like? And Lock-In's not good. But then you go on throughout the split, he's leveled up. And throughout the playoffs, if you were just a viewer anywhere around the world and you just see his playoff performance, you wouldn't even know that he's a young player, that he hasn't been in the LCS. He just looks like a stud.
I love that you can basically just take the decimal point and shift it over one for a lot of these stats. Just lock the point up. He's improved so much, and it's not just individual. It was play style. They got better about playing around him and putting him in situations where he can either be the carry or they're giving him weak side, and seeing that flexibility is huge.
Yeah, and that for me is the big thing, the big picture here, is because when you look at the stats and you see the negatives, it's easy to cling towards that. But man, you look like a dummy if you do, because because it is about the eye test, how he performs in lane when he's on weak side fairly consistently. Because if you are a C9 fan, you want to see them play through Perkz or Sven. And Fudge understands that. He's playing well according to that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's such clearly a full team effort, as we mentioned, with Blabber kind of expanding his play style, being able to support multiple lanes in multiple different ways, but as well as the casters we're talking about, Azael and Flowers. Perkz as an acquisition, I think, was so large because of what he unlocks teams to be able to do. His own flexibility and creativity as a player, as well as his leadership and his experience, definitely floods its way into other lanes. And Fudge has definitely shown improvement throughout this spring. And while he's a formidable foe for most, I got to wonder what Alphari is thinking ahead of their face-off today on the Rift. Tigress?
Thank you, Dash. We have the honor of hearing from Team Liquid Alphari ahead of his very first finals here in NA. The moment has arrived after your first split since joining us. Describe to me a bit what that experience has been like coming down to this moment.
It's just been, honestly, I haven't felt it too much. It's just been like a roller coaster. Just been like taking it 1 week at a time. Yeah, I don't know too much. It's just been the same as any other splits, just focusing on the competition. And it's all been leading up to, you know, this moment, having beaten TSM yesterday. So, yeah, now ready to take on C9, and that's what I'm thinking about.
It's been a lot of fun watching your journey here because there were already high expectations from you being this extremely talented player beyond maybe the standings of your team in EU. Now you're on Team Liquid where they're gunning for those championship titles, a whole different type of pressure, but we've known you to be a very competitive heart as well. How are you internalizing that and the fact that you have teammates alongside of you that are looking for repeats in their title acclamation?
Honestly, like obviously it would be really nice to actually win a final, but I'm thinking more so about just beating Perkz and beating Mithy in the final and denying them and making them get second. This for me would make me really happy to like not have Perkz be able to be always like, well, I beat you in the finals twice before. I want to have something over him, and Mithy as well. I just want to make him lose too. So this is like really huge motivation for me, and this is what I'm really looking forward to, just making them lose.
Even if it wasn't at the hands of Perkz every time, though, Mithy and the rest of Cloud9 clearly had a strategy to shut you down at the beginning of that last series. They brought the Renekton in Italy to kick things off, giving you the most deaths you had before 15 minutes. So much focus on you. You're going into the rematch again. What have you learned from there, and how has that influenced the way that you look at this overall matchup?
I think I learned a little bit about the new meta. I think we had like not the best read entirely. We were very focused on ourselves rather than, you know, what actual strong champions were. So I think we made some adjustments, and I think I'm also going to play like a little bit more respectful of, you know, of Blabber pretty much. And maybe I won't roam mid as much against Perkz. Maybe I'll just focus on winning lane a bit more.
I mean, that ultimate victory over Perkz is something that you clearly have in the fire of your eyes alongside the rest of Cloud9. Alphari, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. It is going to be a spicy matchup indeed. Let's send things over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigers, and thank you, Alphari, for all of that spice. It makes sense for Alphari to feel so confident after a strong series like the one yesterday. But, Mark, dominance hasn't always been the story of Team Liquid here in the spring split.
Yeah, they, you know, when you look at the entirety of how it went, it started so good. They were super dominant, and then immediately after lock-in, they hit a wall, it felt like. And at week 2, you know, they were 3-3. They were struggling to pick up wins, and then they went on a run of 2-1 weeks where they were unable to actually string together a full week of dominance. They had that kind of tweet from Jensen that they're like, easy 3-0 this week or whatever, and then they played, you know, it was before they played CLG, they dropped that one.
Yep.
And it wasn't until the final week of the season they actually picked up their first 3-0. And then heading into playoffs, they kind of upset what had happened in the regular season. They beat TSM, who had the 2-0 over them, and it felt like all the things were trending upwards, and then they kind of ran into the brick wall that was C9, who knocked them into the losers bracket.
Yeah, I just think that Team Liquid felt like they really did improve as a team from the C9 series. Like when you were watching that series, I remember that very moment. I said that I thought Team Liquid would take it.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, first series looked great from Team Liquid when they went up against TSM, but you saw gradual improvement, especially in the draft phase, and being more cognizant of dive timers. He's saying that he has to be more respectful of Blabber. There's a reason for that. Like he definitely, when he saw Renekton Italy going up top lane, you have to keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I love that call out too. Both eyes set on his EU compatriots and Perkz and Mithy, wanting to take them down. but a little bit of shade thrown towards the top lane in Fudge by suggesting that the person he really needs to watch out for is Blabber in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean it's partially true. That's I mean Alphari is obviously skipping over Fudge to talk about Blabber very purposely. I think the 1-2 combo of Blabber and Fudge has already proven something that TL had difficulty with in their last best of 5. And throughout this season, we've actually seen them struggle to convert a lot of Alphari's insane topside wins into, you know, more better map play, into cross-mapping objectives. You know, here we're going to see, this was the game that Primal brought up earlier, right? When he was talking about his favorite plays, where, you know, Jensen comes up here and they're just killing Impact over and over and over again, and they are not able to translate that into leveraging objectives cross-map. Last week, I actually thought that bringing Alphari to mid lane was super smart because, you know, the Orianna was so far behind in that matchup already after the level 1. I really liked that. But then Alphari goes too far into turret, ends up dying. You know, and that's just like a miscommunication. That's not on him. That's a team thing where I look at where can TL improve and how can they beat C9. They absolutely have to transfer those advantages they get on top side into better map play.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they've gotten much better in the previous series, and I always think recency matters, where if you look back at the regular season, a lot of my issues with their discipline or just, as you had mentioned, being able to transfer early game leads, that is for sure a story that they needed to be able to consolidate, needed to get better at. I'm a little bit more positive, and best note you can come into the finals with was literally that last game versus TSM, where they just stomped.
Yeah.
And so while I don't think that's going to be translatable versus C9,
right?
When they got a goal lead, they stuck with it, and when they were behind, they fought and clawed their way back, and these are two great things you need to see from a team.
Yeah, utterly dominant, near perfect game to close out the series in 3-1 fashion, put themselves in grand finals position. It is the best way to enter today's series, but it is a tall order to take down Cloud9. We'll see where the rest of TL's road will lead by the end of the day, but for now, we're stepping away as we go. Be sure to check out Wild Rift, out now.
No flash. No flash. No flash.
Zed.
Jinx. Can we go back?
No, it's crazy.
Let's chill.
I'm gonna fight.
Yeah, can we look at this Hecarim?
I have TP, I have TP.
Yo, I think, can we go on this guy? He's kind of inting, no?
It might be Baron if you force it.
I'll TP.
Come on, ult. Zed.
He's dead. Think so? Nice. Let's go back. Go back.
Look at me here. I'm planning to connect. Yeah, they're gonna fight us. Or we just turn middle range, I think.
We didn't use a single ult, by the way.
I
try to avoid poke with ult. Yes, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they have no smites.
I don't really want to tank.
Okay, I'll tank.
No, I can
go here. I can go here.
No, but we don't need to fight right now. We can burn it.
Don't fight. He's fine. Let's do 1.5.
Okay. We don't fight though. I think just do this lever.
Okay,
I'm looking, yeah.
Okay. Look, alright?
Oh, no,
guys.
Burn.
It's not burn.
Okay, this is kind of awkward now.
Minting.
Just flash that, I think.
I'm turning.
I think we're finishing.
Finish.
1.5. Just finishing out. Get out.
Make it there. Look.
Okay.
If they come here, we can turn, okay?
I think just wait for me.
I
just entered it, so smart.
Yeah, we missed it, but we still got Baron.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're defending though.
Yeah.
I'm in tower now. Yep.
They charm. We're going agile.
Get his ult at least.
Yeah.
Kill one shot.
He's dead. We win this. I feel
we don't have more. We don't have ult, okay? I think we just get the chickens in base.
Go 3 lanes now. Just go 3 lanes for
Yeah, go 2 lanes and Baron's spawning in 1 minute. Just get tempo for it and they're fucked. They can't play ever again. That's fast by 9k.
It's dying really fast.
8k. Me and Silas can zone Hecarim kind of. 6k.
I think just finish it. Finish.
Zone Hecarim a bit.
That's fine, Nina.
Fight after.
Fight after. Hecarim.
He's done. He's dead.
I
can go for more. Look, Silas, look.
I'm coming.
Stunning Ezreal. The multi here. Flashing him.
Alright. Yeah.
Penta.
I took it. So that sucks. Ezreal rest.
Good game, guys.
Like I won the All-Star game in. No, it's been.
Yeah, true.
Wow.
We got it.
4-5. Alright, we don't get too cocky though.
Yeah, guys. We had a perfect draft. And then they really got a perfect draft. I think this game was like really big draft gap. Okay, guys?
Clean comms from Cloud9 on the way to the grand final. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Midseason Showdown, delivered by Grubhub. We are closer than ever to crowning our spring champions. While we've seen today's matchup play out in Cloud9's favor before, and honestly Team Liquid as well, if we cast our minds all the way back to the lock-in tournament, it is Team Liquid who have a chance to change their previous fate in the draft.
Yeah, and I think they got to because game one was, I think, a really genius call out by Cloud9 with the early Sylas pick for a couple reasons. One, they had already seen the Hecarim and the Seraphina, so, it's like, all right, well, there's 2 great ults that we can use. They had never played Seraphina anywhere, but mid, so, they had only played it mid, so they thought that they could get the counter pick with the Sylas, which forced it to core JJ, which is not the playstyle Team Liquid wants, and so it really just threw a huge wrench in their game plan that I thought was really smart, and it made this weird Sylas priority where Team Liquid starts taking it away blind because they don't want to have to ban it, and it was a really wonky series. I think now that Team Liquid has seen all that once, they can have that time to prepare and have better answers.
Yeah, the Sylas pick for me, I've always liked the idea of like Orianna answers, like basically control mages, good range. That's my ideal pick. If I look towards what we saw just yesterday, Team Liquid versus TSM, honestly, that series, I wasn't too happy with the draft. I think Team Liquid was consistently getting draft advantages. So like from that standpoint, you're really only going to be going up against your opposition.
Yeah.
But early pick Nars was one thing. All these the Renekton picks. But overall, I think that Team Liquid most of the time has a good idea in how they want to play their draft. But the last time they went up against Cloud9 and just yesterday versus TSM concerned me.
Yeah, and I think, so I did like a lot of TL's draft improvements yesterday. So I disagree with you a bit there, but one thing I do think they ended up relying on a bit was a lot of late game scaling, relying on the fact that TSM were not going to get early advantages like other teams would. And so I think that you definitely cannot do that against Cloud9.
So just as a one point, because we showed the draft there, just as a reminder for every team out there, you early pick Gnar, and you ban Jace. I think in this instance, they knew the Jace was the constant counter pick. There's still Karma. There's still Lulu. You still have Hecarim, Olaf, and all these champions in the jungle that really benefit off that. So the Gnar pick can get punished pretty heavily. I just think that they probably tailored this versus
the Gnar pick, please.
Yeah, I know. They tailored it because they were going up against
I've seen it in the LPL so many times, guys. Come on, please punish
that was
the
a
Gnar.
concern that I had with Team Liquid yesterday.
Well, and I think the question then becomes, too, what changes with the knowledge of yesterday's series, Mark? To your question, or rather to your point about C9's preparation, with the Sylas pick and how that ultimately warped the series the first time around. You know, do you glean anything from what Team Liquid did between the last time they met Cloud9 facing TSM yesterday and what they might bring out today?
I mean, I think to Raz's point about it was a more late game focused draft, or maybe it was Emily who said that, about, you know, just playing into TSM's weaknesses.
Yeah.
They're not going to punish you early and then you can get good scaling.
Yep.
That's not going to happen. Like, I don't think, you know, Blabber is going to do the same things to Speak. I think he's going to be a lot more aggressive in trying to get in Armeo's face and say, like, hey, I'm a skill test you. I'm going to check you right now. And as well, just affecting lanes and just being more proactive across the map. And so if you take, you know, multiple scaling picks, like, you're going to be attacked.
Yeah, absolutely. A great example of that was literally the Varus Thresh game that we saw from Team Liquid, where they got a 2v2 kill bot lane. Not only did they force flashes early, but then they just revisited that. I think if you have that mentality of like punishing advantages and summoners, you're off to a good start going up against C9.
And you heard Vulcan in those comms say he's got the one Alistar game in. It's going to be banned the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
We'll see if that rings true with our series later today. And now, while we won't begin our opening ceremony or battle for the LCS title until our friends at the LEC crown their new champion, I still want to dig into the matchup before us. Team Liquid are our reigning lock-in champions. Cloud9 have looked consistently dominant throughout all of spring. Mark, let's take it from the top.
All right, well, starting out with Alphari versus Fudge. That did not go the way I thought it was going to go when they last squared off in the winner side of the bracket. You know, I expected it to be back and forth. You know, I give Fudge more credit than, you know, he had gotten earlier on in the year. I think when put in the right position, he can get the best of Alphari. But this felt like he just got the better of him throughout the entire series. So I was super impressed. Game 1, they gave Alphari the most deaths he had ever gotten pre-15 minutes. And then with the Sion pick, they largely neutralized him throughout the game. There was the one weird time they picked it into the GP. But that aside, the next 2 games, I actually thought that he had largely neutralized Alphari and was able to be a bigger threat in the team fights. So I think that Alphari needed to change up his champion pool, find ways to deal with the Sion and stuff like that moving forward into this series to get a leg back.
And one thing I think that's really good to point out that you kind of alluded to there, Mark, is the fact that previously I was kind of criticizing TL for having such an amazing player in Alphari who's able to get these topside advantages and then not being able to make the most of it. I actually think C9 does a great job with this. When they facilitate Fudge, they know how to do it. When he's playing a weak side matchup, they're able to bring him in when necessary. And that just speaks to the strength of this team's communication. So on the flip side, I actually think in terms of converting topside advantages or bringing topside into the rest of the map, C9 have consistently done a better job than TL.
You've pretty much nailed the point that I was going to make, which is, you know, we want to look at, fans want to look at the top lane as an isolation. Even hearing it from Alphari in the interview, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be seeing Blabber a lot. So pulling in your jungle, having a good idea of what your jungler wants to do and achieve on the map, and I think that is what I want to see out of Team Liquid, because with such short notice, bringing in Armeo, there's not a lot of things you're going to have the chance to be on the same page for.
Yeah, and he had to cover for Jensen. Don't forget in Game 4 when there was all that wonky level 1 stuff that caused Jensen to die and lose his summoners. You know, there was the advantage that he took and brought mid lane to try and stabilize it. It didn't work, but like we want to see Alphari play it around, get an advantage, and then start spreading it around, not have to cover holes that exist from level 1.
I actually do want to wrap in as well this conversation around the junglers, because it's important to note that the last time these teams met, just a couple weeks ago, it wasn't Armeo who was tasked with taking down Blabber. It was Santorin. And so, yeah, I mean, how, if at all, do we expect Armeo to be able to handle that kind of pressure if it does go topside? Can he ward Blabber off in those 2v2s? Or is it a case of saying, no, actually, in fact, Alphari, it's you who needs to change your play style so that Armeo doesn't have to play damage control in that sense?
Yeah, I do think that Alphari has to be ultra aware and cognizant of when waves are crashing in, what this team is going to be doing, because the best teams in the world will always make stacking waves worthwhile. So then, you know, ward out for it. Call your jungler up top. One thing that I really enjoyed about what happened yesterday, and just following a lot of the Academy games for Team Liquid Academy in which Armeo was playing, is that he's on top of it. And then when we saw them yesterday, you know, Armeo, it seems like just from the eye test of looking at the games, he's either calling the right things, the team is collapsing when he's on Scuttle, and he's basically making, they're basically on the same page of what he's trying to do. Or when there's a dive potentially happening, when TSM decided to throw 4 people up in the top lane, you saw both CoreJJ and Armeo be coming towards the top side of the map. So it seems like a lot of the concerns that I had originally, that both had us going TSM initially, was not an issue. So it's going to be closer than a lot of people think. But yeah, you gotta baby this guy.
Yeah,
right.
that guy right there that's not Spica. That's Blabber. He's the MVP, 2-time MVP. You know,
Yeah,
he
2 times, 3 splits.
He's incredible, and I think he is, you know, such a different factor to deal with. Not just in terms of like we're talking about skill or something, but also play style and how aggressive he will be when he gets an advantage in terms of trying to 3-buff you, trying to double scuttle you, contesting you when you go into his side of the jungle to make sure that you can't actually get that Gromp that you think you can, and calling his laners to attack you for doing that. Like that's something he does so well that I don't think TSM did as a whole, let alone Spica. So that it will be a much bigger test for Armeo today.
Yeah, and I think like all 3 of us, I believe, talked about this in the TL C9 series when we were previewing it, and it was Santorin versus Blabber. And we kind of talked about how Blabber is someone who, even though he is interacting with his lanes and obviously communicating with his lanes really, really well, he's going to farm up a little bit more. He's going to be more of a carry. Whereas we were looking at Santorin to be like, okay, how involved can you be with your lanes early? You know what? Armeo did a pretty good job of communicating with his lanes yesterday. Like, again, I don't think he had even maybe as good of a game as Spica did, like, to your point. But in terms of what are we looking for him to do with the team, I'm looking to see how well he's able to communicate with the lanes. Because if he's able to communicate with them even at like just a baseline, like good level, that actually speaks to TL being able to perform fairly well.
Yeah, and I think the jungle meta is in a really good spot for you to just come in, have a very simple, straightforward task, playing Udyr, Hecarim. Hecarim was the priority yesterday for him. And then if those get banned, you always have Olaf, which Armeo is known for. Oh, wait.
So is Blabber, my friend.
There's a lot of Olaf players out here.
Yeah.
I was about to say it, and I came to another conclusion. So yeah, Olaf is going to be pretty strong between the both of them. But at the end of the day, comes back to the same point. Very straightforward champions that Armeo is comfortable on.
All right. Well, and it was already mentioned that, of course, the junglers are not going to be playing just to top lane. They'll be playing all over the map.
Yep.
So let's go elsewhere to the bot lane and the AD carries. We got Sven versus Tactical, and Emily, again, we're going to call up this storyline of Tactical and his underperformance throughout the split, or at least the criticism he was receiving. Definitely stepped up in a big way just yesterday in their series, a couple deathless games. Is this a bit of a return to form, and is it enough to take on the likes of Sven?
Yeah, so as much as we joke about Tactical Malphite Tristana ult, by the way, that's happening in every region. I just saw it, last night. Or earlier today, actually. I think it's the LEC series, too.
Oh, yeah, it was the LEC series.
I think what we are looking for from Tactical is something like yesterday, where they're finding picks for him. He obviously super comfortable on. I really liked his Varus. I liked his Xayah. Get him on more picks like that if you're not going to go for the Tristana flex, which it looks like they're not going to do. And I want to see these two AD carries performing at their best, because we already know that Sven is a beast. They can call on him to play weak side if they want. They can call on him to play strong side, and he will perform insanely well. I want to see the promised 2 best bot lanes in NA going at it, and that's why I'm really kind of hyped up by Tactical's performance yesterday.
Yeah, and his partner in crime in CoreJJ. I think the what made me so excited about this split has been the support position, because it's just so stacked. And these two guys have been going back and forth. Of course, CoreJJ hitting all pro first team, but I really felt like Vulcan. I had Vulcan as as my all pro, and it felt really difficult to choose. CoreJJ has just been insane. His Rel games yesterday brought them back on the brink of destruction. It was insane to see him make those plays, and it's just what it is, right? If it's CoreJJ making a call, or if he sees an angle, the team recognizes it and they're in position.
Yeah, and I think even the lane dominance came back a little bit yesterday. When we were used to seeing them in locking tournament, 2v2 kill everyone, it felt like. It was nice to see some of that with the Varus and Thresh come back out and say, like, hey, it's not just the team fight engages that CoreJJ is going to Hulk out at. It's also just crushing you in lane phase. And that's what I hope to see more of, because the last week when they played versus C9, I felt like I never said CoreJJ's name on the analyst desk. I felt like I didn't even mention him.
Yeah.
I think also to like the point that we were making, or I was like kind of still harping on TL not doing bot side advantage like transfer or top side advantage transfer very well. I think they are much more comfortable transferring bot side advantage, especially into dragon stacking. So if they are able to get any of those advantages in bot lane, I really am curious to see if they can transfer that into a stronger mid game.
And the one thing that concerned me from yesterday's games versus TSM was the fact that, it didn't feel as though CoreJJ and Armeo were on the same page of when they wanted to get vision. Because in that one game that TSM won off the back of Power of Evil, it was because of, Thresh was trying to get a vision off down on River. He was trying to clear out. Armeo was on top side. I think those need to be, tuned in. so the team doesn't fall behind on low points, right? If they're on the same page, if they're going for a plan on top lane dive or whatever, I think they're all on top of it. But if it feels like there's a lull in the game, it's an opportunity for C9 to pick them off.
Well, I'm going to jump in here because, as you may have noticed, we've got the stage being set up for our opening ceremony with Pentakill presented by MasterCard. And so while they get this stage ready for that, those of us on stage aren't exactly LCS champions ourselves, but we figured we'd get some advice from our own world champion ahead of the grand final.
And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
You see that big LCS trophy right over there on the stage? What do you know? The winner of the finals gets that. So you might want to put some effort into these games.
This has been sage advice from a literal world champion.
Thank you so much, Azael. I really don't know what we would do without your incredible insight, as always. Now, if you remember back to only a few weeks ago, I Will Dominate joined us on the desk, and he predicted against his boys at C9. Of course, they ended up winning and locked a spot here at the grand final. And Dom ended up getting some choice words from C9 CEO Jack, so we figured we'll have him back on for his prediction today of Cloud9's biggest game so far this season. Let's take a look.
What's up, guys? Dom here, and I want to do my prediction for the grand finals of LCS Mid-Season Showdown. The team that I think is going to win is actually C9. I know I said TL last week. I made my mistake. I have reformed my ideas, and I think that actually C9 is going to take this one. Not only did C9 prove me wrong last week, they ended up beating TL 3-1. But I also think that they're going to have an easier job in this final because, you know, we're probably going to get Armeo starting instead of Santorin. So my prediction is going to be 3-0 C9. I think they're going to clap them out. No draft ifs this time. I think C9 is just the best team in the LCS. I think they've proven it. And if they're able to get Alphari off carries, I think they should have an easy route. So hopefully I am correct on this, and C9 is taking home their second championship in the last 2 years.
Yeah, you know, 3-0 this time. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to curse them? Is that what he's trying to do?
I was about to say the same thing. I say, well, Dom, if you paid attention to the way your prediction worked out last time, you may have just jinxed yourself and your entire org.
You know what this is? Back when he was playing, Curse Dominate, Team Liquid, the I'm
We had some problems for C9.
Mark D knows something.
All right, well, a 3-0. What a bold shift in prediction for him from last week, when it was a 3-1, the other way, or in terms of his prediction, to now a 3-0. Of course, many members of our broadcast have been tracking their own predictions this spring. I do believe.
No.
Yeah, you ready for
Take
this?
a look.
It's
like
time
this.
to live up to everything.
they're
that
terrible.
Well, I got news for you, Mark. Alorm has pulled ahead of the pack by just one prediction.
The power
Mark
of Zeus Gaming.
Mark D trails by one.
Where am I?
No! Oh, Raz. At least Raz.
Look.
Hey, Raz. You're a top 10 analyst. All right?
That's true.
I want you to know you're top 10, my
Thank
friend.
you. 10 out of 10.
I gotta say, it was the prediction yesterday that killed me because he predicted TL still. I predicted TSM. If I just stuck with it, brutal.
You know who are the perpetrators of all of this?
What? Who?
For me, I had a little higher faith of Immortals. A tiny bit higher faith. It kept going. I kept having faith in them.
You gonna take shots at Immortals right
Wow.
now? Raz, come on.
And then I was counting out Dignitas
Raz, own up to 10th. All right? I need you to own up
What
to
am I
10.
going to do, man?
All right, well, we're in our 5 minutes before our opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. Pentakill is getting ready here on stage. So tell me, the three of you, which team will be winning our midseason showdown and representing us at MSI? Will it be the lower bracket Kings Team Liquid or our regular season Titans in Cloud9? Raz, I'm going to let you go first.
All right. I've been so damn good at predictions.
So good.
So good. I had Team Liquid last time, and I was wrong. This time it's going to be 3-2-4 C9. I got C9 taking the finals. I think they've been consistent throughout, and they're going to help me out with my predictions.
But you think 3-2?
I think 3-2. I'll go the distance.
Why so close?
They have been, I think, Team Liquid, that is, showing me the evolution in their draft. Their draft's not going to be anywhere near what we saw when they last faced C9. And also, I look into it as bottom lane. I'm saying Core JJ and Tactical are back in action.
All right. Well, we did have the stat earlier. More of our series than any other combination have gone the full 5 games. So that might be playing in your favor on that one. Emily, what about you?
So previously I predicted TL32 and was wrong. And Raz, I just want to say you can't catch up in predictions.
Oh, yeah,
with,
okay.
with
Yeah.
this one. I just want to throw that out there. I can't either, but I am going C9 3-1. I do think TL will take a game, but I think that I'm still looking at the jungle matchup, and it's not like a 1-to-1, like, oh my gosh, Blabber is gonna, smash Armeo. I don't think it's that. I just think that one of the things that I've really loved about Blabber this season is his attention to early pathing and his communication with his lanes. I think those things have improved so much from when he was performing last year at still a very high level. And I think that's just really, really difficult to beat.
Yeah, I also have C9. I put him 3-1. Maybe I'll change it to 3-0 after hearing some of the things that we were talking about earlier. But to go to Raz's point a little bit, like, I think, yes, the drafts will work out better for them than the previous series, but I think that's also negated by the fact that you're dealing with a sub-jungle situation. And while Armeo has not come in and been a liability, there's just no way that he's going to play at the same level that, Santorin had been doing for the team. So that's why I think it's still going to be C9 pretty heavily. While it might have been closer otherwise, it's just a really unfortunate, event that happened with Santorin. So, I hope he feels better, but yeah, I think it's C9 today.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Absolutely. And I want to see something out of the draft pocket from this team. Like we saw the Annie yesterday, something that catches C9 by surprise that they've been holding to it.
Well, I think the real question is, what did Alorum predict? Because he's the current leader. And if he went with Team Liquid or he went with C9, that might spell disaster for Mark Z. But as you can see, we're under a minute on the clock. And after months of grinding and brawling it out on the Rift, only one team will write their name in league history. Only one team will become our first ever mid-season showdown. You can see the stage set below me for Pentakill to take in just moments. We've got the teams back there revving up, rearing to go to take their spots up in those booths, playing in the venue for the first time ever, the beautiful Greek Theater here in Los Angeles, with only a best of 5 standing between us and the crowning of the new LCS Kings. It is time now, ladies and gentlemen, for us to get into our opening ceremony, presented by MasterCard.
Who is going to take NA? There's only going to be one champion, and they're heading to the mid-season invitational.
When there are a lot of people watching you, the stakes are high, and you're in this big stage, a lot of players choke. Being able to separate some players from others is what the stage is really meant for. And I can't wait to play on it again.
It's been a long day to get a trophy. We won the Larkin tournament, but I want to win the ACS.
Flash engaged by Core JJ. Oh, let's go! What a shot! Domination by Team Liquid. They will get the rematch against Cloud9.
Cloud9, we've already saw what happened when they went up against Team Liquid.
There's still some work for Team Liquid to put in. The good news is that Alphari is looking in prime form right now.
Now the fight continues. Huge! Meganar, Alphari!
It's a totally different task to go up against the Honda MVP in Blabber.
A nice dive in the backline, and this is over.
Bot lane's looking great for Team Liquid. You're seeing that dominance that we wanted to see.
Just like that, another 2 kills go over to Team Liquid.
Jensen said that the mid will be different than what happened last time. Does that mean he's gonna get crushed harder?
Jensen's gonna get a heal, he's gonna dash, he's gonna flash. Is it gonna be enough?
Everyone knows it. This split is a lot closer, but we think we're the best team, and we should be able to win the title.
I want to make sure this year is ours. I want to make sure people remember 2021 Team Liquid was dominant.
One of the best feelings of winning is looking at your opponents, sad that they lost. It feels good to know that you've come out on top.
There are a lot of things I've missed this year, but there's nothing I miss more right now than being with all of you. While we have been remote, you, the LCS community, have shared an outpouring of love and support that revitalized us. And we wanted to make sure that you know that we see you Whether it was on the LCS or during the Rift in this last year, we see you. Now, some of you are Plat Braum mains trying to climb your way back to Diamond. Others are ARAM specialists or Earth fiends with a crew of friends by your side. There are thousands here. And from you, 10 teams competed in 2021 to be here today. So disregard the narratives or the results from years past, because today, the title goes to those who make their last stand.
Dark clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on, when they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far, no step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, so the nightmares break their way. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow your father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath.
In 2021, we said goodbye to some of the most iconic faces this league has ever seen. And with their departure, the remaining heroes of the LCS, they did not stand back. They did not falter. Instead, they launched headfirst at the opportunity. Rookies fought like they owned the block, while vets shocked with a renewed vigor. And after 3 months, when the dust is all settled, we were left with our final 2 teams.
Come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, so the nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands, following our father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
Everyone, say hello to your 2 finalists. It's Team Liquid and Cloud9. Two teams fighting for the title of LCS champion. Welcome to the Mid-Season Showdown Grand Final!
So stand upon these fallen lands, following our father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath.
thank you, MasterCard, and thank you, Pentakill, for that incredible opening ceremony, kicking off our mid-season showdown grand finals in style. We're now just moments away from Champion Select for Game 1 with Cloud9 versus Team Liquid in what I'm hoping is going to be 5 games to determine who is our champion.
Oh, man, you know, we're all hoping for a competitive series for 5 games here. And judging off what the analyst was talking about, it's going to take something special from Team Liquid. A lot of people are looking at Cloud9 as the favorites coming in here. Armao having to step in for Santorin. He has some big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
One of the things that gives me some hope here for Team Liquid is their increased flexibility, not only with the addition of Alphari, who was monstrous yesterday against TSM, but also with a lot of these new picks that Jensen is coming out here with. And if there is a chance for them to take down Cloud9, it may come from surprises in the draft. It may come from draft advantages, things that Cloud9 really aren't expecting. And that is where I'm really looking for these Team Liquid solo laners to step up big time. Because last time these two guys did face off, it was Perkz coming out ahead of Jensen, and we're going to have to see a monster performance from Jensen to really step up and make up for the fact that Santorin isn't there, and he is across from the most accomplished Western League of Legends player of all time. He's going up against Perkz. This guy's no joke.
And if Jensen ever wanted to have a strong argument to put in his corner for saying, hey, I'm the best mid in NA, always being in the shadow of Bjergsen, now being in the shadow of Perkz, to be able to go head-to-head with Perkz and come out on top in that matchup with a substitute jungler would be one hell of a sentence to put right into there.
Absolutely. And I mean, Armao has a monster job ahead of him today. He's got to go up against Blabber. This guy is just an absolute beast. He plays aggressively. He never backs down from conflict, has so much faith in his own skills to be able to outplay his opponents, to be able to make these moves happen on the biggest stages. And that is something that is really going to test Armao. We'll see if he is going to be up to that challenge. But thankfully for him, he's surrounded by so many veterans. He's got a world champion in the bot lane. We saw Tactical have a much better series yesterday than he had been playing for the weeks before that, where there had been a lot of criticism levied towards Tactical. It was kind of surprising to see a little bit of a regression from him this year for me after what was a great performance last year. Looked good at Worlds, looked good in play-ins, was really stepping up and being this big carry for Team Liquid alongside CoreJJ, being hailed as one of the best bot lanes in the league. He has had some stumbles this year, but it feels like against TSM, he was bringing it back, and he's going to have to bring a very high-level performance here today against Sven and Vulcan, who have been monstrous for Cloud9 throughout playoffs.
And I just love the absolute caliber of players in every position across both teams in this game. Remember that our first All-Pro team this year, this split, was just Team Liquid and Cloud9 players. They're saying, hey, the best 5 players in the league are from these 2 teams. And when you're looking across everyone, I think the big one at the start of the year that a lot of people would say didn't belong in that top conversation would have been Fudge. But his improvement has also been very dramatic in the way that he's stepped up and being an important part of the Cloud9 roster, because the responsibility is on him now to endure the storm that Alphari can bring from the top lane, like we saw yesterday in that series against TSM.
And if you asked me if he could have done it a couple months ago, I would have said, hell no. But now, the growth from this guy, he is the youngest player in the LCS, and people forget that. Fudge coming over here, being such a young player, has developed at a very rapid pace. He is surrounded by an incredible squad, some really, really experienced players who he can learn from, who he can help to have that experience to lean on, to grow. And when you look back at play-in, he was such a liability for Cloud9, plain and simple. People were pointing to him as the reason that they were losing these games. When it came to the finals, it was Team Liquid coming out on top over Cloud9, largely because Fudge could not withstand the onslaught from Alphari. When we saw these guys meet up, though, earlier in playoffs, it was a completely different story. Yeah. Fudge was stalwart in the top lane. He has shown the flexibility to play tanks, to withstand the onslaught on the weak side. He can play those carries. If you leave those opportunities open, he can punish you with things like the Camille, with things like the Aurelia. He is ready and willing to bring those out. And Cloud9 have had the faith in him all year long. That was one of the things that really stuck with me, was even when Fudge was just getting slaughtered by the community, people were pointing to him saying, you got to get rid of him. Where's Licorice? Bring him back. Change something up. This is a terrible roster move. His team was very vocal, coming out and saying, no. You guys don't understand. Fudge is a world caliber player. He is an extremely good player. he will get there. We know he will get there. And they continued to play towards him when it made sense. And I really respect the fact that his team stood by him, and I think they have been paid back.
And Cloud9 in general, I think, is one of the teams that, if nothing else, has deserved more faith from fans than almost any other org in terms of making decisions to bring up rookies and bring up new players and give them a shot. Remember that when Blabber was made starting jungler for this squad, he was replacing the then MVP jungler. And everybody says, wait, what is going on? Well, now you have a 2-time MVP jungler. That's what's going on. That's what happens when you're willing to invest in these players and make these sort of choices. And I think that as an organization, Cloud9 has been able to excel at doing that. And it's one of the reasons why they've been one of the most competitive orgs for the longest amount of time. But when we're talking about orgs and competition and how long they've been at the top, let's not forget that Team Liquid is the org with the longest standing streak of championships. This is a squad that was just absolutely uncontested for pretty much 2 years, and now they've got to bring that glory back.
They do. Yeah, they had a bit of a stumble last year. They weren't able to reach the same highs that they had the previous years before that. You know, it was 4 straight titles that they were putting out, that they were just dominating the league with. And last year they had some of those stumbles. They weren't as dominant. So they made some roster changes. They went back to the table. They changed some things up, and they have become a more dynamic team as a result. You know, bringing in Alphari instead of Impact. Impact is an incredible player and actually had an incredible season on EG, but Alphari just brings such a different dynamic. He is such a threat on the carries. He is really a total package player. And this guy was top 2 in MVP voting for a reason. He was so damn good in the laning phase, both when he has to play weak side, when they're playing towards him, when he's playing strong side. He can punish you with the carries. He can do it all. And it makes it so much more difficult to draft against Team Liquid as a result.
And I mean, even when you looked at his stats when he was in the LEC on a 10th place team, he was at the top of all the stats.
Yeah.
Like there's some sort of something going on here. It's not adding up. And now that he's on Team Liquid, you're seeing why he's able to top all those charts. And quick reminder before we get into the game, hit us up on Twitter with the hashtag Verizon5G all chat and give us your thoughts throughout our series here today. You might just end up seeing your tweet live on the broadcast a little bit later on, but we are so close to Champion Select now. The first game of the day. I love a best of 5 series, Azael, because oftentimes we get to see teams take more risks. They want to experiment a little bit more, pull out some sort of a secret maneuver and see if it works. If it doesn't, hey, no big deal. You can go back to comfort later on, but I hope our first draft here is full of some spice.
Let's go. We're into draft for game 1 of the mid-season showdown finals.
Here it is. Gnar banned away, Twisted Fate banned away, Nidalee banned away here as our first champs taken off the table.
I'm really excited to see what draft preparation Cloud9 has brought to the table. We have gotten to see a lot from Team Liquid. We got to see the Annie come out. We know that they have some flexibility there, some things that they are willing to throw in as curveballs. Cloud9 got to watch these series and prepare and come up with their answers. And so far, the Gnar, the TF being taken off the table, wanting to deny some of the ability of Team Liquid to play the map, to play those side lanes. That feels like the main focus here. With the ban of Nidalee, Team Liquid may actually leave Renekton up and say, you are not going to be strong enough with just the Renekton by itself. You need that pairing of the Nidalee plus the Renekton to be willing to take that. And now Seraphine first pick here for Cloud9 leaves me wondering, will Team Liquid grab the Renekton alongside a strong pairing like maybe the Hecarim or the Udyr? Of course, the Hecarim and the Rell just going to come through.
Yeah, the horsing around duo picked up here for the side of Team Liquid with the horse and the logo. They know where the synergy is, but man, what a fast response from C9. Their first half of the draft looking like Seraphine and 2 champions that dive in, which is exactly what she likes to see on her team.
My immediate inclination is to think that this is a mid lane Seraphine. Of course, it could be bot for Sven. It could be support for Vulcan. This is actually a legit 3-way flex here, and Cloud9 does have the champion pools. They have the depth to be able to play it. Sion coming through here as the answer to Renekton is a very strong answer. It is a champion that really can withstand the onslaught. We actually saw Alphari playing this against Huni's Renekton. Huni did multiple different builds here to try to withstand that matchup and wasn't really able to create an edge for himself.
Team Liquid deciding to target a marksman here, getting Lucian out of the picture. He is a champion, of course, that can flex between a couple of different roles. Neither side here has drafted their AD carry so far, unless, of course, we do see the Seraphine flex down into the bottom lane. Orianna will be a ban, pretty staple champion there to go ahead and remove. We know pretty much everybody has some experience on that one.
I wonder if Team Liquid is also going to ban out Tristana, or if they want to take it for themselves. They do have the next pick in the draft here, and I think that is the debate. Do we want to ban it, or do we want Tactical to play it? The answer is to ban it. With the Lucian ban, to me, that's Team Liquid saying, all right, our read is Seraphine is going bot. What would pair well with the Seraphine bot would be a marksman in the mid lane for Perkz to be able to bring that consistent damage. So now, will Cloud9 be flexible? Will they adjust? Even if the Seraphine was intended to go bot, are they willing to put it mid? Are they willing to mix it up to really make their composition shine?
And that goes back to what you were talking about earlier when we were back during the countdown about Perkz' flexibility as a player. We've seen him hard carry, and we've also seen him go 0-0 and 14 as a Seraphine and play that supportive role. So the fact that he can do both of them does still continue to do a lot of work for them here. Team Liquid decide that they want to go with sort of a traditional control mage, wave clear type of approach to the mid lane, lock in the Victor.
Yep, the Orianna is taken away, the Victor is grabbed up. There is the availability, of course, of the Azir, but it is Kalista plus Alistar. This is early game. This is aggression coming out from Cloud9. If you're going to go with this composition, especially if we do see a late game marksman locked in for Team Liquid, you have got to run over your opponents. You're staring down a control mage in the mid lane, Sion, Hecarim, Rell, alongside a scaling marksman like the Xayah or even the Jinx coming through. I tend to think Xayah fits here to help withstand some of the dive that will be coming across here from Cloud9. So throwing down the gauntlet. Game 1, Team Liquid, your job is withstand the storm. Cloud9, you must snowball this game. You must create advantages. Use the Kalista and the Alistar, as well as the early power of this Udyr, to get down to the Dragon Pit, stack those dragons early and often, and build up Dragon Soul as a win condition. Create a big enough gold lead so that when Team Liquid looks to challenge you to stop that snowball, you are so far ahead that they don't stand a chance. And on the other side, if Team Liquid can keep it close, can slow that down, maybe sneak away a dragon early enough or get themselves to a close enough gold lead that at the third dragon they can contest, they're going to really be set up for success.
And I like the switch over to the Xayah here. We saw a couple of different champions hovered, a Jinx, a Varus. Yeah. Lots of damage potential there. But man, Kalista, Alistar, Renekton, Udyr, there's so many things for those immobile champions to have to survive. I love Xayah's ability to go up, drop all that aggro with the ulti, buy an extra moment like you already mentioned. This is exactly what I want to see, man. Two different compositions with two very different goals, and which side can make the other team play their game.
And this is classic Team Liquid, classic C9. These two opposed styles. People are very, very opinionated about which style is superior. I would say most of the community, most of the analysts really tend to think that the early game aggression, these comps that have to snowball, is an inferior style. But Cloud9 has made it work over the years because they have the killer instinct. They have the ability and the know-how to constantly attack their opponents, to get in their face, force conflict. If you're in your opponent's jungle constantly taking things away, they can't just cede everything. They've got to put a flag in the sand and be willing to fight over something.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Summoner's Rift. As poor Alistar's dead in the fountain because Kalista had to sacrifice him with the black spear or whatever it's called. Okay, Alistar's not actually dead. Nobody's dead. We're out onto the Rift, and it is time for the grand finals. Man, I love being back in this studio, Azale. It makes it feel like a whole big event again. I'm so excited to be back here.
Yep, Flower's a real person standing beside me. We both have pants and shoes. This is unparalleled.
For the first time in a year.
All right, we're in the game. Strap in. I'm thinking we're going to get ourselves a really fun series here. Spellbook for Perkz is pretty interesting. A little bit of additional utility there. Worth noting that Vulcan is going towards Aftershock in lieu of the Phase Rush, which is very, very popular. This, again, is indexing towards the early game. Having that Aftershock allows you to go for these early trades, these combos in lane, where you would otherwise be punished much more heavily by the return fire coming through from the Xayah, from the Rell, both supports taking Ignite, so you can expect there to be a lot of action down there. Hail of Blades for the Kalista, another early game rune. They're indexing towards their strengths, and they are really going to be trying to run over their competition in these early levels.
All right, both junglers starting on the top half of the map here, so we'll see if they end up contesting one another for that bottom side crab there in the river. Udyr, of course, very, very strong in those 1v1s nice and early on. And we'll see if the bot lane turns exciting here with this Kalista-Alistar combo that you're talking about, with how aggro they know they want to be, stacking up those Dragon Souls as the game moves forward and whatnot. But our mid lane's going to be a lot of wave clearing, at least for the early stages of the game. Victor plus Seraphine, both of them just have incredible capabilities for that. And we'll also have to keep an eye on this top lane matchup, man. Fudge versus Alphari. Fudge on the more aggressive choice means he has to be able to flex those skills that we were talking about him improving. You can't pick Renekton, sit in lane, and farm. It'll never happen successfully. So I want to see what Fudge can bring to the table here. Nice interrupt there on the slash. Alphari knocks him up into the air in time.
And to be honest, if there is a time to get an advantage on the Renekton, it is so early. Because once Sion gets towards Bramble Vest and Tabbies, your fun in that lane is kind of over. He gets so damn tanky. And he has all of this AoE wave clear to really be able to deny your ability to punish through taking tower plates also. So you have to get ahead early. You have to create these windows. And even if it's not about the 1v1, it's about getting that pressure so Sion is locked under his tower and Udyr can then maybe invade. Or so he's locked under his turret and he's chipped down so he can't TP to answer a play elsewhere. Because Renekton wants to be dictating the pace of the game, wants to be having that pressure, being able to save his teleport to potentially make plays elsewhere.
Okay, we've got level 4 junglers, each with 6 camps worth of farm, and they will find one another here at the bottom side. Scuttle Crab, Armeo knows that he doesn't really want anything to do with that one. Blabber will win out in the 1v1. Armeo just makes his way into the mid lane instead. Devastating charge on a minion to clear a little bit of extra distance.
This is looking like a double scuttle angle here for Blabber.
Oh, yeah.
You can see Armeo is actually trying to help Jensen push, and I think the reason is he wants Jensen to then be able to return the favor and come over and help him here. But Renekton has shoved top. Blabber's not going to start this. He's just going to wait, face check me. And you will know you will lose that 1v1, but Jensen does have the move first. Renekton is coming down as well, so I think this should be Cloud9's, and Team Liquid is going to have to back it up.
TL has to give that one away. Fudge with the Renekton control, with that priority that you're talking about early on. Pretty easy for him to acquire that, and that means 2 crab lead here for Blabber in the jungle on the Udyr. You love seeing players being able to take advantage of that early on. They will just get a glimpse of him there, and Blabber makes his way into the top lane, which forces out an early flash from Alphari.
Very nice, and they have no vision in the river. Plus, the wave is actually pushing away from Alphari, and as a top laner, that is such an uncomfortable position. You want to reset this, but you're like, well, did he wait? Did he stay here the whole time? Is he going to punish me for this move? I do believe that River Ward, though, now should have spotted Blabber as he moved into the Raptors pit. Yes, good highlight there by the observers. So Alphari now needs to take this window to try to push in. Armeo's moving up there to try to help him do it, but Blabber is heading straight back up to top lane, and this could be really good for Cloud9. Remember, no flash on Alphari. Here comes Blabber.
This will turn very violent very quickly. Armeo is stunned up, and Fudge is going in for the first blood in the 1v2. Blabber was not even required, and Cloud9 is about to get a buy one, get one free. 2 kills to kick it off in the grand final.
Damn, Fudge, he doesn't even need the jungler. 1v2, let's go. Throwing down the gauntlet right off the bat here. Not waiting for the Udyr. He sees the angle, kills off Armeo, and grabbing himself a kill, grabbing the kill for Blabber, who also stole Raptors, who also double scuttled. Look at the
42
advantage.
to 28.
Exactly, like they're able to get this done while doing everything else. Fudge straight on in, lands the stun there onto Armeo, knocking him down very, very quickly. Blabber coming in, helping to clean up Alphari. They'd already forced the flash, returning to the scene of the crime. This is what I'm talking about when I say Cloud9 knows how to push the pace of the game. It's not taking the flash and saying, all right, that's pretty good. It's taking the flash and then ramming that advantage home, killing off the top laner, punishing Armeo for staying around on a jungler who wants to scale, who wants to get ahead. Blabber taking both scuttles, Blabber taking away the Raptors, having more camps to farm on his side of the map means this guy is going to be out to a very big lead, and Armeo is just going to be trying to keep his top laner alive. He does have an angle here potentially on Fudge, but that is a level 6 Croc, and that is a dangerous prospect to try when you are just sitting on Lucidity Boots. You are pre-level 6 on the Hecarim. you will get shredded. So he's got to be really, really careful and doesn't like his odds there.
Yeah, he chooses to err on the side of caution here, goes back to farming instead, knows his top half camps are coming back alive. But here's what you wanted to see, Isaac. Control over the Drake Pit from Cloud9. Perkz loses a little bit of HP here as Jensen unleashes the full combo on him, but that won't matter. The bot lane is there. They have the priority. They have the advantage, and Cloud9 gets their first Drake before 7 minutes.
I mean, they're checking every box that you could ask for. 3 out of 3 scuttles. You've done some counter jungling. You forced a flash. You got 2 kills. You took the first dragon pre-7 minutes. This is what you want. If you're a coach watching this game, you go into the game with these sort of objectives. Well, Jat's on the other side.
I know, Jat needs to step up. That's what I'm saying. Jat, where's the plan?
Yeah, so, I mean, the plan is withstand the onslaught. Slow down Cloud9. Do not allow this to extend, but C9 says, no, let's keep it up. Let's look for a dive here. They're pushing in, and 4 members bot. They have the Seraphine ultimate. Can they find it?
4v2 dive. Here it goes, baby. Tactical with a flash away. CoreJJ is left all on his lonesome, and the damage will just pour on in. Seraphine ulti will not find Tactical. CoreJJ stays alive. C9 switches it over. Tactical's the first to die, and CoreJJ will try to escape. At best, he can hope for an execution. Vulcan wants to shut that down right now. He has his flash ready to go if necessary. Won't even need it. Headbutts them into the turret. 4-0, Cloud9.
Wow, what a start here for Cloud9. Getting mid-prio, moving it down towards bot, finding the angle. Not only did they get the 2 kills, look at the summoners. Spent 4 summoners on the side of TL. What did they use on Cloud9's side? Just the flash from Blabber. They barely spent anything to make these plays happen. This is some remarkable, fast-paced League of Legends, Cloud9 coming out the gates looking dominant.
Cloud9, man, this squad showing why they are so fearsome, showing why they got to have that buy into this part, didn't have to go through the game yesterday in the lower bracket. This squad is scary indeed. Nearly 2,000 gold ahead, 8.5 minutes into the game. And we'll see those second blue buffs start to spawn here. They'll get handed off to the mid laners. Checking back into the top side. Renekton down some farm here early on. More minions alive for him, so it'll just about even out. But Alphari's doing okay surviving up here after that initial 2-for-0 that happened.
I mean, Sion's on his power spike. He's got the Bramble Vest. This is full build at this point, so it's going to be hard to keep that damage going. He becomes very, very tanky. The wave is freezing against him, and so that is kind of that awkward spot because he hasn't actually seen Udyr for a while, so he's going to be bleeding farm right now. And you can see Fudge is posturing forward, trying to zone him off experience as well. Blabber will be spotted. And seeing that Udyr up on the top side just kind of confirms some of those worries. You can tell he wants to help push out mid potentially. He wants to be there for that top side scuttle. Blabber has been right place, right time this whole game long. Team Liquid looking like they want to get aggressive for the first time. They've cleared out some vision in that bottom side river, and we're threatening a roam towards mid, but not seeing the angle. As Perkz is aware, bot lane missing, I'm going to play towards top side.
Super easy decision to make, right? Go towards where everybody is. Blabber loves playing around these top couple of lanes here so far in this game, making the plays happen, going after the Rift Herald. Let's see if there's any sort of a response to this from Team Liquid. Blabber still commands a very impressive lead in the jungle, 83 to 65 CS. He is level 8 against the level 7 of Armeo, and he's Udyr in a 1v1 situation. There are not a lot of champions that feel comfortable approaching him like that, and Hecarim with just an Ionian boot and a Bomby Cinder is not among those few.
It is definitely not. And he has mid lane prio, he has top lane prio, he is safe to do this, and they are going to continue to show up to objectives on spawn and try to snowball the game. You already know, next thing on the checklist, Ocean Dragon, 120 till that spawns. They want to grab the second dragon. They want to cash out with the plates here. So we'll see where he looks to go as Armeo's trying to make a move up to top side. Double ultimates are available, but Fudge has pushed in this wave.
Yeah, there's no reason to stay around.
Yeah, I mean, Alphari may try to hold it somewhat, but they don't know where Udyr is, so it's still a risky play. And the fact that Fudge just backed it up immediately, knowing that his Udyr was down towards the bottom side of the map, is just really smart stuff.
Man, that gold on the left side of your screen right about now is looking awfully good if you're a Cloud9 fan. Vulcan's the only guy that's not in the cool kids club, but I mean, unless you're playing like a fasting Senna, it won't work anyway. Vulcan eats a little bit of damage here. Jensen finding some follow-up, but Team Liquid is not able to grab a kill off of that one. Vulcan just letting them know it's all good with the Rammus emote, and C9's able to disengage with 30 seconds before that Ocean Drake spawns.
And one thing you got to take note of is even if Team Liquid says, all right, let's challenge early. Let's force at this second dragon. Moonstone's already done. Oh. I mean, Perkz has farmed incredibly well. When you look at these supportive style champions, you often expect them to be down a little bit as far as the laning goes. He also made a roam down to the bottom side. Right. He's closing in on 10 CS per minute, has a kill as well as an assist. He's got the stopwatch, so he's very difficult to dive. So they're prepared for any potential fight that TL would want to force on.
We'll see down here if TL wants to try to contest that. But yeah, you can see Perkz' inventory. He's got the level 1 boots, he's got the tier, he's got the ring. It's not like he held off on any sort of laning items. But when your mythic costs about $1.25, it don't matter too much. Perkz can get that thing online sooner than anybody can contest it. And that means Cloud9 goes up 2 Drakes to nothing, 2,500 gold, 12 minutes into the game. Azael, you said they had to turn it on early, and I would say they have sufficiently dominated the early game.
Oh yeah, they have been crushing it. Armeo just grabbed his first scuttle of the game, and it's 12 minutes, and the only reason he got it is because Blabber's taking the dragon on the other side. It's not a fair trade here, Flowers.
No, sir, you might not get the as much gold for the dragon as you do for the crab, but somehow it's still a pretty good deal. We'll see if Blabber wants to get involved in any more of these plays, any more of these ganks. Because remember, even though they are ahead 2,500 gold, the compositions will still favor Team Liquid later on in the game. So we can't just see Cloud9 get content with where they are. And on that note, I want to ask you and pose this question. Where do you want to see Cloud9 focus next? They still have the Rift Herald here in Blabber's inventory for about a minute and a half.
I honestly think that you want to take away the bastion of safety that is this mid lane tower for Jensen. The Victor wants to free farm. Taking away the tier 1 opens up more opportunities for Vulcan to flank, to be able to pressure him, and that's exactly what they're going to look to do here. Get some plates down in the mid lane. If this is heavily contested, Vulcan is here to try to turn that around. So they get a little bit of plate gold there. 2 plates knocked down, nearly a third as well. They may be able to collect that. I will say Cloud9, probably not the happiest about the Cloud Soul here. It will be very effective for Udyr. The activation is also fantastic for Fudge, but they might have wanted a little bit more combat power, you know, given that they are really indexing towards the early game. It will still be powerful. They will still try to stack towards it, but with their composition, I think they really would have hoped for something more along the lines of the Mountain or the Infernal Soul.
All right, Armeo continues to farm up in the jungle here on the Hecarim, staying within striking distance of Blabber, but still behind the Turbo Kim tank ready to go, which means Blabber's playmaking has just spiked. We want to see him try to make another move, maybe go for a dive, some sort of another fair skirmish somewhere in the map. But Team Liquid will push out the bottom lane. Tactical doing a good job staying very close to Sven. Yeah. About 1 wave's worth of CS next to this Kalista Alistar.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted to point out is when you're looking for positives here for Team Liquid, Jensen farming very well. Alphari no longer being bullied in the top lane whatsoever. He is holding his own. He's got his mythic completed. And the bot lane has farmed even. Yes, they got dove and they died, but they have been keeping up. They are not really falling behind here. So while Cloud9 is doing a fantastic job pushing the game forward, keeping the pace fast, and looking to snowball through these neutral objectives, if the gold can stay stagnant, Team Liquid will at least be in with a chance.
Right. Well, we're scaling forward. We'll see how it looks here in about 2 minutes, because usually it is that third Drake of the game where you start to have to make a real decision on whether or not you want to contest.
And this is where Team Liquid is going to have to make a hard choice. They could say, all right, it's just Cloud. We're willing to risk giving it up. Because if you contest at this third dragon and you get blasted, the gold is going to explode. It's pretty done, right? They're going to take the dragon. They're going to take your tower mid. That's already low. Plates are down. And then maybe it gets out of reach. So because it is a Cloud Soul, Team Liquid may be willing to give up a third dragon to buy themselves some more time to farm here. You know, we'll have to see exactly where the itemization does land. But often these scaling teams are hoping to get towards 2 items before they are forced to fight. But because Cloud9 got that first dragon pre-7 minutes, that's a pipe dream.
Yeah. 7 minutes. Remember, it's about 5 minutes for every respawn on the dragon. So 7 plus 15, you're looking at a 22-minute soul if C9 continues to get all of those Drakes on spawn, which, again, Cloud Soul, as you already pointed out, not the most game-impacting one, but still just having the movement speed alone could really make a difference in some of these fights.
I mean, it's so frustrating when you're dealing with a Udyr who does have Cloud Soul. Ridiculously fast in addition to the chem tank. The phase rush can be procced. You also have to remember there are these cloud circles on the map that give you these kind of zones of move speed. That's really powerful for someone like Renekton. If you're thinking about a dragon fight, he would want to be flanking from that blue buff, the enemy blue buff, and coming through this area. If you are able to get towards Cloud Soul, those flanks become that much more threatening because you pop the R, you get the move speed, and all of a sudden it's really difficult to stay away from this guy as Jensen or even as Tactical.
Well, Zale, I think we're seeing a rerun right about now, because I swear I already saw this episode of this show a few minutes ago where Cloud9 goes after the Rift Herald. Team Liquid's not in any sort of a spot to contest, and that's going to mean continued objective domination for C9 here in this game. 2 for 2 on Dragons, 2 for 2 on Rift Heralds. The first Rift Herald was only able to get the 2 plates, the minimum value out of the charge. We'll see if they just want to drop the second one here.
I think they will. I think you drop it mid, Dragon spawning in 5. Drop it mid immediately, run towards that Dragon. TL is posturing to fight, so they want to scrap at this Dragon. We'll see. I mean, Fudge is still basing. He's got to get here fast.
Blabber is fearless running in there, and Core JJ is already dead before he can do a damn thing. Team Liquid have lost their support, and Cloud9 have lost none of their bravery. They will continue moving forward towards the Drake Pit, taking control over the river. TL decides they cannot fight any longer.
And bad goes to worse because Alphari tried to TP and Fudge was there. He stopped it. He didn't even have to use the teleport.
No.
Fudge started the base and then realized, all right, my team's going to scrap. I've got to stay around. I need to be able to respond to either the teleport coming through or interrupting my opponent's Tactical here. Ult may be forced. We'll see.
Ooh, a lot of damage, but Tactical holds on to Summoners, holds on to the ulti. 3,500 gold lead, 5-0. On Soul Point at 18 minutes.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Flowers. They are doing everything that they need to do. And now we can watch this one more time. In they go. Core JJ just locked down the whole time. Alphari, I believe he thought Fudge had recalled. It looks silly in that replay.
Yeah.
But Fudge did back up, start a recall. Then Alphari backed up and started their TP. And Fudge is like, just kidding. I know what you're going to do. He moved forward, he stopped it. It's a heads-up play there from Fudge. Another scuttle going the way. I mean, this is literally one scuttle has gone to TL in 18 and a half minutes, right? That is jungle domination. Look at the farm. He's well over 40 ahead. He's gotten both dragons, 3 dragons, excuse me, both heralds. They took the mid lane tower and potentially setting up here, but because it is Core JJ, I don't think you go. If that was Tactical or a juicier target, they're going over the wall.
Well, this time around, they decide to not just go the completely aggro path. There are 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock before Team Liquid has to decide whether or not they just want to give that Cloud Soul away.
I don't think you can.
Because I mean, how do you fight them, though? This is tough, man. That's a tough decision to have to make for TL in this point in the game. Cloud9's done such a great job accelerating things. We'll see if Team Liquid can get those 2-item power spikes online like you were talking about. Scaling teams often like to hit that spot before they really want to engage. But 3 minutes left does not give them a lot of time to make it happen. Staff of Flowing Water now done for Perkz as well. So the Moon Staff combo, this thing that has permeated the conversation about itemization for the entire split, it's here, it's reared its head again, and it's ready to go.
Yep, move speed, move speed, move speed. That's going to be the name of the game here. Baron spawning as well in 20 seconds, and they're looking to go in.
Vulcan already tanking up everybody here between 2 turrets of Team Liquid. Blabber's coming in to back them up. Armeo with the ulti. C9 just decides, all right, no more reason to fight. Back up, take the turret. Core JJ and Jensen both moving forward, looking to apply a little bit of wave clear, but not enough. And Cloud9 will take their second turret of the game.
I mean, Vulcan, it looks a little bit silly, but he traded Flash, and now they're going in here on Armeo, who has no ulti.
Blabber went for the flash play, but now he's going to be taking too much damage. Tactical grabbing a kill there, and here comes the Scion train. They'll find even more damage with Vulcan tanking up now in the front line. The shutdown goes over to Tactical here, and that was a big moment for Team Liquid.
They're going to go to Baron. Blabber is dead. Team Liquid may have just turned this game on its head. C9, one fight goes bad. Can they even contest it? I'm not sure. Fudge is still around, but they've got no ulti here on Sven or on Seraphine.
There's no Seraphine ulti at all. The team fight capability so limited. Jensen looking to zone him away, nearly grabbing the kill on to the enemy AD carry. Fudge jumps into the middle, looking to stop everybody, looking to hold him down, slow it down. Fudge running away. A little bit more damage is required to finish him off, but it will not happen. Fudge, the hero of the day, diving in 1v5 to stop the Baron.
Yeah, by a hair's breadth, he survives there, pushing TL off of that Baron, so it just means TL get a couple kills. That's good for them. Gives them a small foothold in the game here. And to flip the switch, Roccat replay. Let's see it one more time. They find Blabber, they get the engage, the Seraphine Peel, the ultimate coming across, not being that effective, and Fudge was still pretty far out. It's a heads-up play from CoreJJ, someone you can always rely on in these really tough positions. But Cloud9 in the 3v5, they're strong enough, they played it well enough to be able to withstand, and they are now 1 minute away from Soul. You can see second items coming through here for a number of Cloud9 members. We'll see if Sven finishes his, but Steric's in for the top lane. Deadman's in for the jungle. You already touched on the Moonstaff, and there's a second item as well for Sven. So Cloud9 is power spiking at the perfect time here.
And I do want to point out a pretty big power spike item for Alphari as well. Upgrading Bramble into Thornmail. Remember, this now allows him to proactively apply Grievous Wounds by landing hard CC on opponents. It's pretty hard to put Grievous Wounds onto someone like a Seraphine when you only have a Bramble, since why on earth would she be auto-attacking you? But now Alphari's the one who gets to make the decision. That should work out pretty well for them for having a little bit more team fight control. But TL must now take the fight or surrender the Cloud Soul. They need Jensen to walk all the way down here, or he might have to TP if it's forced too early.
I like this positioning from Fudge. This is really smart. He knows that TL has bot lane prio, so they would enter the Dragon Pit through this area. He has a good angle here. We have to track summoners. No flash Jensen, no flash on Tactical, but missing flashes as well on everyone on the Cloud9 side. So this could be a very explosive fight. If anyone mispositions, they could be punished.
Perkz also has Barrier. Keep that in mind. Seraphine's ready to go tank up a little bit more. Sven is applying lots of spears to the dragon here. This will be incredibly difficult to try to contest. Vulcan takes a little bit of damage here. Alphari on the front line, losing about 1/3 HP, down to half now. Dragon at 3K. More damage being applied. Armeo and Blabber both right next to it. You know they want to contest these. Dragon's going to be focused now. It's able to be slain by Team Liquid. And the fight breaks out with the onslaught of shadows into the back line. Everybody on Cloud9 going to be taken very low. Tactical staying alive here with a nice use of the ulti. C9 health bars dropping, and they will not be able to find victory in this team fight. They will not be able to find this Dragon Soul, and Team Liquid brings it to life.
It's the engage from CoreJJ. It's the steal from Armeo. Massive. The sub for Santorin coming up huge. They deny the Soul. They are back towards the Baron. Will they commit to the play?
Here we go, TL, second time in the Baron Pit here this game, but remember, the difference between this and the first one, Blabber is alive. We could still see the contest. Jensen is keeping him away. The power of the Victor, the zone control of this champion, will mean that Blabber has no entryway into the Baron Pit. And after 20 minutes of Cloud9 domination, it's Team Liquid coming back into the game. It's that scaling power, that composition. Here's my non-sarcastic shout out to Jat. This is how you scale into the late game, baby.
All right, back to the Dragon here. Armeo, it is the 50-50. He gets it. And then CoreJJ in, catching the carries. Armeo following up with the fear when Tactical gets that kill over onto Sven and survives himself. That fight was over. Jensen had already forced out Renekton's ulti early when he pressured him off the flank. So Renekton is down on ulti, much less of a damage threat. You've got Seraphine mid, and your Kalista just died. So you got nothing.
Look at those damage comparisons, Azael. The damage of just 4,780. Everybody else on Cloud9 only adds up to a grand total of like 1,000 more than Jensen. That's just incredible Victor scaling. Good team fighting from him. The AoE power of that champion cannot be understated. And now, I'd say the tables have turned, but we threw the damn table out the window onto the front lawn. Team Liquid, they're 400 gold behind. I am sorry, they're about 300 gold in the lead. And they're the ones in the driver's seat. It's 2 turrets to 2 turrets. They will continue having to defend the Dragon Soul for the rest of the game. That's always going to be a pressure that looms over their heads. But for now, they get to try to shore up some more of this gold and get themselves into a strong stance for the rest of the game.
Absolutely, and they know. They pulled it off there. They're going to be in an even better spot next time because they are stacking up all of this gold, taking down towers. You can already see the Baron buff granting them an additional 3,000 gold in their favor. They're going to be pretty well set up for this next fight.
And I love the fact that they're also making sure to get down all this vision between these turrets. Even though they've been behind up until now, they recognize their lead. They want to see if maybe Cloud9 is just a little bit too comfortable, might walk into a blind spot and set them up for a pick. In the meantime, they'll just continue applying pressure onto the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. Tier 2 bottom already fell. This will give them complete control over the bottom side Cloud9 jungle. But the Baron is only live for another 45 seconds, so Cloud9 have been doing a good job of enduring this so far. They haven't given away any extra kills, and that's kind of just the name of the game. Try to protect this inhibitor line. Don't let TL have the base, and TL will take that Tier 2 and walk it right back into the jungle.
TL definitely not able to end here, but damn, that's a good Baron buff that they were able to get there. You know, with all of these additional jungle camps they're going to be taken away, you know, they are really expanding the gold lead here for themselves. They were very far behind. They are now a couple thousand gold ahead with a superior scaling composition, so the game is in their hands now. Cloud9 has fully lost control. You know, they were able to utilize a lot of what they drafted for early game pressure, for the dragon stacking, but they didn't get a lot of additional gold onto the Kalista. This Kalista Alistar mostly was just used for pressure around that bottom side. Team Liquid was able to farm evenly. Mid lane was able to keep that farm coming in. Alphari wasn't punished after the early minutes. So after that early rush of kills that Blabber was able to enable, they just started stacking objectives and they couldn't continue pushing that gold lead forward. So really when TL gets that one big fight and steals away your soul, you're kind of left holding not a lot of anything as far as your advantages go.
That sentence sounded pretty heavy metal, man. Team Liquid just stealing away their souls, stealing away their hopes and their dreams, and honestly, that's the story of how it's going right about now. But C9, not ever a team to just quietly lose the game. We'll see them have another shot at the Dragon Soul here in about 20 seconds.
Armeo on the flank.
Armeo swooping around here, potentially from behind. Here we go. Alphari's the one taking the damage. Armeo goes after Sven, but now he's into the front line looking for everybody else. Tactical up into the air, bringing it back, getting away here with a flash. Blabber looking to chase him down. Fudge doing the same. Armeo with the onslaught of shadows says, get the hell off of my carry. Team Liquid are able to find yet another kill for themselves. Fudge looks to continue the fight here, taking the health bars very low. It's a 1-for-1 trade, making it a 1-for-2. Perkz running away here. Armeo again. The shutdown onto Tactical is going to come through, but it's still a triple kill over to Jensen. Team Liquid get themselves a 4-for-2 fight.
And they're going down middle. This could potentially be an inhibitor here. Fudge has got a TP back. It will be another dragon going the way of TL. And damn, they are team fighting so well, protecting their carries, keeping Fudge off of them. And despite the fact that Sven was able to dodge the early engage and free hit throughout that fight, he's got a pea shooter. He's doing nothing to Sion.
Armeo, if you watch this VOD back later, man, I am so proud of the way that he is playing these team fights right now. He engages, he saves the ulti, he doesn't waste anything.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Sven getting forward here. He flashed the initial engage, hitting on CoreJJ, can't take him on. Now he's on Alphari. You see the team peeling back, taking Blabber and Fudge off of Tactical, who utilized everything in his kit to be able to create that distance. Utilizing the items, the summoners, the ulti to be able to stay alive. And then, after Blabber is knocked out, after the front line is knocked out, they step forward. Alphari still alive, having tanked Sven throughout this entire fight. And really, they just cannot threaten the Sion at all. You don't have a serious AP threat, and because you are not enough ahead of the curve, that's 3 completed armor items for Alphari, plus
how do you kill him?
You can't. I mean, Sven auto-attacked the man like 30 or 40 times, and you break his shield.
If you're lucky. That's on a good day. Maybe he detonates it a little bit early. Randuin's, Thornmail, Frostfire Gauntlet, Plated Steel Caps. Why on earth would you need AP? Seraphine's got a Moon Staff. Now, let's see how they're ready to stop this here again. Team Liquid, the gold lead is still very close. Remember that.
Yep.
It's 2,000 gold separating the squads. The biggest difference we're seeing in these team fights now is the fact that Team Liquid has drafted for scaling. They've drafted for team fighting. We're 30 minutes into the game now. They're fully online. Next, Drake's not alive for 3.5 minutes, but Baron is on the board, and it's up to Cloud9 that'll have to check into the darkness that is Team Liquid's map control here so far. Scryer's Trinket is going to find that one, so they will at least know that Team Liquid is up to something. They'll stop them there.
They're back on it.
Fudge grabs a little bit of damage onto Armeo. So C9 knows the enemy jungler is not actually in the pit. Might just take the Blast Cone here. Armeo's going to take a lot of damage, but the Blast Cone ends up getting him away, still with about 60% HP. Vulcan's already activated Alistar ulti here in the pit, taking a lot of damage. Now Vulcan has to be pulled to safety over by Sven. Alphari tanks up everybody. It's Fudge into the back. It's Fudge grabbing a kill on a Tactical. Oh, so many shutdowns coming out, and Cloud9 will destroy this fight. Team Liquid, only their front line remains. Alphari is mortal after all, and that was a huge 4-0 for C9.
That is absolutely massive, and they're going towards mid lane here, looking like they want to try to go potentially towards an inhibitor and then peel back for the Baron maybe. I don't think that the spawn timers are long enough to go for an end, but they may prove me wrong. They are posturing so aggressively. The fact that they didn't even stop for the Baron for even a second says they maybe think they can end this.
10 seconds on Tactical and Core JJ, 15
They're
on
moving
Jensen,
forward.
20 on Alphari. It's Armeo versus the world, and Armeo's trying to cut the weight.
Tactical in
He
4.
goes right back in, looking for some of the minions here. Core JJ has also respawned and rejoined the effort. Armeo still tanking up everybody. He's drawn all the minions away. Armeo will die, but the Nexus stays alive.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stay alive. But because they kill the jungler, you go back to Baron anyway. You start to threaten this. And Cloud9 had a perfect team fight there, layering the CC, Fudge coming from behind, Vulcan engaging, overlapping with the Seraphine ult, everything hitting at the same time. And Team Liquid did not have the established battle lines there that they had in the previous team fight wins. But they are still coming. They're still looking to scrap here and stop this Baron. Fudge, though, on the flank. Vulcan posturing for a turn, and Seraphine has ultimate.
Vulcan just dies immediately, and Core JJ goes in. Sven's gonna be double killed. Jensen's able to find the damage. C9 just falls over.
They got erased. I mean, Vulcan, I think, had his ultimate there. Looked like he just didn't get it off. Sven goes down immediately. The wheels fall off for Cloud9. TL finds the engage, finds the fight here, and they surely will claim the Baron here now.
And there's still about 50 seconds until the Dragon spawn, so it's not like they're giving away a Cloud Soul to take this. So TL, total control over the Baron pit. What an incredible back and forth the past 2 minutes of this game have been, Azael.
No kidding. And I mean, Cloud9 now are going to be kicking themselves for overextending on a potential end, right? They saw the angle to maybe force an end. They could have just tried to get the inhibitor and immediately back, but they spent the additional time allowing Team Liquid to respawn. Let's watch this one more time. He goes in, and that was Core JJ stunning him right on it. He stunned him out of his combo, and then goes in, catches Sven. Of course, who else? It's Core JJ,
it's
the
Core
world
JJ,
champion. This guy is too damn clean on the rel. And now for Cloud9, this is probably your last hope here. You're trying to look for another big play, a perfect CC combo around this dragon. They are still on Soul Point. We'll see if they can get it, but TL is here in time, and they are posturing effectively. Jensen on the side.
Go. Let's see what they got. Cloud9, control over the Drake. Team Liquid coming in. Drake's gonna be taken down and stolen away by Armeo. You gotta be kidding me. Vulcan's the target here as Team Liquid's able to focus him down through the ulti. Onslaught of shadows into the middle of everyone. Armeo about to die, but the stasis keeps him alive. Tactical finishes off Blabber, and Fudge just has too much focus on him to do anything in that back line. Alphari stays alive. How on earth are you gonna kill him? Rin looked like it did about 45 damage.
That's a Raid Boss Survivor song when they might have got him to phase 2, but he ain't dead yet.
No, baby, the enraged timer has completed, and Team Liquid is marching down mid lane. There is 30 seconds on Blabber and Fudge. Vulcan will be back alive here in 10. We'll see if Team Liquid believes they can end or not. Remember, they are only a 4-man squad. Armeo did have to die in the last fight. Alphari goes in. Scion ulti won't find a whole lot, but we can see the turrets start to fall very rapidly. Perk's at about half HP. Alphari backing away now, doesn't want to continue tanking up the turrets. Alphari very, very low. Sven coming in for the damage here. Core JJ wants to engage. Perk's grabbing the kill on Alphari. C9 looking to pick up 2, and there it is for the Seraphine mid.
But Sven went down. He died to the last tick, it looked like, of that Victor ulti. Could not get out. So they do hold on. This is a game that is getting so tight down to the wire here. Team Liquid thought they would be able to end, but Cloud9 holding on. But it has been 3 straight dragons for Team Liquid off the back of 2 incredible steals from Armeo. Let's watch this one more time. That's about 1,000 spears in the back of Alphari.
Yeah.
It looks like he's about to die, but the shield comes back up. They go in, but look at the burst from Victor onto Sven, pushing him back. And then he just gets clipped by the edge there. He was trying to lifesteal. Maybe could have just straight up ran away from the fight and avoided that last tick and then survived. But Perkz comboing well with Vulcan, holding onto the base. They're still in with a chance, but it's getting more and more favored towards the side of Team Liquid as they scale more and more into this game. You got to look towards your playmaking. You got to look for Vulcan or Fudge to be able to find a really good angle to get you an early kill on the Victor or the Xayah. I mean, at this point, it almost feels like it has to be the Victor because Jensen's running the show.
He has 100% kill participation and a single death.
And full build.
Yeah, he's got a Medjai's Soul Stealer because he's just writing everybody's name down in the death note. He's ready to go. Jensen is ready to carry this game. And honestly, I want to point everybody's attention over towards the inhibitor timers in the bottom left part of your screen right there. Team Liquid just had their mid lane inhibitor respawn. The Cloud9 inhibitor mid is down for another 3 minutes, but the Drake spawns in just a little bit over 2. So that means there will be extra pressure on this map that should result in very easy Drake control for the side of TL.
And one of the things, some people out there might be saying, why do I keep talking about the importance of the Soul? Cloud Soul isn't going to change this game. One of the biggest things is that when you get Soul, you spawn Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon can swing the game. If you can get some sort of a kill on the Elder Dragon as Cloud9, scaling kind of stops mattering in the face of the Elder Dragon in a lot of situations. It's such an incredible amount of additional damage. Plus
it's made to end the game, right?
Exactly. It was supposed to be that end game condition, as you say, but because TL has gotten 3 straight Dragons, 2 steals, Elder has never even showed his ugly face, and we're nearly 40 minutes into the game.
I love how Alphari gets stunned up. Blabber runs forward to give him an extra stun just to let him poke. By the time Blabber runs up next to him, his shield's down to 20% health. But you've never actually heard him yet. It's just so difficult. The gold graph back and forth here this game. Very blue for a very long time.
Yep.
And then since then, we've had a tug of war. The gold is still not even 2,000 apart, as we're almost just about 1 minute until the Drake that must be a soul for one side or the other. It's been Armeo stealing these away from Blabber, the MVP, here in this first game. We'll see if it comes down to that here again for this final Drake contest, or whether or not one side will just be able to control things through a team fight. Alphari, I wish I knew how much bonus HP he has stacked up from that W, because good lord, man, it's got to be like 1,000. It's got to be like 2,000 at this point. The man is huge.
I'd also be remiss to not mention the fact that, it's not just Blabber, it's about the combination between Zven and Blabber, right?
Yeah.
You have the Ren plus the Smite. If you're comboing that perfectly, you should be able to secure that. They also potentially have the ability to knock the Hecarim away with their Alistar, but of course in a lot of these situations, Vulcan is having to use his combo earlier in the fight to try to keep carries out. These fights are complex, and so much of it is going to be about positioning. And Team Liquid, they are set up first. Fudge is looking for a wide wraparound, but TL's just going now. Wow.
Holy cow, Blabber's at 300 HP. I think it's safe to say Tactical has scaled, my friend, and this is what you were comparing in the draft, a Kalista and the power of that early game, the power of that playmaking, versus a traditional scaling crit marksman.
Yep.
This is what that looks like as Tactical is set off to potentially be in trouble here, but now he's able to escape with the ulti. Jensen coming right back into the fight. Lots of wombo, lots of combo. Vulcan's tanking up, but Blabber's going to be taken low. Fudge trying to apply the pressure into the back line with CoreJJ being the first to die. Cloud9 go 1 for 0 here in this exchange, and now they're marching up towards the Baron pit. They're saying, all right, you want the Drake, you can have it, but we're going for Baron.
But that's Soul, so that's a pretty big deal there. It's not just that Baron for a Dragon trade, it is for the Soul, but they didn't feel that they would be able to enter the fight through the Victor, and that is the key difference here. So they are going for more power right now. They're saying, we've got to end this game. It's getting away from us. They're outscaling us. What is going to give us the boost we need immediately? And their call is, it's the Baron buff. And that was a really well-played fight there from Cloud9. Fudge deserves so much credit. He really created the space that denied Team Liquid from following up on what was a beautiful engage from CoreJJ. They see Jensen is down on the Dragon. Now look at CoreJJ here on the engage. He catches everybody. But Fudge is coming in, flashing forward onto the carry, pushing them back, saying, no, you cannot follow up on that damage. You cannot burst down my carries, because if you try to get forward, I will kill you off.
Mm-hmm. Very, very good job from him, recognizing what his role in the fight had to be, being able to disengage as well before he has to sacrifice his own life to provide that disruption. So now we got 2 minutes and 11 seconds on the Red Bull Baron buff. This is the amount of time that Cloud9 sacrificed the Soul for. If these next 2 minutes do not bring Cloud9 a very vigorous amount of resources, then that trade wasn't worth.
Yeah, and it will buy them some time towards this Elder where maybe they can try to make something happen. You've got to say, Cloud9 has held on very well. You know, they have gotten themselves to this difficult position. It felt like they were massively ahead early. Then Team Liquid had really taken over. The ultimate cooldowns, by the way, are going to be like nothing on the side of Team
Liquid.
It's
like minus 40% now or something crazy.
It gets ridiculous. So some of these champions are just going to have such easy access. You know, Victor could use ult almost to poke people out at this point in the game and just probably have it come back up before the fights happen. So you really got to be careful about tracking those cooldowns effectively. You pretty much just have to expect TL will always have them available. Fudge pushing in bot lane, so the C-Mine 4-man squad has got to be careful they don't get hard engage on.
Okay, Alfari's going in. Blabber's the target. They won't be able to lock him down enough. Udyr is very, very quick.
Victor ult.
But hey, it's going to be back up very soon. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but we can watch the little cooldown icon there on the side. Victor's ultimate is now 1/4 off cooldown.
Yeah. it's looking like a 30-40 second cooldown, all gold. And they do get the mid lane inhibitor, so good job. Blabber blocks the Sion ulti. Fudge takes down the tier 2 bot, so they're getting something done here. The question is, was it worth the trade? To be fair, maybe they didn't even have an option of going towards the Soul, and that could be the call they made. They have prepped waves in all 3 lanes. That is a good job from them, and now they're moving up towards this top lane, seeing if they can get more. I mean, if you could take a 3rd inhibitor, or a 2nd inhibitor, excuse me, that would be a dream for them to really put some pressure on.
Not Blabber, excuse me. Fudge just changed his mythic item from a Stride Breaker to a Prowler's Claw. Fudge just said, okay, Stride Breaker doesn't matter. I don't need to be more of a bruiser. The way that we win these fights is his pressure onto carries.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jensen. He has the Banshee's Veil in there. There is no Zhonya's.
No.
So if you actually do get through that, if you can get on top of him, knock off the Banshee's Veil, you know, with an E or something like that, Prowler's Claw, Empowered Stun, stack it up, burst him down, that is a potentially game-winning play. And I think that is such a smart read from Fudge, recognizing win conditions, saying, all right, how do we win this game? It's got to be a pick on the Jensen. It's got to be a pick on a carry. Okay, what is going to let me do that? Prowler's Claw. Boom, done. That is heads up playing. We'll see if it can pay off.
Okay, we've got Elder Drake spawning in just over 2 minutes. I feel like that's what this comes down to, Azael. You already said, hey, it kind of invalidates scaling unless you're just way scaled super far ahead. But for a game where pretty much everyone's full build now, for a game that is this close, I feel like we're going to get a 45-minute game that comes down to an Elder Drake team fight, man. I'm all right with that.
I mean, if you're TL, you're saying, all right, well, we got our Mayo. Who you got? He's been landing these smites. And it may come down to one of those secures. I mean, if you have a 50-50 and someone gets the Elder, that is, boom, combat power for your squad right off the bat. And at 45 minutes, a team fight win will be game over if it is decisive. Both the inhibitors are open in mid lane here, so it's a pretty quick march down mid to end a game if someone gets aced.
Team Liquid continue just trying to keep the waves as pushed up as possible, have as much control over this map as they can. Drake 1 minute 15 seconds away. You can see a couple of pings onto Fudge here. They're saying, all right, we see that he's up there. We see that he's backing. They will not be able to do anything about that, of course. He's way too far away, so Fudge is able to reset. Let's take a look. The thing is here, too, considering we have so many players at full itemization, at full build, the amount of wards that you can bring to a situation like this and place down and control around these objectives is reduced. If somebody's 6 items, you don't have a slot for a control ward.
Absolutely, and that's why you have to have really good game sets. You have got to be aware of where your opponents could be, because a flank can absolutely decide the game. It becomes incredibly important to mark where they could be flanking from. You know, if you're the Alistar, being aware, where is our Mayo? Where could he be coming from? And TL have got to stay aware of wherever Fudge could be coming from here also.
TL walking towards the mid lane here. It's Cloud9 with control over the bottom side river. It's CoreJJ who's rooted. It's Vulcan over the wall. C9 looking for a little bit of damage here. Alfari's already jumped in. Vulcan tanking the damage. Doesn't look like anybody's going to get much of anything, considering it was only tanks on either side that got caught out. And Team Liquid are saying, okay, go after the Elder. We dare you. We'll trade you. Team Liquid with the inside route into the enemy base. They'll grab an inhibitor.
Do they go for the fight? I think C9 may just try to collapse on them from both sides, and this could be a game-deciding fight.
This will be an incredible ending, one way or the other. Inhibitor has fallen. Fudge running away. He's isolated from the rest of the team, and Cloud9 are coming in for the pincer assault now. Vulcan already using the ulti. Armeo running away, trying to disengage. Vulcan thrown into the back line here with a lot of damage being placed down onto the front line. A huge shutdown. Tactical is gone, but so is Perkz. They've still got Jensen alive on the side of TL, and they're still in the Cloud9 base. It is a 1-for-1. Both junglers are still alive if this turns into an Elder Drake, but TL will be repelled for now.
But TL have the inside track to the Dragon now. They're going to go straight to this Elder for sure, and C9 have got to get over there, have got to be in position to stop it. Blabber, there's danger of a face check here. He sees them now. He is tanky.
Blabber runs in. No hard CC can be applied in time. Blabber is fast enough to run out of the way of the gravity well. Team Liquid disengaging. They're going right back into another bush. They want so badly for Cloud9 to just commit one error walking too close.
Yeah, look where Fudge is, though. He's on the flank, so if Cloud9 can push them back towards the Dragon, they may not see Fudge coming here, but Alphari is marking him, or was at the very least, and Blabber now trying to get around, but this does leave their bot lane separated from the rest of the squad.
10 seconds on both dead players. Perks has a teleport, Tactical does not.
That's critical.
This will quickly turn into a 5v4 if Team Liquid is not cognizant of those timers. Armeo may get jumped on by Vulcan, no.
They're gonna force. Here comes the TP.
They're forcing the Elder Drake. They're saying you gotta answer now. We've got Kalista and we've got Blabber. They want this objective fight going down. Tactical needs to find his way into this, but he needs to avoid Fudge in the process. Fudge is coming around from the flank. Tactical's got him locked down. Fudge is winning away. Alphari looking to waste some time here in the front line, make sure they're not able to burn down the Drake. Vulcan disengages, Fudge disengages. Injured health bars on both sides. Tactical doing a good job trying to whittle these guys away, but there's so much healing on Seraphine. Blabber tries to back up yet again. Tactical with so much damage. They're going in here for the fight now. Team Liquid. Tactical's able to take down Blabber. Elder Drake's still alive. Sven gets a return kill to the core JJ. Perk's going to be forced to tank up now with Armeo taken out next. The Dragon goes over to Tactical. The Dragon goes over to Team Liquid. The fight goes to Team Liquid. And the ace for Team Liquid.
That'll do it. It's the game-winning fight. Tactical gets the Elder Dragon there. It is not the Kalista. It is not the Udyr.
You want to talk about his Tristana jumps? Fine, but you better not be disrespecting the man's team fight prowess. The victory in game one, 20-19, 48 minutes in. TL started off with a win.
Wow, what a game there to start us off here. The mid-season showdown finals really delivering. Cloud9 came out hot out of the gates. That was like 40 minutes ago, so people might forget. Cloud9 was crushing the early game there, and that was more what people were expecting from the series. They were expecting Cloud9 to come out to smack them down. TL said no. And I have really got to credit Armeo. I mean, yesterday against Spica, that was one thing. He stood up there, had some smite steals, and people were saying, yeah, but today's Blabber. You're going to get crushed. The early game did go the way of Blabber, but he stole away 2 critical dragons that prevented Cloud9 from getting the soul. They're the ones that eventually did end up getting it. And Jensen as well, what a monster in these fights.
Holy cow, man.
He was knocking people down left and right. He was positioning incredibly well against a team that was trying to dive him over and over and over. And I want to see the champion damage because I think Victor lit it up.
There's no way anybody else was even close, right? Like, just the amount that he poured into every single team fight. I hope we get 5 games of this.
Yes.
What a game, man. For 48 minutes, back and forth, and it comes down to the Elder Dragon fight, and both junglers are dead, and there's just... there's no better way to start off a series, Zale. This is why we play the game, man. This is why it's so much fun. I'm so glad I didn't have to be sitting down for this game. I'm just so happy that we get to be back and be a part of this. What an incredible way to start off our grand finals here between C9 and TL. Obviously, it's TL walking away with the lead now, 1-0.
Yep.
We get to see what sort of changes they're going to make, what sort of adaptations they'll make both on the Rift and in the draft. But Team Liquid are riding high after landing the first blow in our best-of-5 series. And when we return, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down the win.
Let's go.
Hey, Ratchets, look! I'm you!
Jake from State Farm. You couldn't find a stand-in who looked anything like me?
Have you seen mine?
It's like looking in a mirror, right?
Now that one makes sense.
Look, guys, I don't even have a stand-in.
Of course you do. Hold on, is that Drake?
That's right. Drake from State Farm. Like a good neighbor. Like a good neighbor. Stand-ins don't have lines.
Oh, okay.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the Midseason Showdown, delivered by Grubhub. That Game 1 had everything you could have wanted in a Game 1. It had early game dominance out of Cloud9. It had team fights galore, and TL striking back in the late game with a scaling composition to take it in the end. Emily, I'm going to come to you first on the draft conversation, because when we talked about the adaptations that Team Liquid has made throughout the postseason, how do you feel they approached the Ultimate Series here in the grand final?
Well, I think they approached it very similarly to how they approached the TSM series, which, if you remember, I was kind of saying they wouldn't be able to do against C9 because they did draft scaling composition. I have been pretty adamant about this in the past. I don't like the Hecarim pick with lanes that automatically get pushed in, just because it doesn't provide him a lot of cover to farm. It doesn't give him a lot of coverage to affect lanes early if he wants to. So that is something I was honestly looking at his TL draft, and I was like, all right, you're not going to get away with this against C9. And
yeah,
they did.
And they did. I mean, like, this is one of those things where C9's draft is so catered to the early game. Now, when I looked at the first phase for them, the Seraphine, Udyr, and Renekton, I'm like, okay, let's scale this on up. Jinx has been an amazing pick. We've seen that as first pick across the globe. This time it went completely out. I was like, okay, what about Aphelios, right? Anything. I would have loved to make the Seraphine the supportive item Seraphine have to really bolster their late game, but then you have a Kalista bot side. So if they ever fell behind, it will be incredibly difficult for the side of Cloud9 to come back in.
Yeah, that's why I didn't love their whole comp, is because, like, I'm down with the early game pick, and I'm down even with picking a little bit of scaling in the mid lane if they want to match, control mages. But the Seraphine needs someone to be buffing up, and the Kalista's just never really going to fulfill that role. And when you have, like, what was it, 5 support items on your mid laner, the Sion's like, I don't care, and just stacks armor to the point where the Kalista's useless, even with you buffing her up. And so while Seraphine could, like, still hit big ultimates and, still contribute, it didn't have the same punch that you see sometimes the late game Seraphines bring.
Yeah, I think it was Azael who said 40 spears, and all we've done is get through the Sion shield.
That was very unlucky.
Woo, that is not a position I want to be in as a marksman. But Raz, before we get to those big 5v5 team fights, we do have to talk about one of the core elements of Cloud9's gameplay, and that's the aggression that they come to the table with early and often.
Yes, for me, I said this coming into the series, the best teams in the world will punish you when it comes to stacking waves. In this case, this was really difficult for both Armeo and the top laner here, where Alphari had a huge stacking wave. He needed to get this crashed in. This was stemming back from when they were fighting for top lane Scuttle Crab, and so he went there for cryo, and they got punished. And in this case, towards the bottom lane, stacking wave towards bot lane turret, you need someone to help them, or you need to back away from the wave entirely. They get dove here.
And I think Blabber's control over this early game can't be understated. I believe Cass pointed out at about 12 minutes was the first crab that Armeo was able to get. I thought they did Blabber did a great job of facilitating this early game and setting C9 up for exactly what they did want this draft to do.
Yeah, and my thing on this one is that your early game your first clear planning has to be straightforward. Like what Emily said with the draft, if you're not going to get prio off these lanes, then you just have to recognize that Udyr is going to be taking bot grab, go straight top grab. You have to be trading. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bad position. And if you're in a bad position, we've seen many games where the opposite team, mostly the Udyrs, will get double crab. You have to live with it. Find a way around it. In this case, I think he realized that the Udyr had already taken bot crab, tried to fight late for top crab, and was matched.
I gotta say, they ended up with a 4K gold lead at around 20 minutes before they had their big throw, which I'm sure we'll see. But that is a gold lead that's big enough for me to be like, okay, I'm down with you going early game oriented. If you got a 1K gold lead, a 2K gold lead with that comp that C9 had, I'd be like, you're not doing enough. But I think they did enough with this comp to theoretically should have won this game. I think it was their own bad decision-making that ended up costing them.
Yeah, there's not quite enough time to rewatch every single team fight in that game, because we'd basically be rewatching the entire game, Raz.
Yeah.
So we've cherry-picked a few for us to take a look at. This first one comes around 34 minutes into the game. It is ultimately Team Liquid that comes out on top.
The tough one with this is just, as we had already mentioned, the armor stacking from the team, the tanks going forward. Sion is just going to eat Kalista auto attacks. And so with this dragon, the fact that Soul wasn't able to be picked up from Cloud9's side, and Team Liquid are in a great position to fight, that is something I'm concerned about. In a straight 5v5, Team Liquid will win.
And I think Armeo deserves a lot of credit for making sure that Soul never went over to Cloud9. No, it wouldn't have been a huge power spike necessarily, but as you heard Azael talking about, it gives the Elder earlier in the game, which is another thing that maybe you can stack Callista Spears in and just brute force 5v5. So there are a number of these situations where Armeo was able to secure the objective and keep it off C9.
And in this fight right here, I actually thought Team Liquid could have won this one, but Team Tactical took the longest journey around to get right back into the fight when he could take in the short route. I know he would have been facing the Renekton, but forced the Renekton to come into you. Xayah, your team will also defend you. I think in this case, it was when they were in a position where it was a 4v5, C9 had a chance.
Yeah, but Emily, I think a lot of these fights here in Game 1 were somewhat indicative and called back to the series that we saw yesterday, where TL found themselves in a hole, but because of the tools they had drafted themselves and the agency that they provided for themselves, when you scale into the late game, they are able to take control of those 5v5 team fights and ultimately bring it back.
And you have two major damage dealers here, right? So even in a few fights when we did see Tactical go down fairly early on, well, guess what? You still have a Victor, and Victor does a ton of damage, and that's why he is such a strong pick. We've seen like Victors around the world. Specifically, again, I know I keep going back to LPL, but Victor in LPL has been incredibly popular. I do want to give some credit to C9 though, because I did think, even though TL are obviously capitalizing on their mistakes that they did make with this early game composition, I think C9 played some of these fights very well. And they also did show really strong understanding of, we know that TL vastly outskills us, so we have to make some proactive moves. And you know what? If the game ends after that, the game ends. I actually love that mentality. I wish more teams would do that.
yeah, right. Understanding, what is the point at which our comp peaks, and we need to make sure we're closing out the game. But this kind of returns to Mark, your point around the dragon stacking and Cloud9 probably wishing they could have gotten to an Elder Dragon fight much quicker into the game. It took until 48 minutes, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Tactical who ends up bringing it into their hands.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is a bit of a coin flip situation, which if you're Cloud9 this late into the game against TL's comp, you're not the most upset that you had an opportunity to put a bunch of spears in the Elder Dragon, but it just gets prolonged for so long that it doesn't give Sven an opportunity. They need a little bit more damage on the actual dragon for Sven to be able to rend it, and it gets really messy, it breaks down, and he's basically the only one on it. People are dying all around him, and eventually leads to Tactical being able to go into the pit and get it himself because the rend had to be actually used on a member of TL.
I was going to say, of the 280 carries in this fight, you would have assumed the Callista would be the one securing the global objective, but in fact, as you mentioned, having to use the Rend earlier in the fight leaves the window for Tactical to be able to take the Elder Dragon and the fight. As we watch the rest of this play out, Raz, I do want to start looking ahead towards game number 2, because it was Cloud9 who came into the day as favorites. They, of course, had side selection in that first game. They're going to get it again here because they took the loss. They're going back to blue side, but I'm going to imagine things have to change. So where are you thinking we're going to see those changes?
4-5s. I think a lot of the times people expect the change in priority. I think the Seraphine was a damn good pick. I think their first 3 picks are great. When you go into 4-5, though, as I said earlier, Aphelios, Jinx, I think Jinx should have a much higher priority in these situations.
I think you can also go the other direction. Like, if you're going to get a 4K gold lead, you should be able to close that out. I look at that top lane instance where Blabber flashed in and killed himself after Vulcan had already kind of flubbed the dive. That's a situation where I look at, like, well, if you don't do that, you can still win this game. And so the Seraphine pick I don't like in this comp, so I still would want to see some changes, but I don't hate the idea of going early game again with a couple more tweaks to the draft.
It always comes down to how stubborn you're feeling after game 1.
Yeah.
Because if you really loved your game plan, and as you said, like the fact that you have so much control with the early game gold lead, you're like, we can run that back. We have confidence we can do it. I can see that. My biggest issue is that if you're looking at this game state back and forth constantly, Team Liquid's looking like great team fighters, then I give them the respect to have at least one error. You can make one error. Team Liquid can get one good team fight. You just don't want to close yourself out of the game entirely off of a comp like that.
Especially if you're TL, because like I said, we thought, or so I thought incorrectly, that going into this, they would make a few adjustments and move away from this kind of scaling jungle, scaling composition. They didn't, and they still ended up winning this game. So they have like very little incentive to move away from what worked for them against TSM, and now in this first game against C9.
My eyes are on Perks for this. I mean, I know the man can play pretty much
That's
anything,
true.
but we talked
He
about
can.
the Silas pick warping the last series that they played. To see him on Seraphine in game 1, all right, you tried it. Let's move on. Let's put the guy on a carry champion, and let's see if he can bring it home. We are excited that our newest LCS partner, Rocket, was able to join us for the midseason showdown. Be sure to check out their line of gaming peripherals if you're looking to upgrade your setup. But as we step away, we'll see if Cloud9 can come alive and tie up our series in game 2 right after the break.
Many of us are working from home and adjusting to new coworkers. Coworkers who borrow supplies and always interrupt meetings. A gift can help. And when you use your MasterCard, you have security benefits that keep you protected, so your purchase ends up in the right hands or mouth. And your staff can start something priceless.
At the beginning of COVID, I've definitely really missed playing in person. I was like, wow, playing at home really sucks. This is so boring. You can't really hear anyone cheering for you. You're not like, high-fiving fans. At this point, I'm pretty used to playing at home. Like, it just feels like another day. And I'm hoping that playing on stage again is gonna feel great.
It's a single stun. Charm hits only one champion, and the tower dive comes in for Cloud9.
One of the best feelings of winning is looking at your opponents, sad that they lost. You guys have won, and you're the better team, and it just feels really good to know that you've come out on top, right? And I know how it feels like to be on the losing end, and I just don't want to experience that on stage again.
Welcome
back, everybody. We are almost ready to get into game number 2 here, but for one last time this spring, we wanted to remind you all that the LCS has partnered with the Blood Centers of America. If you've got some COVID antibodies, check out the website there on your screen right now to get more information about how you can snag a free KDA Kai'Sa All-Out skin by donating some plasma yourself. There are a limited number of those skins left, so we want to say a gigantic thank you to everyone who has donated so far. But now, Azael, we got Game 2 ahead of us after an incredible Game 1.
Yes, sir. The name of the game, adaptation. That is why I love Best of 5 League of Legends. It is so much fun to see the pivots, to see the changes here. I have a feeling Cloud9 is not going to index as heavily towards the early game. That did not pan out, I think, like they expected. They created an enormous early game lead, but could still not close it out. They were competitive well into the part of the game where they'd been outscaled. But still, my feeling is Game 1, you take a swing with all early, it doesn't work out. I think we're going to see some pivots. I think we'll see Perkz on a carry-style champion.
Well, let's see. The Seraphine's been banned out, so clearly they're not looking to go with that route here again. That one's off the table. Renekton also banned away here.
Yep.
So interestingly enough, Cloud9, despite the fact that they're on the same side of the rift as game number 1, they're banning out 2 of the champions that they played in that first game. Olaf will be their 3rd ban here. Senna's banned away. Nidalee is banned away by TL. They've got one more ban to go. We'll see if they want to focus anything from that last C9 draft. But again, Kallista's not a champion you expect to be played super commonly unless they're really indexing on that early game. And if they plan to see that switched away, okay, so they're going for the opposite. They're saying you're not allowed to have the hyper-scaling carry here. Jinx taken out of the table.
I think it's the right read, right? Just looking at the bans from Cloud9 and saying, all right, we don't want to play early. We don't want you to play early. We're going to look to scale here. They may have some wrinkles where they have some early game power, but first pick Hecarim, banning out a lot of those early round picks that potentially TL could have got. If you left the Renekton up, maybe they go for a real powerful pairing up on that top side. So Blabber going to be playing a different side of the matchup. Very likely we could just see the Udyr coming through here for Armeo and have it flipped on its head. We'll see if he's able to create the same sort of advantages that Blabber got in game number 1. Of course, have to consider the fact that Blabber did have lane prio across the map. They had those early pushing lanes and champions.
Yeah, Blabber did a good job in game number 1, right? He was playing a powerful early game jungler. He got his team a very powerful early game lead, but now you're Udyr in a team fight. You're a guy who runs up and punches people one time. That's not as big of a deal as this horse breaking the enemy lines and just applying massive
the cavalry
fight
charge.
pressure.
You're just a dude in a turtle.
Yeah, it just don't work. But the cavalry has been split up this time. Remember in game number 1, Team Liquid's first rotation was Hecarim Rell. This time around with the Hecarim picked away, the junglers switch, but the Rell priority remains.
And you can also see hovering the Kai'Sa here, they may want to break up that Rell Kai'Sa duo. That is the classic duo bot lane. Of course, you can put other pairings alongside it. The Xayah may be a run back there for TL. I think it worked out pretty well there for Tactical. But I think this is a good takeaway. It denies the strongest diving marksman alongside Rell who wants to facilitate those dives. Orianna, also a smart pick. They're denying combinations for TL, but they're not doing it at the expense of their own draft. And that's something that I think sometimes teams lose sight of. They're like, oh crap, we got to take this away, but it doesn't fit into their comp. But you have Hecarim. Kai'Sa can dive alongside Hecarim. Yep. You have Orianna to pair with that as well. Pop the ball on his head, hit the shockwave as the follow-up. Kai'Sa comes in over top. You take away a powerful combo from your opponents. You build a powerful combo for yourself. Not much to dislike about that.
And we have the Gnar picked up here as the final pick in the first half of the draft for Team Liquid. Remember, this one was also banned away back in game number 1. Had to be pushed to the side for the changes here in the second game, which means he does make his way onto the Rift, and he will be piloted by Alphari. Now looking at how the bans will shape up, the teams have a little bit of differences here. We've got a jungler, an AD carry, and a mid laner versus a jungler, a support, and a top laner. So the second half of the bans will look rather different. Alistar banned away by TL. They don't want to allow Vulcan back onto that one, and we'll see that Xayah banned out. Tactical did a great job in game number 1, being able to drop aggro, position himself well, and we know it was his performance in the final team fight that sealed the deal. So I fully understand taking that off.
Makes a lot of sense, especially when you talked about what Cloud9 want to do with their comp. So far, the first 3 looks like dive, right? And Xayah is someone who can actually answer that. Sylas was a key pick last time these guys played around, and you're already seeing, all right, well, Shockwave, Hecarim ult, those are pretty strong. If we're going to be drafting some other champions that have some powerful ultimates, we do not want to give this over. Gnar will be blind top. TF comes through. These were bans that Cloud9 threw down in the first round last time. So they are open. Team Liquid will grab them. Immediately, you know, Team Liquid want to spread the map. They're looking for 1-3-1. It's going to be critical to see what the answer is. And it is Malphite. So, oh my God. Go. And when you see those two come through, you're like, yep, better ban Sylas. Get that out of there.
Yeah.
Rakan ult, that would have been GG. So they get him out of there.
Isaac, they have Hecarim, Malphite, and Rakan. These are all 3 champions that when you see them on a team, you're like, all right, just their presence alone means you have strong engage.
Yeah.
But all 3 of them together, good lord.
So this is very different strategies being brought to the table here. Team Liquid, they want to spread the map. They don't want to see a 5v5 the whole game if they can help it.
Right.
You spread the map, you play TF towards the Gnar, you're going to have Prio up there, you look to create advantages, put the Gnar ahead so Malphite's locked under his turret, losing plates. Then, you rotate your bot lane up towards mid, you get Jensen out to a side lane later on in the game, you play the 1-3-1, you utilize Relt, Sivir, as well as Udyr as a solid 3-man core who are playing around mid, strong with the wave clear, so that they can't get sieged on mid. Cloud9, on the other side, it's got to be about the engage, right?
Yeah.
They have got to show up and find the way to go immediately because TL will be in a side lane, knocking on your door, taking down towers, accumulating slow, steady advantages. So Cloud9, I think it's important that they get control of the neutral objectives early because if you don't do that, you can't force TL to come fight you at them later on. You know, if you lose those first 2 dragons to Udyr, your soul is like 40 minutes. Who cares? TL just ignore the dragon and split you out.
It doesn't matter at that point. And I really do like the fact that Team Liquid, in saving their marksman pick for the very last selection in the draft, they got value out of that. One criticism that I've had pretty heavily of almost every team in North America in the past is not getting good value out of that last pick on red side. But then with the Xayah banned away, they're still able to get the Sivir. It's great at the wave clear like you were talking about. Also with the inbuilt spell shield to try to avoid some of that engage. I think this is a solid answer for what they're trying to play.
I agree, and I'm going to be curious to see what sort of build we get from the Sivir. Is it going to be tier start going towards lethality? Will it be more the on-hit? We already have the answer that it is not the tier start. It does not mean that he is not going to go towards that more lethality style build necessarily, but I will be interested about that. You know, will this be the more standard on hit because lethality has been so popular these days?
One thing I also want to point out here nice and early, differences in summoner spells. Sven does have the cleanse going up against CoreJJ, having to deal with the point-and-click stuns from both Udyr and TF later on in the game too. It just feels like a no-brainer. You have to have cleanse in those sorts of situations. It's teleports on all 4 of our solo laners here this time around. The summoner spellbook has flipped to the other side. Instead of Perkz having it this time around, it will be Jensen utilizing that. Jungle, everything's pretty much normal.
So Comet here for the Malphite, pretty standard start. Generally in this matchup in the 1v1, you're going to be putting a lot of points into Q early to be able to try to poke away at the Gnar. And if Gnar gets ahead, your poke just starts to not matter at all, right? He starts to shrug it off. Your damage becomes pretty irrelevant. At that point in the game, you're just relegated to just trying to hold out under your tower. I still think he's going to go towards, you know, a standard tank style build, likely Iceborne, and be that real frontliner. I don't think he's going to do anything wacky and commit to a full AP.
Right, no ballistic missile Malphite.
No, this is just purely for the lane phase to try to not allow you to get run over in those early levels.
Yeah, Malphite still being a pretty classic champion all the way back in Season 1. His laning patterns, his trading patterns are pretty simple. Yep, needs to get as much value out of that Q as possible, because if that thing stops doing well, he stops doing well. CoreJJ with a quick engage onto Vulcan, dropping the Ignite too here in the bottom lane. Boomerang Blade will not find the mark, and if it did, man, Vulcan would have been down to about 100 HP.
Yeah, that was a critical sidestep. TL played their limits very well, though. You notice Tactical had 4 hits of the passive on himself from the Kai'Sa, steps back immediately, doesn't allow that to be fully procced out because that last auto would have really swung it into the favor of Cloud9. So knowing their limits there, very smart stuff.
And let's see, Perkz walking forward a little bit here, throws down a ward, which we'll see some of those just the corners of combat between Udyr and a
The
chicken
corners, the crispy bits.
Yeah, just a little chicken leg, man. We don't even get the whole chicken, just the legs there for a second with the 7 herbs and spices on them. But now, let's see what we're going to get out of the junglers this time. Remember back in game number 1, we had ourselves a contest over the Scuttle Crab in both spots and in both places. It was Blabber walking away with it because of the fact that Udyr is stronger in the 1v1 and he had the prio. Can Team Liquid be able to set up something similar for Armeo here in game number 2? Probably not. They're on opposite ends of the map.
My feeling is that with the Gnar prio on top side, that is the scuttle that Armeo will get, unless he wants to make a bold move towards the bot side. C9 has been pushing heavily. They have been really spending some mana here, on the Kai'Sa, trying to shove it in. That's to get Hecarim access toward that bottom side scuttle, and I think they have accomplished that, so it should just be a 1-for-1.
Okay, Blabber jumps in. He can immediately knock the shield off of that crab, and you'll see Armeo grab the one in the top. So there we go. Armeo happy to at least grab one of those about 17 minutes faster than he was able to back in game number 1. So makes it feel a little bit better.
I won't check the math on that, but I'm going to say you're right.
It's something around that neighborhood at least. Maybe I'm rounding, but it's not an imperative detail. Anyway, let's check back in on this top side with the Gnar versus the Malphite matchup. Fudge is just sitting back, farming how he can with the Fuse here. He knows that Alphari has the prio. He knows the Gnar bar is almost fully built up, and he doesn't want to lose a lot of HP for nothing.
And sometimes one of the things people kind of question is, well, if you have a dominant matchup, why are you going towards the Doran Shield? And that should just withstand the poke. You go Taste for Blood, you go Grasp, you grab the Doran Shield, and all of a sudden this Q poke with Comet that is trying to hit this critical mass where you're getting pushed back just doesn't matter, right? Yeah. Fudge is out of mana. Yes, he has some Corrupting Potion charges, but Alphari's still sitting pretty at full health. Blabber has wrapped around behind, though, and Alphari is going to be in mini here. They're going to go.
Okay, Blabber timing it perfectly. Coming in with a devastating charge, and the flash will not matter. For the second game in a row, it's Cloud9 getting first blood in the top lane.
Nicely done. The wave is also pushing towards Fudge here. Vulcan will have to retreat out, so that is pretty critical to keep him steady in that matchup. You don't want to get him too far behind. Bramble early, I love it. You just go Bramble, you go Tabbies, you really stop caring about a lot of what they're going to do.
Yep.
He may feel like he needs to go towards Mercs just to answer the inevitable TF pressure. A lot of the CC that you referenced for the same reasons that we saw Kai'Sa go towards Cleanse, so there may be a mix-up there. But it is up towards this top side, perfectly timed, Fudge trading heavily. You may question, well, when he's trading heavily, isn't it obvious that the gank is coming? But Alphari felt, because the wave was slow pushing to his opponent, he couldn't just back off and let it freeze. Yep. So he felt he could fight it out. He felt he could escape, knowing he had the flash, he had the hop. But miscalculation gets punished, and Blabber will do that to you.
And I love the fact Blabber just pops the ghost as soon as he's up there. He's not shy about committing resources to this because they know it was planned out properly. He pops the ghost, he runs past his opponent so he doesn't accidentally charge him the wrong way after the flash. It was all thought out, it was all successful, and C9 loved to see it. Now back here in the bottom lane, looking at CoreJJ, looking at Tactical, both these guys were so important in game number 1 after we got to the team fight phase, after we got past that sort of fight that changed the pacing of everything in the top lane, right? So many huge engages from Core, so much big damage coming out of Tactical. So these two guys going to have to continue putting up those kind of numbers throughout the rest of this series. Jensen is now level 6. And remember, for Twisted Fate, that means we need to see big, successful ultis. We need to see the side lanes being set up in a way that allows him to roam and make those plays elsewhere.
And that's where priority for Perks becomes important, right? If you can get this Orianna blue buff, try to have him relentlessly shove in the TF, then it becomes a lot harder to move and make these plays. They're going topside again. No flash.
Oh, Fudge has already started things off here with the ulti. Alphari tries to hop away, but mid-air, he just gets knocked down by Blabber.
Rejected there by Blabber. He's wagging the finger saying, no, no, no. No, sir, you cannot pass. So takes him down. Nice kill there up on that top side. Parks now trying to clear this out, trying to lock Jensen in that mid lane, wants to keep track of the TF. Again, it's early pressure going in the favor of Blabber, and this is really the Blabber difference. Both games making it happen. Armeo getting something back on the other side, though, does take away the chickens, is going to grab them that first dragon. So that is something that I did talk about.
Yeah.
Early dragons being very important for TL because it buys them time to delay Soul, to take that away as an early win condition for Cloud9, who wants to group and force their opponents to group against them. So,
also, because of the conversation around what the Soul was last time, worth bringing up that first Drake was an Ocean, next one's going to be Mountain. So this game, we can either have a Cloud Soul just like game number 1, or we could see that Infernal Soul. And that thing can be super important for either side. On Cloud9, it makes your all-in much deadlier. And on the side of Team Liquid, it makes it that much easier to clear out these waves, play that split push game, and generally just be more effective as the individual compartmentalized champions.
Absolutely. I mean, Infernal is very, very powerful. I would also say Cloud Soul seems pretty high value for both sides when you're looking at the junglers, Hecarim, Udyr, and also when you're looking at Cloud9's side. It's not the immediate team fight power, but their composition is built around ultimates. So just even having the ultimate CDR, the go buttons there to be that much stronger can be pretty dangerous. I mean, Rakan gets insane value out of it. Hecarim does as well. And even the Kai'Sa, being able to fly into the backline, go into an upgraded E with the invisibility move speed on that, plus the Cloud Soul.
You can reposition so well.
You can break people's ankles with those kind of plays. You fly into the backline, they're like, all right, he's right here, going in with the rel, and he's already in the fountain. Like, he already crossed the path. You got Sonic here.
Well, Team Liquid is going after their second neutral objective of the game, looking for that Rift Herald here. You can see they even brought Core JJ up to deal with it. Tactical's just been told, hey, buddy, sit tight, farm up as good as you can. Don't bother rotating for this. And TL will grab first Rift Herald here. They'll have the entire 4 minutes to still get plating value out of it. Remember when we saw Cloud9 use the Rift Herald in game number 1, they successfully knocked off a couple of plates mid lane with the first one. Then they used the second Herald to just knock down the rest of the mid lane turret. Almost 100% of that health bar was just Rift Heralds.
Yeah.
So we'll see what TL can do with theirs here in game 2.
Looking to put Vulcan back here. There is no ulti on Core JJ, of course, yet. So the threat of the engage is a lot lower. You know, you could interrupt him, but he could always flash away. So not a tremendous amount of danger there from Vulcan.
He's fine. You take the blast cone over the wall. If they interrupt it, grand entrance turns into a grand exit. See you later. Not really too big of a problem, but Fudge will try to freeze the wave to the best of his ability up here. Does not want to allow this to get back to a neutral point. Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage, and he's already 3 waves of farm behind his opponent. So Alphari is forced to at least stop his back, stick around long enough to make sure that this wave marches a bit further forward. Fudge down to about half HP. Armeo's up here. Alphari with a flash away. It'll turn into a 2v2. And as soon as they see Armeo, they're like, all right, can't do it again.
Yep. Armeo gets spotted. They back it up. It is the ulti plus a ghost on the Cloud9 side for the Alphari flash. I would still say you're pretty happy about that, because without the flash, you can't Gnar hop out of a Malphite ult. It's just not going to happen. So now you become a lot more nervous. You wait a minute, the Malphite ultimate comes back up, and you know, all right, if I'm pushing, I got to be careful. This is getting pretty risky. So that will relieve a little bit of pressure up on the top side. Armeo here on the side will push Blabber out.
Blabber with the devastating charge to escape away from the bear slap, but still just hanging around here a little bit. Do they want to drop the Rift Herald here? I wonder. Core JJ running away from Vulcan on the other side of the map. And yeah, they'll take down the first plate. They'll take down the second plate, and then Shelly picks up number 3 and number 4. That's 80% of a turret's health bar right there. Nice money picked up by Team Liquid.
Yeah, because Fudge had to go back to base and didn't have ultimate, even if he stayed around with low mana, not like you can really threaten anything there. So I do think it's a smart play. They want to get their split pushers ahead. You can see, though, that Cloud9 is indexing heavily towards Merc Treads. I believe I already saw 3 pairs of the anti-TC boots being grabbed up there. They are not looking to get locked down. TL has a lot of easy point-and-click CC. They know you can't dodge it all. It's just impossible. You're going to get hit. It's already on the support. It's already on the jungle as well as the mid lane. People are such a fan of Lucidity boots these days, but you've got to make the pit stop against this kind of composition.
You got to respect what you're up against, right? You can't just go for the cookie cutter build all the time. Leave that for Christmas with grandma. Get in there, look at the situation you're actually in, and have some insight into what's got to be built. I love the fact that we're seeing all those Mercury treads here. Fudge rotating over to mid lane. He will walk over a couple of different wards. His ulti's just about up. Jensen's got to be careful here, but the onslaught of shadows coming in. Jensen with the flash away, and C9 picks up another summoner spell.
This is good stuff. We'll see if they can actually punish both those flashes being down now for Alphari as well as Jensen. Blabber, I believe, got that there too.
Yeah, buddy.
They're playing so heavily around the ulti cooldowns. You know, I referenced that as one of the powers of the composition when you're thinking about Cloud Dragons and their usefulness for the comp. Anytime you got Malphite ult, anytime you got that Hecarim ult, you want to look to threaten plays. You want to tax your opponent's resources, keep them on the back foot. And we'll see if C9 is going to make a move towards this next dragon. Because with multiple flashes missing on the solo lanes, the engage from Cloud9 becomes very difficult to avoid. And they are going to want to have some sort of tool to force TL to group, to force TL to 5v5 later on in the game. And Soul, I think, is that. So we'll see if they want to prioritize it.
Okay, Alfari makes his way back to the lane now. Armeo also up here around the top side once again. Team Liquid seem to have recognized that Cloud9 knows how free of a kill it is if they go up there. As soon as Alfari turns back into Mininar, you drop the Malphite ulti, you come in with the Hecarim, there's just no way for him to survive it. So Armeo seems to really be hovering this top lane pretty effectively now, trying to stop those 2v1 plays. Back here in mid lane, the farm's all equal. It's nice and tied up. Everything's cool there. But the big story that I'm looking at so far, we're 13 minutes into the game. I still really haven't seen a Twisted Fate play just yet, which for Cloud9 is great news.
Exactly. I mean, Perkz has been putting on enough pressure. They haven't felt that they've seen the windows in those side lanes to make something happen. So, you know, if you're Orianna and you're going to AFK farm mid against the TF, you're smiling. That's a great position for you to be in. Cloud9 will make the move towards this. They do have TP on Malphite. They have some ultis available. They know solo laners are missing flashes, so I don't think TL will contest this one. Nope. They're going to be happy to have taken the first dragon and pushed back the soul, because we think about the first dragon for Cloud9 last game. That was pre-7 minutes. They were threatening such an early 4 dragons. This one here is taken at 13 minutes, so it's been pushed back a lot, and that's going to buy time for TL to try to get things done in the side.
And, man, this game is shaping up to be another close one. 22.3 to 22.1 thousand gold, 13 minutes in. Drakes are all tied up. Cloudsoul, second game in a row. You already talked a little bit earlier about the advantages of that. We don't have to go over it again, but it is worth pointing out just so we know what the teams are fighting for these subsequent Drake spawns. Turbo Kim tanks completed for both junglers. Means that we do have a lot more playmaking on the table. It's Armeo back up here in the top side yet again. Alfari with the Mega Gnar slam into the wall. Twisted Fate ult also been used here. Perkz is the one who will now find himself as the target. Armeo with a bear slap immediately, looking to find the damage on the Cloud9 mid laner, but with Blabber entering into the fight, it's Armeo who is now in trouble and forced to flash over the wall. Onslaught of Shadows finds him and knocks him back, and Armeo is shockwaved into the ground.
Very well handled by Cloud9. When I saw the TF ulti pop, I immediately assumed it was going top for Fudge, and he would have to ulti out, but he didn't panic. He waited, he saw where it was going, he held on to the ulti, which even though he wasn't involved in that Udyr kill, was actually critical. Because if he had used his ulti in retreat, Alfari and Jensen could have committed to the fight and really turned that around. With the threat of a Flash Malphite ultimate there and no flash on Jensen, he just had to retreat, and it left Armeo out to dry there. It means he goes down. It means Cloud9 get this Herald with their Kai'Sa still farming bot, by the way. They didn't have to overcommit to do it, and this is big for Cloud9.
And not only do they kill Armeo off, they get the flash in the same play. He flashes and still dies. And for a champion with no other gap closers, that means so much. The next 4.5 minutes, Udyr loses that ability to really extend that playmaking capability and start something off. So nothing but good news here for Cloud9 during that sequence of events as Team Liquid goes right back into the farming here.
So it is not the Iceborne, it is double Chem Tank actually on the C9 side, so they want to go. This is Chem Tank even on the Malphite. More commonly, you do see the Iceborne as long as you're talking about solo queue and stuff, but I think it makes a lot of sense here. You know, he's saying, who cares about the 1v1? I'm just going to be farming in my tower anyway. If I can have that added bit of a gap closer, maybe I can find ultis without having my flash. Maybe I can threaten them a little bit more effectively.
And this is the same sort of a thought process that we saw at the end of last game when he switches over to the Prowler's Claw, right? He's not thinking, what is objectively the best for me in all situations averaged together? It's, what does the best right here for us to win this game? And if the answer is Kim Tank, Fudge is building Kim Tank.
Makes a lot of sense. I like to see intelligent itemization there. Also worth checking back in, Tactical is towards the Gale Force, so this is on hit. Suspected as much when I saw that it was the lethal tempo.
Right.
Armeo, remember, no flash. They're going for it.
Armeo is the target, and the target is found. Cloud9 take down the enemy jungler yet again.
Committing quite a few ultis to do it, but they do take him down. And Alfari has moved down here as well. Not exactly sure why Alfari is down here on this side of the map. The dragon is not up, so Fudge will be able to push it out. He's going to move back towards that top side, so maybe felt that they had to group to even get vision to prepare for the potential next dragon, but does mean you should have a free push on top side. Cloud9 get another kill. Alfari still trying to threaten around mid.
Okay, Alfari finding a little bit of damage onto Blabber. The Gnar bar is charged, but it's not really like there's an opportunity to go in with that one. So he'll just have to walk it on back up to the top lane here. You can see him just trying to get through the brush. He finds Fudge waiting on him, but it's not just Fudge. It's Fudge and Perks and Blabber and Team Liquid showing up for the backup, though. Armeo running in there. Jensen makes his way into the play now as well, underneath the enemy tier 1 turret, his own, excuse me. Fudge now caught out, flashes over the wall with the gold card, will follow. Wild Cards comes after, and Team Liquid is finally on the board.
Cloud9 going way too far on that one. Alting under the tower when you have a TF ulti available, I don't think that they were ever going to have enough damage to actually burst someone down. Their hope was that they would be able to catch out Alphari, kill him off instantly, and then not really care about TF joining. But because Armeo was already up there, I think you just got to make the call, say, all right, it's not happening. They anticipated it. Armeo is here with TF joining. That makes it a 3v3, and they have the tower. That means it's a no-go, but they still went for it. Felt that their hand had been forced a little bit. Maybe they hadn't seen Armeo until, let's see. I guess they see him maybe like right now.
Yep.
And they felt a little bit committed here. When the TF comes in, he sees the angle for the double ulti, but it was a good flash there from Alphari. Has the reaction time to avoid that. And there's no shockwave critically on Perks, which means they can't really threaten the turn here, even with TL funneling through that corridor. So it is TL down to the bot side, starting this up. No ulti on Malphite. He does have TP. We'll see if Cloud9 are even going to try to contest this. It looks like they just want to trade mid for it, but they are moving down now.
Shelly has been summoned up in mid lane. Jensen rotating over to the Drake now. TP coming in for Cloud9, and it's Fudge with the ulti on arrival. Armeo walks away with about 300 HP. Alphari's going to be tanking here in the back, trying to draw some aggro over to himself. Jumps over the wall, gets away. Dragon resets, but it's still Cloud9 with 5-man control over the river, and they will take that objective.
Nicely done. They push him back there. They don't get any kills. The Malphite ult was on some tanky targets there. Armeo gets low, but he does retreat. Critically, though, Cloud9, they get the Rift Herald charge mid. They get the Dragon for themselves. Jensen up to the top side, getting these lanes moving in the right direction here for TL. He's got a lot of farm to his name here, plus the TF passive. Means he's going to be out to a very quick 2 items here pretty shortly for Jensen. You can see gold leader in the game currently, almost at 8,000 gold.
TF passive, and he's got that Everfrost done, and this item is incredibly strong on a ton of champions, but especially for a champion that already has a point-and-click CC, you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself 3 to 4 seconds of chain CC with nobody else helping you.
Absolutely. And when you also look at what does Cloud9 want to do? They want to run at you, which naturally forces people to group up. When you have Hecarim, Malphite, as well as the Rakan all flying in towards you, if you can get an Everfrost route there to potentially protect Tactical from a Rakan flying in, that can be game-changing, and I think it's an intelligent build. Also, with the Sheen pickup, looks like he's probably going towards the more aggressive build of that Lich Bane second instead of the Rapid Fire second. We'll see if he wants to go towards Rapid Fire next, or if he'll go towards more of that kind of battle style and complete the stopwatch into his Zonias. That is a build that I know High is much more of a fan of.
Yeah.
He prefers the additional AP threat.
Yeah, the Rapid Fire is great for playmaking and setup, but considering the actual stats of the item are very much not that great for AP Twisted Fate's role that he wants to play.
And you got Core JJ. You don't need to engage.
You got Core JJ himself. Item completed for the second time over here for Tactical. Essence Reaver online, man. Okay, so the Sivir up to the 2-item power spike, and Sven, not to be left behind, will complete his second one here with Collector just now being completed as Tactical is passed off the red buff. We are 21 minutes into the game with a 1,000 gold lead for the side of TL. Despite being down in kills, their lead in turrets and their good farming. Look at the farm state everywhere here. You can see it's pretty even in bottom, pretty even in mid. There's a bit of an advantage for Blabber in the jungle, but the top side, that almost 30 farm advantage for the side of Team Liquid and for Alphari specifically, comboed with Twisted Fate's passive, just means a lot more money.
And look at the setup now. This is what I was talking about in draft, what TL wants to get towards, and they have arrived there. Sivir in the mid, you can have Core JJ as well as Armeo moving around, but largely trying to protect the Sivir. Your solos go out to the side lanes, and you try to force C9 to answer with bad matchups. You try to have the Malphite, who has this chem tank, who's all about the engage, he's not about the 1v1, to answer the Gnar, to get whittled down. And you have, with that Essence Reaver, essentially infinite wave clear on the Sivir. If you don't have a Baron buff or something, you shred the waves, you will never run out of mana. You see, didn't you have to use the Q to instantly kill off that wave?
Yeah, it's just ricochet over and over and over again.
TP coming in.
A TP showing up. Here comes the Twisted Fate ulti. Team Liquid's looking to collapse, and here they go. The target will be Perks. The chain CC comes down. Welcome to the League of Everfrost. Alfari grabs the first kill. Tactical takes the second.
Oh, they want
and
Baron.
22 minutes into the game, Team Liquid dares Cloud9 to challenge them at Baron.
They peeled him apart. They made him answer the side lane. They get a TP coming in, the TF coming in, and now it's up to Blabber to try to make some magic happen.
Here we go. C9, they've got the ulti ready for Blabber. They know that they can try to flip this. 50-50 is what it could be. Alfari goes over the wall with a Mega Nova. They got him locked down. Blabber's almost dead, but almost will not happen just yet. Jensen with a
Armeo's
save
still on
that's
Baron.
keeping himself alive. Armeo's still in the Baron. Fudge is about to die, and Tactical ends up getting the kill. The Baron is taken low. The Baron is taken down. Team Liquid taking control of this game.
Forget 50-50. How about 100-0? TL take the turn. They keep the Udyr on the Baron so it does not reset. Because they had the man advantage, they're able to do this. Look at this. Alfari over the wall, catches them both. CoreJJ with the follow-up. Sven hit with the Everfrost lockdown, has to flash out. So even though Fudge finds a nice ulti onto Jensen, Sven's already out of there. He could not get in to try to finish off that kill, and it looks like the red buff from Tactical getting it for him. TL with the first major strike, the first major advantage in this game too. It was set up so damn well into the 1-3-1, spread the map, have a deep TP ward, catch out Perks with both the TF ulti and the TP from Alfari.
Yep.
Then the engage catching out Vulcan, the immediate force onto Baron, the turn off Baron to get the kill. It's like, you're doing it all. This is just textbook League of Legends. Beautiful play from TL.
Plus, Cloud9's composition, we've already talked about it so much. This is a wombo combo team
Yes,
fight
sir.
comp. And when you lose the
Here we
wombo
go.
out of the combo, what are you gonna do? Vulcan now might be in a position where he's caught out, but they're putting the focus on Sven. Instead, the man's already down. Kill over to Armeo as C9 jumps in and looks to reverse things now. Perk's gonna be in a really bad spot. Tactical takes him out. Armeo continuing the chase, and Blabber has to run. They'll look to try to find just a little bit more lockdown. They don't have to look very hard. They've already got 3 kills for only the 1. Alfari's looking to say, let's make it 4. It's Team Liquid after all. Here we go. Fudge is not long for this world, and TL is loving that team fight.
They are so far ahead. 5,000 gold lead. No sign of soul here for C9 whatsoever. With the Baron buff still having a minute on it, they're going to pick up even more towers. They're going to get bot. They're going to get mid, if not a second mid tower. And TL have everything they need to run away with this game. You've already got the side lane advantage. The item completions are going to come through to the point where you're just monstrously ahead. They are having no hesitation at all. Armeo flying in, TF ulti coming across, CoreJJ overlapping across the top with the ulti, finding the rest of them. Tactical as well as Alfari, sectioning off Perks, who is trying to run over there, get back to his team. Cloud9 is getting peeled apart. You know, if I told you one team was about to go 2-0 ahead, that they were looking like they might be running away with the series, you say, yeah, Cloud9, of course, they're the favorite team. They're going to be the ones running on the day. They're the ones going up against a team that has a substitute jungler, but it is TL crushing in game 2 and poised to put this series to match point.
And if I had to give a name to this series so far, I would call it Team Liquid and the 20-minute top lane team fight. Because both games, around 20 minutes, they found the play that they needed in the top lane that put them into a spot where they could then command the pace of the game thereafter. Let's see what Jensen can get done here now. He's in the enemy jungle, bouncing back and forth between a couple of lanes, and this is where that multi-pronged pressure that TL drafted really comes into play. Because these guys can threaten so many different sites at once. You've got the Gnar, you've got the Udyr. Tactical can shove waves up so incredibly quickly. He's running away from Fudge. And remember, Fudge can't just ult that. Sivir spell shields the ulti and runs away, so Fudge was trying to get in range to Q him, but just couldn't be done. Couldn't quite close the gap there. Team Liquid's able to run for now. CoreJJ in a really bad spot. Flashing away, trying to stay alive. He pops his ulti defensively. He's trying to buy as much time as he can. The rest of the team will not arrive, and Cloud9 gets themselves a kill.
They do get a kill, but what can you get after it? There's nothing on the map. And you know, that previous TF ulti, it may look a little bit strange. We'll see as Tactical has to retreat here.
Oh, he don't got to retreat much further. Blabber taking a whole lot of damage. Oh, there we go! Why retreat when you can go forward? Cloud9, that trademark aggression in the enemy base.
They got a tier 2 tower, and they're dying at the inhib here. Alphari cut the wave, though, so C9 will have to back it up, but a couple big kills for them. They pick up 3. They close the gold gap a little bit, and now they're looking for Alphari here. Perkz is behind him.
Alphari's ready to transform. The shockwave keeps him locked down, but he jumps away in time. Now he's got to get all the way out. The continued CC, the continued lockdown. Cloud9 has turned this game around beautifully from the state that it was in.
It's the killer instinct. It's the never say die attitude. They will keep going at you. From behind, from ahead, Cloud9 will look for game-winning plays. Let's watch it one more time. Blabber going in on tactical, forces back the Gale Force, and then this is the CC layering on top of him. Gold card into the Everfrost. They say, well, you're by yourself. We can all go over the wall. They all just pile in here. Perkz even keeping Alphari out, as he was the only one who can't just go over the wall with the rest of the squad. They get a couple kills. They corral Alphari as Perkz stayed around from a clever angle there. They get another kill and another lease on life here. They're going to have to be able to be proactive. Their opportunities to engage will be slim in this game. TL will spread you apart. They will look to engage on people who are separated, who are answering those waves. So when C9 sees an opening, you got to go. You may not get another chance if you delay there. You have the engage options, but the opportunities are not going to be common.
And Cloud9 is such a fun team to watch on a composition like this because of that killer instinct, because of the fact that if you give them even the slightest opening, even if it's not even an opening that's a sure thing, they're going to try, dude.
Yeah.
This is not a team that sits back and waits to lose or waits to have maybe the sure thing happen. It's always just been sort of iconic of how they play, and now they're sitting in an all right spot. Yes, they're still down 3,000 gold. The Drakes are only even. But with a comp like this versus a comp like Team Liquids, it just takes one fight where all those ultis hit, and all of a sudden it's all gravy.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can get a kill, erase one of these members off the map immediately, it becomes really tough. And TL is respecting that. Jensen has been in that brush for so long. He didn't even step out with a cannon dying in his face, and that takes some mental fortitude.
That is true discipline.
I'm dying for that cannon if it's me, but not Jensen. He stays in the brush. He's waiting for people to show, because everyone was missing on the map from Cloud9, and now Cloud9 is looking for an engage here.
Blabber goes in, but he only finds the ulti onto Armeo, but he still gets the flash.
And look at the side lanes. TL pushing. So Cloud9 tries to group, tries to force, aren't able to get a kill. Now the side lanes back off as the 3-man squad has been pushed. And it is this push and pull that TL will try to navigate, where you move forward. As soon as you see someone elsewhere on the map, all right, push in, try to threaten towers, try to threaten objectives, and that is what they're going to be looking for here. And the 3-man squad has to be diligent, because if Cloud9 goes missing in groups and your 3-man squad gets engaged on and dies, well, your split push is out the window.
Yep.
Now your solos have got to group and try to defend, and that's not a position they want to be in.
Okay, Cloud9, let's see if they want to try to contest this 5th Drake of the game, which will be the 3rd one here for TL. You already talked again about how valuable that Cloud Soul could be for either side, and now it's Team Liquid who are on Soul Point. So C9 will need to come and try to contest that next one. Fortunately for them, their composition does do very well in those sorts of close quarters fights in the Dragon Pit, in the river. But TL looking really strong here still. Tactical going for the Lord Dominix. I love the fact that he's done this. He knows that it's always Fudge and Blabber that'll be jumping on him. He must be hitting tanks, so go for the item that helps you kill the tank.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense there. Has the mobility from the Gale Force, which I think is kind of a requirement for Sivir in these cases. You want to be able to use that to reposition, hopefully dodge some of the CC. The question to me is, does Cloud9 just say, all right, it's time for Baron, and start it up? Because at a certain point, you can't just keep waiting, right? You can't just allow Alphari and Jensen to create these small advantages in the side lane over and over and over and over. And because they don't see anyone, notice what Alphari's doing. He's actually hiding in the bot lane brush, starting his recall over and over, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Once they start seeing some people on the other side and Malphite has answered, it's Cloud9 now starting it up here, and we'll see, does TL answer the call?
Well, the phone is ringing, and it looks like TL's ready to go here. Fudge will find Alphari down there in the bottom side of the jungle. Level 16 versus level 15, both top laners having their TPs ready to go to join up. Perkz is in mid lane, seemingly by himself, but Vulcan's right next to him, so if they try to make some sort of a move there, Cloud9 is ready for the counterattack. And we're stuck at this stalemate, Isaac. They just clear the waves for now. They back off. Neither team wants to be the one that overextends and makes that critical mistake that gets punished.
Exactly, and TL wants to be the one more so that is in a state of inaction. If nothing's happening, you're creating these small advantages in side lanes. You're extending your advantage over time generally as the split push comp. So C9 have got to threaten things like this to say, hey, we're going to take Baron. Come over here. Look over here. We're going to go to Dragon. Oh, I promise we'll do it.
Sleight of hand.
They're trying to get a TP out or an ulti out or something, or someone to overcheck that they can engage on and punish. And that is going to be the push and pull here. And for Cloud9, it's going to be so critical that when they decide to go, they have got to execute. Because if you decide we're going to engage or we're going to commit to the Baron and it goes bad, well, you lose control over everything.
Both 80 carries just completed their Infinity Edges as well. So team fight power is at an all-time high. Both mid laners have the Zhonya's Hourglass to drop aggro if they get caught out. Jensen, you can see the Zeal in inventory that can mean only one thing. Going for that rapid fire cannon now as his 4th major item. Wants to have that extra playmaking and pick potential. They know that Cloud9 is trying to avoid the disasters like what happened earlier that gave Team Liquid that first Baron. We have 2 minutes until the Dragon spawns here. Remember, that will be Soul for Team Liquid if they claim it. Cloud9 continues to maintain control over the middle of the map, though. And I love how we're just watching these teams back and forth with control over the Baron pit. Kill your ward, place mine. Okay? Now we move in and switch it again, and it's Cloud9 moving in.
That's what
to
they want.
Start the Baron up. 6,000 HP left for the Baron. Cloud9 looking to burn it, taking it very low. Can they actually get it down in time? No. Team Liquid's able to make their way in. Tactical's already down. Cloud9, big fight, double kill over to Perkz. Looking for even more. Team Liquid joins the party only to be massacred. It's the Red Wedding, and Cloud9 have room for every guest.
Cloud9, it's such a big play for them. They set up the Baron. They've been denying vision for time and time again here, and they commit to it. They got the IE on Sven. They have 4 items on Perkz. They say, we can burn this down. It's a true threat now. And with Alphari down to that bottom side, they get the TP out, they get the TF ulti out, but look where they're separated. Alphari is not here yet, so they engage to the other side of the fight. Sven kites down away from the Gnar, which was so incredibly intelligent, using the maximum range for his ulti away from the Gnar, not allowing the Mega Gnar to land on the critical targets. And then the smooth re-engage there from Vulcan. They have so much CC, so much power if you can find these fights. Tactical got caught. He knows it. Those deaths hurt so much as a pro player. When you die with Flash, when you die with Gale Force, he is kicking himself and saying, if only I reacted, if only I positioned that little bit better, that would have been a different fight.
And you can see it on the damage charts.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Tactical did less damage than Rakan. That's not a good sign for winning those fights here. When Alphari is the most contributing member to the damage charts on Team Liquid. Cloud9 now have the game back in their control, and it's Cloud9 pushing down the bottom lane. This is the kind of a squad that just goes for the throat here. Why not?
You can't split against this. It's a 5-man with the most insane engage ever. They're going to push you back off your tower, and that tower's just gone.
They had to back up. As soon as they land the slow onto Tactical and Blabber is threatening with that devastating charge, there is no choice but to retreat. First inhibitor already down. Still 90 seconds left to go here in the Baron. The Drake is also alive. C9 can stop off and take that if they want to.
Yeah.
And it looks like that might be the play here, or they could rotate over.
Oh, they're going to try to cut off Alphari. It's a TP behind him. Will they have time?
Game-winning move. Immediate Malphite ulti, baby. Look at that. Sven takes the kill. C9, 5v4.
Fudge as well as Sven there. What a teleport. Brilliant play, corralling him up to the top side of the map. They had the pre-planned ward. They get behind him. This is mid and hip gone. How far will Cloud9 push? Do they want to try to go for the end? They don't have Malphite ult, but they do have Shockwave, they do have Rakan, and Hecarim ultis.
And they've got a team fight comp. Let's see what they can do with it. Fudge eating a lot of damage. Shockwave forces out of Zhonya's, but won't find any other success. Blabber's got to retreat now, too. Both Nexus turrets still online, although that first one is just about dead. You've still got Sven with plenty of HP. The Kai'Sa is such a huge threat here. Jensen with a gold card locked in. That's going to fade away here in just a moment. Cloud9, remember in game 1, they overstayed looking for a Nexus that they shouldn't have. They will not commit the same sin twice. They back away and they'll take the Drake.
They know if they fail to end there, you lose Soul. So they're going to back it up. They're going to grab Dragon. This TP, that is high IQ League of Legends. That is recognizing multiple steps ahead. Where would Alfari go to escape from this play? Where is he now? His exit is up towards the top side of the map. I'm going to get behind him. Sven will join with the ulti. That is smart stuff from the youngest player in the LCS here. He is playing against Alfari, who is just an absolute monster. I've got to say, I'm impressed he's only 30 CS down. You know, I wouldn't be surprised in this kind of game where there's the push and pull, you're forced to group as the Malphite, to see an enormous CS advantage, but he has stayed relevant. He has found the opportunities when they present themselves, and we are still in such a tight game. Both teams, again, at Soul Point. It's flashed back to last game, and it's going to be who can land the smite, who can have the play. Because Cloud9 have a nasty turn at that dragon if TL show up to fight. So we'll see if they're even willing to look to try to contest it.
Okay, we've got Perkz with the teleport into the top lane, making sure he's able to group up with the rest of the squad.
Two open inhibs.
Team Liquid has a really difficult spot they have to play from right now.
Tough.
2 inhibitors already down, constant pressure in both of those lanes, and C9 is now grouped up, ready to apply similar pressure to the last remaining inhibitor standing.
I mean, you remember what they did at the bot lane? They pop the ghost, they move forward, they say, hey, we're going to dive you, back it up, back it up. If you do that, you can just take the tower, but it's a TP flank here from Alfari. This could be the game right now.
Cloud9's going to play this right. Alfari with a Mega Gnar. 3 people slammed up into the wall. Alfari backing away now. Cloud9 hasn't lost a single person yet. The Shockwave's not going to find much of anything. Cloud9 taken very low. Fudge is already dead. Tactical goes forward with the Gale Force. He wants the second kill here onto Blabber. C9. They take down the enemy jungler, but they lose theirs and top lane too.
Perk could not connect on the Shockwave. There was good spacing from Team Liquid, the presence of mind to track it, and they didn't land the CC to set him up. With that whiffing, TL knows they can pile in, and it nets them the extra kill. But Sven did such a good job there. We'll see this in the Honda performance play one more time. Threatening the dive with the tail seconds of the Mega Gnar here. Alfari gets in, lands the Mega Gnar ulti. Here is the Shockwave coming up, just goes over top of it. Armeo sidesteps it, Tactical backs up. That is such good tracking in a team fight when there's so much pressure in a finals like this to be keeping your eye on all the correct things, avoiding that Shockwave, beautifully done by TL. If that lands on critical members, I mean, if that's Tactical caught by the ball and dead, that's GG. So that's huge for them. And now it's going to be about Baron setup again. 15 seconds on that. Open inhib's still there. One low Nexus tower is all that stands between Cloud9 and the game.
Only Fudge has TP though. Remember, Perkz used his to get into the top lane before that fight, so it's not like Cloud9 can make some sort of a crazy backdoor play. There's no wards for that either. C9 will go ahead and start up the Baron. Only as 2. You have so much damage from Sven's Kai'Sa. Look at how fast this is dropping as a 2-man. This is going to be removed from Summoner's Rift so rapidly. Fudge getting caught out. Gargoyle's Stoneplate will buy him a little bit of extra time. The Baron has already been taken. Core JJ goes down. Fudge goes in, and Tactical is about to drop. The Shockwave finds its way onto Armeo. Perkz is already godlike. Another shutdown coming through for Sven, and Cloud9 find everything they came for. Alfari and Jensen must run. It is a 5v2 here on the map. Make it a 5v1. Alfari the last to die. Sven is unstoppable, and Cloud9 answers in game 2.
They've got it. Fudge TP's right at the top side. They got the Baron minions. One tower between them and victory. Cloud9, make it happen.
Jensen cannot hold the line here. There is only so much Twisted Fate can accomplish on his own. Another close game, a banger of a series so far, and Cloud9 tie it up.
What more can you ask for? 2 back-to-back games, so tightly contested. Different play styles being demonstrated, different drafts being demonstrated. Team Liquid in this game, they go to the picks that were banned from them in game number 1, and they created strong advantages. But C9 constantly threatened the Baron. They constantly controlled vision around the Baron, and they forced TL to take fights that they were not equipped to take. And I think that was so impressive. Without that really strong layering of vision control, TL would have just split you out. But because TL never had eyes on Cloud9, you could see that the side lanes were hesitant to push forward. the three-man squad was hesitant to check Baron, and they didn't get to progress the game state at the rate that they would have liked to do. And that, to me, is something that can look like hesitation, can look like a misplay, but honestly, that is damn good vision control from Cloud9 to not be getting spotted, to know where the wards are, and to dominate the vision war where they needed to do it.
And both of these games so far have showcased how these teams have played well to their strengths, and then even to the team that loses, right? Team Liquid had a commanding spot for a while there. They got that Baron around the 20-minute mark. They won the team fight on the top side, and then Cloud9 was able to come back better. First game, hey man, Cloud9 with a 4,000 gold lead, then Team Liquid comes back better.
I'm just so happy. We're back in the studio. I can see my boy. He's over there. We're casting some League of Legends.
You know it.
It's all tied up. It's a banger. Let's go.
Oh, this could not be going better for us here. We got a tied-up series as Cloud9 rises to the occasion. And now we've got that series and so much more ready to play. We'll be breaking it all down with a State Farm Analyst Desk right after this.
Oh, just one.
Jake from State Farm, that Maya markdown saved me so much on my insurance.
Maya, everyone gets surprisingly great rates with State Farm.
How can I ever repay you?
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
They've got to get the Mountain Drake here if they want to have any chance of being able to salvage this game, but no! It's stolen away at the last moment with a beautiful fight to end this game. GG, well played! It all comes down to this one last dragon fight to call the whole game. Boom, look at the damage on the Wombo combo. All 5 enemy players down. GG!
Welcome back to the Midseason Showdown, presented by Grubhub. We have ourselves a series as Cloud9 tied up at 1-1. And this series has given us absolutely everything so far. Team fights left and right, dominance by both teams at different points within the game. We've had different styles. We've had teams taking risks. And Emily, we had a couple shifts between game 1 and game 2 when it came to the draft.
Yeah, so I actually agreed with Raz when he initially said going into this game, he's like, I don't think we're going to see a ton of stuff in the first rotation. It's usually 4 or 5. Well, no, that's not what ended up happening here. So we were both wrong. I actually agree with him. It's usually in game 3 that you see a more drastic draft adaptation. But I love what ended up coming out here from C9. I actually don't think TL's composition is bad either. But I do think when you look at C9, when you look at how they drafted, how they responded to what TL wanted to do, and ultimately how their team composition works so well together, this is so easy to execute. Once they run someone down, they're effectively dead. You're all going in. They committed to it. And as we'll talk about later, they had the attitude to back it up, which is the most important part when you're running a team composition like this. So I really loved C9's draft here.
I like how they got there, too, because you saw Team Liquid ban out the Scion after taking the Gnar, and then they take the TF, and they're like, okay, we don't really think you have much that's going to be great about surviving this in the top side. And that's when Fudge reaches a little bit deeper into his pocket and pulls out the Malphite. And that, I think, was critical for why this was able to work, because we saw so much action around the top lane in the early game that if they didn't have a good counter pick prepared, they might have just got run over.
Yeah, the Malphite did wonders there, not only as a great defensive pick versus the Twisted Fate, but also a great pick in towards Gnar in the, as the game goes on. So I definitely loved that side of the draft. It just makes it so hard. I loved how the casters mentioned in the game, like, not many Twisted Fate ultis, if any, happened early because he just didn't have the options. Especially in playoff times, teams do play incredibly defensively, so you won't have many options available. But then when you look at a draft where you have a Cleanse, AD carry, and Rakan bot side, and the top lane you have a Malphite who's playing very respectful, you're not going to get many openings.
Yeah, I mean, the mid laners were level 10 when they made that comment. So if that's not proof of how difficult it was to get an ultimate off, I don't know what is. But Mark, returning to your point around the top lane in and of itself, we heard from Alphari at the top of the day about how he was ultimately going to approach his matchup today against Fudge.
And I think I'm also going to play like a little bit more respectful of, of Blabber, pretty much. And maybe I won't roam mid as much against Perkz. Maybe I'll just focus on winning lane a bit more.
Yeah, and I thought, we all took that as a little bit of a shade at Fudge coming out of that. I'm not really worried about Fudge. I'm more worried about Blabber. But I think maybe he was being honest and being like, this is what I'm scared of, is like, I'm trying to dominate my lane, and Blabber keeps showing up here and killing me. And like, this is the second game in a row where topside 2v2s have gone in the favor of C9, and this is one of the things that make them so difficult to take down.
Yeah, and it's just coming back after the flash. And it's something that you love to see from Blabber and his laners usually. This is a great example of, a Twisted Fate port that you're looking for as the game goes on, because you do find a window, but I don't think they have kill. I don't think they have lethal on this one. And you just have people who are converging on Cloud9's side. So it goes back to the conversation we had before about the difficulty of running a Twisted Fate comp in this one specifically. But back to the point you were making originally. Blabber's going top lane, and he's making a revisit after first flash.
Well, he actually, I believe if I'm remembering correctly, looked for something mid first and ended up going top. So I think like it again just speaks to when we're looking at the difference in these two teams and why C9 have come out and been so dominant early. It's Blabber's communication with his lanes. And as the Hecarim, guess what? He had pushes all around the map and could actually make early map movements to get to these points.
And Raz, the game started very similarly to the way it did in game 1 with Cloud9 out to an early lead. I feel like I'm watching the same replays over and over again, telling a similar story. TL striking back.
Top side of the map, same location. You're already seeing the chalk on the ground from the last game. Top bodies. We're reliving it. So Team Liquid's comp still works, and it picks you apart even when you have like one small opening. In this case, bottom lane was on top, or at least the Orianna was on top wave, gets cut out. Bad location to be getting catched out right next to Baron. And so now Nashor is the primary focus. Great turn from Alphari and the squad to get Cloud9. And this is when it starts turning into a domino effect. Because once you are telling your teammates, one goes down, let's not all fall after the first mistake, but then you have to respond to Baron. And then this is another great example of it, of, you're pushing out mid lane, Twisted Fate port comes through, you're targeting the AD carry, and it's just so hard to defend yourself in this specific play.
And yeah, this is something that we were expecting Team Liquid to go more with their TSM game plan about a lot of team fighting. They did try a different angle, especially once they saw how strong the first rotation was out of C9, and be like, okay, well, we're probably not going to get a better team fight comp than them, so I did like this. And they executed it pretty well in the mid game.
Right, and so again, we get to a mid-game point where it feels like Team Liquid has finally crested that hill. They've wrestled control away from Cloud9. They've got the Baron buff in their favor. That's going to give them the tools to stretch the map, as we heard the casters talking about time and time again what they would need to be doing. And yet, Cloud9, true to Cloud9 in the best of ways, just keeps pressing forward on the gas pedal, Mark.
They're so aggressive. I mean, not just in the plays that they make, but like where it's happening on the map. When you look at how they came back into this game with their engages, it was super, super insane. And I think this is one of the best parts about C9 is they don't really get scared when they fall behind. I think a lot of teams would have seen those bad plays that kind of got turned against them there, and they would have eased up off the gas. But C9 was like, nope, we're still going full speed ahead.
Yeah, Emily, it starts with a rel pick in the jungle, and it'll end inside Team Liquid's base beyond multiple inner turrets.
And honestly, that's what I really love about this C9 team. To Mark's point, to our draft points, if you are going to be drafting a composition like this, 1-3-1 actually is not a terrible response to it, right? If you can split them apart on the map and force them not to go in on you. But here, they get the pick, and they don't stop there. They end up diving past all of us as we were watching this in the green room. We're just like, wow, they actually have the balls to go for this, and that is awesome. That's exactly what you have to do with this team comp.
Yeah, and it's that domino effect, like we said earlier, because even though it started with that rel pick, if you just have one extra member, in this case it was the Sivir, that was like, maybe I can still be in position if they're going to Baron, just like see if they can get any information. Cloud9's like, wait, what are you doing over here? Take you down.
Wait, Zale literally said after that rel pick, all right, they got the pick, but what can you take? There's nothing on the map. Well, apparently you can take more champions. Exactly that. We can dive over the base gates and into it all. But again, the team fight conclusion of it all here comes around the Baron once again, this time Cloud9 finding their opening.
Yeah, and just taking a look at Sivir's positioning. I mean, what can you do there? She does have flash, so the only kind of feedback I would give is if you just see the Malphite there, just be ready. But it's hard, especially if you're walking into their vision. You have to answer their Baron, and your AD carry is saying, well, I don't have, even if I flash one of them, I'm in a really dangerous position here. I need support. So this is what Cloud9's comp is really made for, trying to find the Sivir and assassinating her.
All right, well, we've evened it up at 1-1, and now for the first time in the series, Team Liquid gets to select their side, and they will hop on over to blue. Still no substitutions to be found here on the Rift. Emily, coming to you for Team Liquid. After they've tried this 1-3-1 split pushing composition and taking the loss, do you think it's time for them to go back to the tried and true?
I mean, I think they might, but I also think, like, in both of these games, we've talked a lot about draft, we've talked about what we liked, what we haven't liked, but honestly, a lot of it has come down to in-game execution and how much your opponent has been able to capitalize on your mistakes. So in that regard, if you're relying on that, then maybe you do go back to the scaling, but I honestly don't think a 1-3-1 comp was bad into what C9 picked. As we said, if they'd been able to execute that split push across the map, they would have separated C9's composition enough that they would have been able to close it out.
We got a lot of information here. I think the Twisted Fate will fall in priority. A lot of the times when you pick Twisted Fate, especially in scrims, games are volatile, scraps are happening early. But in this one must have felt like a bad Twisted Fate game to have, just because you didn't really find a play. And the one thing you saw was that you were trying to duo with Udyr, didn't work out whatsoever. The rest of the game, Cloud9 can really sort out and just have a cleaner game in general. So I think that's the difference here, is that it goes probably into 5-pick if you're ever going to see the pick again.
I mean, that's what best of fives are all about. The information that you gain from game to game to game and how you ultimately interpret it and push it forward into the next draft. It's Cloud9 who have tied up our series, striking back in their best of 5 battle against Team Liquid. We'll see if they can pull ahead in game 3. But as we go, Grubhub delivered the Tigress her very own taste of home.
I grew up in a lot of different places, which is probably why I enjoy so many different types of foods. South Florida, for the most part, is where I would say I grew up. I for sure took for granted some of the food in South Florida until I moved away from it. My family definitely had an influence over the food that I ate. I mean, when I would go to mi abuela's, we would have empanadas. Empanadas are just great. It's meat and carbs, and I cannot tell you how much I love those two things. When it comes to just authentic Colombian empanada, when I'm thinking back in my memory, it really just comes down to the meat and then the actual quality of the pastry. Empanadas just never let you down. I like that kind of reliability in my food.
Decorative towel.
There was a mess. I wiped up a mess.
Yeah, you Where is the box? Never mind, I found it!
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the mid-season showdown grand final. Team Liquid and Cloud9 have both showed up to play today. The series currently stands tied at 1-1, and both games have been absolute bangers thus far.
Man, it has been so tightly contested. A lot of predictions had TL rolling over today, getting crushed by a Cloud9 who beat them before with their main jungler. They're coming into today with a sub, people looking at them as underdogs, and they're really stepping up to the challenge, being able to deliver some very, very competitive games.
And both games haven't just been, okay, this game they stomped, now this game they stomped. Both times have seen moments of strength, moments of cohesion from both squads. And the fact that they're able to just go blow for blow like this, I just feel like we're watching one of those boxing matches. Everybody's just a slugfest back and forth for the whole 15 rounds, man.
Man, I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying the different takes on how to draft as well. You know, Cloud9 came out the gates early game, trying to run over TL. Didn't work. They open up some split push picks for TL to ban out some of the early game stuff and change it up a bit. And they go hard engage. Both times they have been wanting to really be the ones that are the aggressors, but in different ways. And in game 2, the split push did not pan out for TL. So again, we have to go back to the drawing board here. What are the takeaways from the teams? Does TL still go to the split push if it is open? Are they going to look for a more standard 5v5 and just try to answer what we saw C9 bring to the table last game? Because I think there are just so many different looks that you could be seeing coming out of these teams, and it's got to be a headache for the coaches trying to prep for game 3.
And that makes it so much more fun to watch, though. I love seeing these changes. I love seeing the adaptations being made. I think especially for fans, it's one of the most frustrating things to watch a series where not enough changes feel like they're being made in between the games. So let's see which changes occur this time around. It will be very different because Team Liquid is on the blue side. This will be the first time this series we get to see that. So let's see what switches up here. Cloud9 will continue to ban Seraphine away. Hecarim banned out here for the first time this series. So we will not see Hecarim Udyr as the matchup. Also, just a lot of focus on the jungle in general. It's Hecarim, it's Nidalee, it's Lilia. All banned out here. Do you leave Olaf and Udyr both up? That's the question.
I mean, it's a little bit of a game of chicken, right? I think if TL ban one, C9 will ban the other. If they want to make a trade, they could just leave both up, right? And I think that's more likely to be the option unless TL really have some sort of thought process of where they're really going to go next. My guess is Cloud9 does not ban another jungler and you just trade unless they're saying, no. You're not going to play Olaf. We'll ban out Udyr. We'll force you to take Olaf or give it over to Blabber, who is a beast on it.
Right. Could be. 10 seconds will tell, though. Let's see. Tahm Kench.
Ooh, so they say no Senna TK. Okay. And this is pretty interesting. The focus on double AP junglers, what that says to me is Cloud9, we think you will pick an AD solo lane as your counter pick. And by banning out the AP counterparts, it would force you into more of like a mono damage type composition, so that limits your options. And that's one of the ways you can attack that. If you're like, ooh, Perks, what if he goes for a last pick Yone or Lucian or something like that? If you take away all the AP pairings and you overload an AD, that's much easier for TL to answer. So I think it's a clever way to limit some of the choices that C9 are faced with.
I just realized why you're the analyst and I'm the play-by-play, because you saw those jungle bans and you thought that. I saw those jungle bans and I thought they all have 4 legs. So just a little bit of a difference between how we interpreted the banning strategy of junglers here, but it is Udyr locked into the side of Team Liquid. Armeo will be playing that one.
I thought you were going a different direction.
Nope, I was going for the 4-legged junglers as Rel is locked in for C9. That Rel Kai'Sa, you talked about it in Champ Select in game number 2. That is a powerful duo.
That is the dynamic duo there. I expect Cloud9 will go towards Olaf as third pick, but if TL lock in a solo here, you can get double solo lane counter pick because you can pick with your third pick a solo lane to answer and then also still have your 5th pick for the other solo lane to answer. The risk there is Blabber getting pushed down the list as far as the powerful jungler.
Yeah.
So that is the trade-off. Orianna coming through, hey, Perks, you can counter pick this now, but with all these jungle bans, are you willing to have Blabber get pushed down the list?
Yeah, you have to think that if Blabber's jungler does not get locked in now as an Olaf, that Olaf will probably be banned away during the second phase. We do have Orianna locked in. We do have Gangplank locked in. Both solo lanes picked up here for Team Liquid before the second half of the bans, despite the fact that they already know what the enemy bottom lane is.
It's kind of cool because by doing this, you can't actually get the double counter pick as easily. Yes, you could do one of the solo lanes to answer, but then you can throw out bans to protect that. This is also an interesting pick here. because
it's a flex.
Where is it going? Yeah. This could be mid, top, or jungle, theoretically. In pro play, it has been mostly jungle as well as top, with a tendency towards top these days.
Right.
But we still have seen some in pro play, mid lane Nocturne. So really interesting as the answer. And if you get now an overload on jungle bans, you just say, all right, Blabber, that's you.
Yeah.
They wasted their
Take
bans
that.
now.
Don't worry about it. I do like the focus again here, because in the last game you talked about how, hey, Tactical wants to survive against all this dive and this wombo combo, ban Xayah away. Now they're saying, look, we got Rel, Kai'Sa, Nocturne. We don't want to deal with Xayah. We don't want to deal with her going invulnerable and untargetable and up into the air, so get rid of it. Twisted Fate now banned out as well. I like them recognizing, hey, Nocturne plus TF, that's too much. Take that out of the table.
If they want to look towards pairings as well, you could be concerned about Shen. The risk there as Cloud9 is you're picking a bad matchup into Alphari. So you have to really be indexing on the actual combination more than the lane matchup. And you have to say, all right, you're going to take the L in the 1v1, but we're going to get it back with bot lane dives or that sort of play. So we'll see, is TL worried about that whatsoever? Or is Cloud9 even considering it? It will be the Ryze, another side lane style pick. They are saying, all right, you're going to go Nocturne, you're going to pair it with a split pusher, and you're going to punish anyone who answers in a 1v1. And I think that is a smart read here from TL. If we get Karma, that's Karma top. So it's Karma into GP. This is a good matchup for Fudge. And already, with that coming in, this is Cloud9 going 5v5. The last pick will tell us exactly if this is mid or jungle, but I'm very much willing to bet this is a jungle Nocturne. Perkz will go for counter pick mid, whatever he thinks is good for the lane, but also for the 5v5. Because as soon as you get Karma, you're going to be going towards that supportive style. You're going to be buffing up the Kai'Sa and trying to run over the game. So TL, anticipating that, will draft teamfight of their own. Scaling bot laner, Thresh, a lot of utility to actually pull people away from the Nocturne ult. One of the few answers immobile carries actually have to Nocturne ult is your Thresh saving you. And it's going to be Viktor as the answer. So really interesting stuff. More traditional style of 5v5 with more of a powerful frontline with the Udyr here for TL. But C9 have good 5v5 and they have backline access because you can send in the Rel plus the Nocturne into the backline. Viktor has some backline access with the ultimate and the laser, but really it's about the Kai'Sa coming in over top. It's about the shielding from the Karma, enabling those carries to dive deep and really try to pile on top of people like the Orianna, like the Aphelios, to eliminate them in a team fight.
This definitely feels much more team fight centric from both sides than what we've seen previously. The previous two games both showed just a bit of a difference in how they were playing. Like the first game was all early versus big scaling. Second game was split push versus team fight. Now here in game 3, feels like we've had a bit more of a handshake. They're saying, all right, we're going to team fight. You're going to team fight. Who does it better?
There's a little bit of splash of difference here and there. More of a diving style of composition for C9. There is a hint of split push with the GP. If he gets ahead of the Karma, who is building that supportive style, you can win the 1v1. But of course, you have to then worry about the Nocturne, about the 2v1, about getting collapsed on in the side lane, which limits how effective GP can be at taking towers because you're often exposing yourself to that Nocturne ult then later on in the game. So this is going to be pretty exciting stuff here from both sides. The engage, definitely a lot less reliable on the side of TL. It's a hook, or it's, you know, GP ult on their head, and Udyr, you run in there fast and someone. That's about it. So they have to more kite back and answer the engage from C9. And if they can do that, they can win out in the extended fight.
And I like having Nocturne against Gangplank, not just for collapsing on the split push, but if you start the play off with Paranoia, Gangplank's going to look like me playing Valorant. He's not going to know where to put the gun. He'll shoot that thing somewhere out the window and it won't even contribute properly. So the ability for Nocturne to really try to deny some of these globals and semi-globals and things, I think is super important. It's something that falls through the cracks sometime, and we'll keep an eye on what Blabber can do with that here. In the jungle, he does have Lethal Tempo as his keystone. Remember, this used to be like the staple keystone on Nocturne because he would just allow you to win pretty much every duel. With the tankier builds these days, with Stride Breakers, Sterix Gauges, things like that, a lot of people are opting into a Conqueror instead, but Lethal Tempo is just incredible damage.
I actually like the Lethal Tempo more personally, having played a lot of this style of Nocturne. I think it's really, really powerful. It also does help you in the 1v1s if you actually are forced into any sort of a 1v1 against the opposing jungler. Is very powerful there. But, you know, you talk about that tankier style of Nocturne. It's less about one-shotting someone. It's more about the stickiness. It's hard to get away. The Nocturne flies in, Fear Tether on you, Stride Breaker slow, the Q for the speed up. Sometimes even if you flash, you're still going to get feared and just kind of ran down.
He's such a difficult target, and he provides so much ongoing threat to the enemy carries that he's diving onto. But enough about him for now. Let's take a look at this bot lane. I feel like almost all the time when we see a champion like Aphelios drafted, Thresh is just one of the go-tos for him. Because his intended weakness is, hey, if he's caught out, he's just 100% dead. Thresh tries to alleviate that a little bit. The lanterns that you already talked about can try to help keep him safe from these Nocturne dives. And just Thresh against melee champions in general feels very strong.
Absolutely. Can be really, really difficult to actually push forward through the box. Some pretty nice trading there from Perkz, definitely getting the better end of that back and forth, but it does start to even out as the minion damage is coming across. And because Tactical and Core JJ did not leash, they got the early push, and it means Zven and Vulcan are on the back foot right from the word go. So you can see the farm discrepancy. It's going to be about how much Zven can actually pick up at his tower. And Alphari really playing in those side brushes very effectively. Trying to utilize those to minimize how many auto attacks Karma can get out to utilize that range advantage. Because GP wants this quick trade. He wants to walk up to you, Q you with the grass proc, back it up. You don't want the extended trade with the tether and multiple autos coming in. So utilizing the brushes is a big part of that.
Yeah, the Gangplank trading pattern has pretty much, ever since his rework, just been prime yourself with prime your Grasp the Undying on the minion wave. As soon as it's ready, Q, you're done. That's it. That's the trade. Don't worry about it. So using those bushes, so very important for that success. And Armeo and Blabber are going to find one another. Here's Lethal Tempo. Here's what Lethal Tempo looks like. Immediately pop, pop. When the trade fall back a little bit, he knows that rotations could be occurring here. Alphari, the first one that would have arrived to the scene, so doesn't want to overextend too much.
Winning that duel actually very important as well, because you'll notice how much faster the Udyr clear is. He did a 6-camp clear and showed up at the same time as Blabber did a 5-camp clear to show up. He didn't actually get to do the Krug, so he was down a level. If you were not winning out in that initial scuffle, then you're going to be extra far behind because you are going to get pushed off the scuttle. He'll be 2 camps ahead. This does even it out. He's going to take a quick base and then get back out on the map to be able to grab his Gromp respawn here. So see where he takes us from there.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep up with Udyr in the jungle, even for some champions that normally have a pretty solid clear. Udyr is just one of those S-tier farmers that can power through all those camps, make sure he's keeping the tempo of the game high. Going back to the base, already buying the completed Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so extra move speed there for him. Blabber didn't have quite enough money. Again, as you pointed out, he was a camp behind when he went to shop, so he'll just go with the tier 1 boot as well as the longsword there, working towards that Stride Breaker like we already talked about a little bit. Sheen available for Alphari on his first back. So important for Gangplank to make sure you purchase that one ASAP. Increases his ability to farm, increases his ability to trade. Exponential.
Absolutely. And because Alphari TP'd back in on the minion, Fudge has to get the wave pushed in before he can actually base or will be frozen. So that's what he's trying to do, using the Mantra Q there on the back line, shoving it in. There's too many minions now. Alphari tried his best to contest. And this actually puts Fudge pretty far ahead because you TP'd back and you fought where you're trading half of your health with your opponent, who is then going to base and refill to full, right? So this is an advantageous position for Fudge. He should be ahead in the early game in this matchup. We have Armeo now on the hunt, trying to get some intel on where Blabber is. But he just went back up towards the top side to get to those Krugs. And he's actually going to cancel the recall. They're going to look for a wraparound because Alphari is trying to reset.
Up. Fudge has already auto-attacked the barrel. Fudge walking up here, keeping him locked down with the tether. Duskbringer will hit the target. And Blabber goes in with a spell shield. 3 times in a row. It is first blood for Cloud9 in the top lane.
They're doing such a good job of actually managing the waves and putting Alphari in these awkward positions. Because of what I talked about earlier, where you are the person who TP'd back, you are TPing in to trade with someone who hasn't left, and this is not going to work, Armeo. You got to be careful.
Oh, no, Armeo is locked down. Fudge picks up the second kill of the game here for C9. Armeo, that was not it.
Well, rule number 1 in League of Legends, never chase Singed. Rule number 2, never chase Top Karma, because you're going to get tethered up, and you are going to look silly. And Armeo trying to hold the wave, trying to freeze, trying to get something back, that to me smelled a little bit like desperation, knowing that Alphari got punished. But this is just such a smart series of plays, you know? Fudge getting the reset in, trading heavily before he goes back to base. Alphari says, all right, I need to get a quick reset now because I lost out so much on this trade. So he tries to push, But Fudge then faked his base. Blabber wraps around. Easy peasy first kill. And now Blabber is 6 with a kill in the bag. Look at all the CDR he grabbed. His ultimate's going to have such a low cooldown, which is going to allow him to get out on the map and really be proactive with it. That is why he's prioritizing Kindle Gem plus Lucidity Boots.
Yeah.
He knows it's about the ulti because the play pattern you want for Nocturne is AFK farm, ulti comes up, kill somebody, back to farming.
Yeah, every single time. Because that ulti has a huge cooldown, but now he's already arrived here in the bottom lane. A nice use of Lantern will keep Tactical safe, and Team Liquid survives the first knock ult.
Blabber tried to anticipate the Lantern there and flash, but he was a little bit too slow, so the Fear Tether was broken before the flash came through. Unfortunately for him, it means it's a whiff on that. At the very least, it was a trade of flashes, but of course, you would have preferred to just get the flash for ulti.
Well, Team Liquid are pretty happy about that one. Again, what I was about to say before the play happened, Nocturne ulti at level 1 has a borderline summoner spell level cooldown. It takes a while for that thing to come back online. So that just means a little bit of breathing room here for TL and the first Drake that will go their way here. 7.5 minutes into the game. They'll grab that one. Doesn't look like we'll see any sort of a contest here from the side of C9. So there it is, Infernal Drake over to Team Liquid here nice and early as Jensen is forced away from the wave thanks to Perkz unloading the full combo.
Yeah, it's the Victor Classic in this matchup. Almost always you will see the Victor utilizing the ulti to just get push, to be able to threaten. Tries to stop the base a little bit too late on the laser cooldown there. I think he didn't quite have it until just that moment. One thing I will say is you may be surprised how quick the Nocturne ulti is up because most of the time you see first Nocturne R, they're sitting on longswords. They got no CDR.
True.
I mean, look at his cooldown. It's almost up already, which I think will catch people off guard because he had all that CDR prior to the first one, and they're trying to set up for a 3-man dive top, but Armeo is there. CoreJJ is on the rotation.
Ooh, CoreJJ with the death sentence.
No
Exhaust
flash.
down into Blabber. Jensen's going to be brought in. Shockwave hits the mark, and Blabber, see you later, buddy. Nice job by Team Liquid.
That is the punish for the bot lane play, where he expended the flash, trying to keep the tether on Tactical, failed to do so. Now you got no flash to actually flash that shockwave that was coming through there from Jensen. So nicely done by TL. CoreJJ on the roam, catches Blabber out there, gets the kill. That'll also get them the Rift Herald here, as he had the vision for a moment, anticipated the movement, Lantern over to Jensen. This is just beautiful stuff. And the Sombrero Shockwave there was perfectly placed. They got the spell shield out. They knew he has no flash. If you land that, you get the kill, and they're able to do it.
C9 giving up their first kill of the game here, but still having a very, very slight gold lead. Not even 100, you can see as the numbers slowly tick up at the very top of the screen. Blabber will still have enough control here to grab himself another Scuttle Crab, but despite the crab control, it's still Armeo with higher farm numbers because he's Udyr. That's just one of the advantages you have by playing this champion.
Yeah.
Back here in the bottom lane, you can see it's about a 2-wave lead for Tactical, who's doing a good job farming up on Aphelios to be that late-game carry that Team Liquid drafted him for.
I mean, their 2v2 was looking really good. They've also taken 2 plates away while being the ones to receive a gank. That is pretty impressive stuff. They did not leash, they got the push right from the get-go, and they threatened very heavily with this Thresh. And I mean, CoreJJ is so well known for his Thresh at this point. When you look towards solo queue, last I checked, he was sitting at like an 80-90% win rate on Thresh. It's
what in the world?
Pretty ridiculous how good this guy is on the champion. So,
and worth pointing out, CoreJJ is not one of the players who doesn't play a lot of solo queue, so he's at 89% win rate in Masters, Masters or whatever.
He's like 1K or whatever.
CoreJJ is consistently either number 1 or number 2 on the challenger ladder. So he's doing this with these 80% win rates against the best players on the server.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, and he is showing the advantage that he can bring here, pressuring the Kai'Sa, pressuring the Rel. He brings the exhaust to the table here to be able to answer the inevitable Nocturne dives that will be going after Tactical, and that's going to make Blabber's job a lot harder here too.
C9 backing it up. Doesn't want to put themselves in a bad spot here in the bottom lane. Armeo, with about half the time remaining on Rift Herald, decides, all right, let's just drop it mid. 2 plates about the best we're going to get, so we might as well get the damage onto that mid lane tier 1 turret. Again, if you get back-to-back Rift Heralds, you can kill 90% of mid lane turret just with 2 charges, and mid lane often being that one that is the most difficult to remove. I like the fact that they're saying if it's only going to be 2 plates, it might as well be on mid.
Yep, and Jensen had done a good job pressuring. He had already taken a play off of that tower, so that second Herald would be a guaranteed mid lane kill there. Nocturne ulti.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he lost vision. If we get a replay, that would be pretty cool to actually see if he lost the vision there when he popped the ulti, or if this was something of a defensive ult, if he expected there was some sort of incoming play. My guess is he popped it right with Jensen on the edge of vision and lost vision, or said, he's too close to the tower, we can't do it.
Well, we might be able to get a replay for that one. We'll see here in just a moment. Back up in the top side, Farm staying even between the Gangplank and the Karma. You can see the lost chapter in Fudge's inventory here for a little bit of extra mana, a little bit of extra laning strength, but that is not an ingredient for the Moonstone
Oh, that's
maneuver.
exactly what it was.
Okay.
Right on the very edge. And that hurts. And that's why often you'll see Nocturnes post level 9 actually go blue trinket, so that exactly doesn't happen. I mean, that looks silly, but that is like a millimeter away from actually being in range, and maybe you get a kill or force a flash, so understandable. But TL laying a trap. C9 did not know that they were spotted. Now they know they're spotted, so they got to back it up a bit here. Thankfully, again, for Blabber, he does have a lot of CDR with the early builds, so it's not going to hurt as much as it otherwise would have. But the Lost Chapter is important because that means no Moonstone, right? This is not a Moonstone build. This is going to be a different variation of that. We'll see where he wants to go.
Somebody check on LS, make sure he's okay.
My guess is it's maybe something like Everfrost. I mean, it could just be a Ludens, but seeing that the Ruby Crystal is in there, I'm thinking it's Everfrost.
Well, only time will tell what we've got. We also can see the Lost Chapter here for Victor and Orianna both in the mid lane, so whether or not they go for more offensive options or for the utility of the Everfrost, we'll see on that too. Armeo picks up the Drake, second Drake of the game here for Team Liquid. And for the first time in this series, we will not see a Cloud Soul. It is Ocean Soul on the table in the Team Fight Comp versus Team Fight Comp game.
Yeah, that's a big deal, especially when you are over on the side of TL. You're the team that's going to get more benefit out of this because you have the tanky jungler, you got the Udyr. Udyr as well as Thresh are going to be pretty tanky in that front line. Ocean Soul can make a big difference in those cases. And they're the ones pressing forward. They're going to be feeling really good about how things are going. The fact that you actually have a gold lead this early on with a very powerful scaling comp, with a more traditional front to back that is going to be easier to execute on.
Do they really want to go all the way here? Doesn't look like it. They'll just clear out some of the wards. Armeo just making his presence known, staying active on the map, getting close enough to the lanes to keep Cloud9 aware of the fact that he might just be lurking and make them think twice every time they want to push up too far. Jungle Farm still remains slightly in the favor of Armeo, who did just back for the Kim tank. Blabber gets pulled over the wall with a dash, and he has to flash back out. Beautiful timing from TL.
Yeah, the positioning there from CoreJJ just too good. He's over the wall, out of vision, so they don't know that Thresh is there. They think they've caught Tactical out by himself, and...
Whoa! And there's the second flash off of this play that Cloud9 themselves tried to make in the bottom lane.
I mean, this is starting to feel like bot diff game. This is really Tactical and CoreJJ in their element. Two ultis have gone down there that have gotten them absolutely nothing. Nice triple barrel. They're going for Fudge.
Fudge in trouble, flashing away, trying to stay alive, but TL does not care. They grab themselves the first kill, but with the TP showing up, it might just turn into the 2-for-1 special. Perkz is trying to run away. He has to flash. Team Liquid taking over this game.
They're really starting to run away with it a bit here. The Nocturne has not been effective. A great kill up on the top side. Set it up, triple barrel slow. The damage coming through, followed up with the ultimate slow. Fudge just couldn't create enough space to actually get away from this chem tank Udyr, who's flying on in. Look at the difference between Sven and Tactical. 1,000 gold lead there on the Aphelios. Ooh. If C9 can't start finding some picks in the side lanes, getting more out of this Nocturne, it's going to start going more and more in the favor of TL. I mean, this is their second Herald. They've got both Dragons. They have the gold lead. It's really looking good for them.
And they can just dunk mid lane with that Herald if they want to. Like we pointed out before, Blabber's going after his red buff now. He'll be able to secure that one before Team Liquid moves in and gets anything done. Also want to point out, Alphari with the Divine Sunderer here on Gangplank has that completed, and that's part of what gets them the damage they need for plays like this.
Really nice triple barrel, really well-placed ult. You notice the very edge of the ultimate is right, just barely touching Fudge. So it's the full space of that ulti you actually have to run through. You're going to be slowed the entire time. Can't actually even flash across it. Perkz TP'd early. Fudge was already dead, so it just cost him both summoners to actually get out alive.
And Fudge does have that Everfrost, and yes, that's super effective against a champion that has to run up to you with no gap closers like an Udyr. But when you're already too far out, when you got the Gangplank ulti behind you, it will not be enough. So Fudge getting punished there, 2-2. Kills are all tied up. The Rift Herald's been summoned over the wall, and it looks like bye-bye C9 mid lane turret. And with that final piece of the puzzle picked up, Team Liquid has cleared out all 3 of the tier 1s of Cloud9. C9 will be able to respond at least by grabbing the tier 1 turret of Team Liquid here in the bottom lane, but it's still TL leading in all the metrics. 2-0 in the Drakes, 3-1 in the turrets. Kills are tied, but the gold is still a 3,000 lead. I'm almost certain this is the biggest lead we've seen at this point so far. Or at least it's tied with what Cloud9 had in Game 1.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 would have been pretty similar to that in Game 1. They really started out well, but this is not such an early game comp that TL have done it with, and that's why it's so impressive. That's why it is so frightening for Cloud9. You are going up against GP, Aphelios, and Orianna, and you're down 3K early. That is rough. And Cloud9 very likely will have to contest this third dragon. Ocean Soul is not something you can give away lightly whatsoever.
No.
So this is a really tough position because I'm not sure that they have the tools to actually win a team fight right now. As long as CoreJJ stays back from the rest of the squad where he can lantern out whoever Blabber is ulting on, I don't really see how TL lose this fight from this position. There's no threat of a flank from a Karma or anything like that, so unless CoreJJ stacks with the whole team and they all get CC'd by Vulcan, I just don't see it.
And you also don't have the Moonstone power spike for 5v5s because Fudge has gone for the Everfrost build instead.
Well, here we go.
The Dragon has been started by C9. Team Liquid moving in. Armeo with a turbo Kim tank ready to go, and Vulcan has a massive 4-man initiation. They're trying to get tactical away, but Blabber is the first to die. Vulcan's about to be the second with Ven into the back line, but nobody else is with them. A double kill for Alphari and a 3-for-0 for Team Liquid. Armeo wants to make it 4. He's gone a little bit deep. Is he too far in? Yes, he is, and Perkz will get a return kill. Team Liquid still looking for that 4th one here. Fudge staying alive for the moment. A little bit more damage coming out. They don't quite have enough, and Fudge gets away. So yes, Cloud9 are able to pick up a bonus kill on the back end, but that's all they got. They lost 3, and more importantly, Azael, it's sole point for TL.
It's absolutely huge there for TL. Blabber got close to taking Tactical down, and Vulcan, credit to him, he had a great engage. Look at this, flash, catches 3, 4 there. They get the ulti in onto Tactical, but Exhaust is there. And when you get exhausted as that Nocturne, unless you are monstrously ahead, it's just not going to happen. And you see that the Kai'Sa came across, but by the time he actually got back there, there was nothing really happening. TL just feel like they have answered what C9 brought to the table in this game. This is the most in control they have been in any of the games, I feel. They are now at sole point. I think that they have almost checkmated them at this point in time.
And I remember after we saw these teams already play earlier on during Midseason Showdown, afterwards, I believe it was Jat who tweeted, he was like, we didn't play to our potential today. It's very frustrating. We're going back to the drawing board because we know we're better than this. And this Team Liquid, that remember is still playing with a substitute jungler, is really challenging Cloud9 here so far. And I may have just cast or cursed them. Cloud9 get a shutdown on the Team Liquid mid laner.
Very nicely done. They go to the side lanes. 5v5s aren't working. This is more what I expected from their composition, attacking the soul laners as they answer waves. And utilizing the Rel plus Nocturne combo there very well. Alt in, attract and repel stun to follow it up. That buys time for the Fear Tether there. So closing that gap, getting on a Jensen, getting the kill. Critically goes to Perkz as well, who is quietly having a pretty good game here. 2-0 on the Victor. A nice injection of gold for him. And you know, that is the playmaking you have to depend on here if you don't just want to kind of go quietly into the night. But the concern is just 3 minutes until Ocean Dragon, so...
And Serpent's Fang, second item for Alphari. He wants to be able to destroy the shields that Fudge generates.
They know this is happening because they saw TP come in on their ward, but they have no vision on the Baron. and Blabber has no ulti. He's too far. This is just gone, I think.
Yeah, Baron's down to 2k HP. Team Liquid looking to stay on this. Perks into the Zhonyas. The ulti continues coming down. Baron Nashor goes over to Team Liquid, but now they got to disengage. Vulcan's able to jump in, lock down 3. Damage goes out, but Jensen pops Finn. Perks is going on a killing spree now. Everybody else from Team Liquid looking to run away because Cloud9 is here to slay. They take down 4, and Armao alone can run away.
That is huge for Cloud9. TL committed so much to killing the Baron, they used their Shockwave to combo with Smite to kill the Baron, not realizing that Blabber couldn't get there. And when you commit your #1 team fight tool to securing the Baron prior to the fight, C9 is saying, all right, you got the Baron, but we're gonna get you. And here it is one more time. Blabber far away, no ulti. Watch the Shockwave. They're timing it with the Smite here to secure. It is well done, they secure it, but what about the fight? Armao is low. Sven, beautiful ulti into the side, just gets deleted by Jensen to be fair, but Perks running over Alphari there, gets the kill. Blabber was unanswered. It was just too much committed to the Baron.
I like the the grin on Sven's face there. He recognized like, oh man, that's a lot of damage going on over there coming out from Jensen. But okay, so here's the important thing for Team Liquid. Armao lived, so they still have 1 Baron buff that they can work with here for the next minute and a half. And importantly, that Ocean Soul is online in just over 1 minute. If Team Liquid are able to take the fight and get that for themselves, it is a huge power spike. Also, because look at the inventories of C9. There's no Grievous wounds in those inventories just yet. Not that I see, unless I'm just accidentally glossing over something. So that means Ocean Soul versus no Grievous turns this game into a whole nother kind of a problem.
Absolutely. I mean, you just can't kill the Udyr. He becomes so impossible to deal with at that point. So, important fight here for both the teams. If TL get it and don't just get wiped, it's going to be massive for them. You can see negative Baron power play there with the Red Bull Baron for TL. Cloud9 has positioning on this Dragon. The other thing is, TL could just say, all right, you take 1 Dragon that doesn't really do anything for you, we'll take your mid lane tower.
It's 4% regen or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, they don't have to fight it. It's C9 who has got to show up for every single Dragon from now till infinity and be willing to scrap.
Team Liquid clear out the wave, they get it pushing up, and now they move over to contest. They are not willing to surrender this Drake so freely. They know they have powerful team fighting. They've got the Aphelios. Let's see, he's got, okay, so Lifesteal and CC are what Aphelios can bring to the table here with those guns. Team Liquid keeping Armao close by. Dragon with a partial reset, and now he's mad again, so he's right back out of the pit. 4,000 HP left on the Drake. They're going in. 3,000 HP left. Aphelios ulti not finding a whole lot here, but Vulcan's engaged, does not find anyone. He's already dead. Now into the back part of the pit. Armao is going to be taken very low here with a flash back out with a shockwave in, and the Dragon goes over to Sven. Cloud9, they stop the Soul for now. It is a 5v4 on the map, but Team Liquid health bars are incredibly compromised.
Critically, Armao was forced to smite to not die. He had to smite for health because they turned onto him. Sven went into the pit with Blabber and just focused down the Udyr so he could not hold his smite to contest it. That got them the Dragon. Vulcan does go down as the cost, but that is a worthy trade there for Cloud9.
Oh, every time.
I don't think that they were really going to be able to win the fight after there wasn't an effective engage from the Rel, so I think they got the best out of a bad situation. They just sacrificed Vulcan to zone to create space, and they're actually going to have a TP here. They're trying to catch Jensen, but he'll get out. It is a trade, though.
Yeah. TP for TP there. Jensen can escape in time. Perks was not able to close the distance all the way over there, and even if he was, he doesn't have any instant interrupt. Here's another look at this fight where Team Liquid could not get the Soul.
So Vulcan did not have flash, so he goes in, he's mostly just buying space. But look at this, Sven into the pit with Armao, has to smite or he's just gonna die to the damage. The attempted steal with the shockwave, again there from Jensen, that would have been a hero play if he did get it. Was not able to do so, was secured in fact by the Kai'Sa there, I believe in combination with the Nocturne Smite, but I didn't actually even catch if the Nocturne Smite went out.
Either way, man, it's another close game, and I just can't get enough of it. 8-8, 25 minutes in here. Perks 4-0-2 on the Victor, and they're going in to make a play in the mid lane. But once again, Core JJ is always there, exactly as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
He hangs out on the periphery. He's never right next to the carry. He's within a lantern's range, and he can always keep them safe. Armeo gets a little bit of lockdown onto Perkz, but Perkz just zaps him right in the face and walks away.
We'll be able to push him back. I think they got to stop going for tactical. I'm just going to be honest. You pretty much have to expect that Thresh is behind him. If you don't see Core JJ elsewhere on the map and know
Right
for
behind
sure,
tactical.
he's standing behind tactical. This is not a dumb player. He knows what C9 is trying to do, and that's why I think you have to attack the side lanes. He can't be everywhere. If he's defending the Aphelios, he's not defending the Orianna, who is more vulnerable in the side lane, and that's why I would like to see Cloud9 pivot away. I mean, I get that tactical is the prime target. You know, he's the guy you want to go for, but he's got a stopwatch, and he's got a Thresh in his pocket.
Man, this game, 30 seconds until Baron's back on the map here yet again. The first Baron, it's hard to tell who actually came out on top there because, yeah, Team Liquid ends up taking the Baron. They get the bonuses from that. The power play is slightly negative as Cloud9 clean him up afterwards. Hopefully the second will be just as exciting here. As you can see, Alphari is positioned pretty far forward in enemy territory. He will clear out the wards. He'll walk away.
Ooh.
One barrel down in the brush there.
Big
Team
deal
Liquid
here. As Tactical's got the IE. He's on 3 items now. He is huge at this point.
And stopwatch too. So even if Core JJ isn't there in time, even if they successfully block Lantern, Tactical lives.
Straight to Baron. They're just going to start it up. They know they are strong now. It is spotted.
Okay.
Blabber has ulti.
Blue Trinket already in there. Now we got the control ward placed down in the back part of the pit. I think they're going to try to finish this. Blabber's ready to go in. Blabber steals the Baron! Cloud9's jungler working some miracles. Yes, he dies after the fact, but that was huge for C9. Ulti summoned up. Armeo going in, sidesteps the Everfrost. Needs to try to lock these guys down a little bit harder. Vulcan looks for an interrupt here with some of the CC. Gravity Well placed down once more. Team Liquid won't be able to run these guys down. They will not find any more kills, but they lost their Baron. They force out a flash. Core JJ with a flash death sentence. It will not hit the mark. Team Liquid does not have the smite secure, and there's a reason Blabber got voted the MVP.
This is one of those tough situations as TL where they are starting to get frustrated. They don't have hard engage. So I think they felt like we can't actually turn effectively here, so we gotta commit to the Baron. They make the call. Armeo has been on point with the smites throughout this series, but this one was all Blabber. Gets it for the team, and Cloud9 now run the map with the Baron, which they will also have for this next Dragon, and that sets them up to, again, potentially deny that Ocean Soul. So let's watch it one more time here. They're trying to just finish it off, but there's a pink in the back of the pit. He's got eyes on it, and as soon as he gets vision there on the Udyr, he goes in to finish it off. I wonder if TL could have actually just not given him an ulti because he had no flash. So if you don't actually step up to hit the Baron in melee, he has no one to ult to. He can't get in the pit. I think they could have actually finished it from range. Now that is a really tough thing to recognize and actually execute on, but I think if Armeo doesn't walk up to whack the Baron and stands at max range, the pink does not potentially see him and maybe can't get in the pit.
Okay, the Drake goes over to Cloud9 because of that Baron power spike that you were talking about. Team Liquid doesn't even want to contest it with this Drake. So C9, they have to stop that soul take 3 times before then they have a shot at the soul. They're at 2 out of 3. That's pretty darn good. They're still down about 3,000 gold, but they still have the Baron here for the next 45 seconds. The Red Bull Baron buff isn't looking too impressive so far, just a plus 880. And now they'll take down the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane, tie up the turret count in the game. And once again, we have a game that could at any point be decided by a single team fight.
And man, I've got to say, C9 gets themselves in these positions where I feel like they've lost the game, but they just do not give up. They keep finding ways to make things happen. It's the same thing, really, that we saw in game number 1 where they went for this all early game comp, they fell behind, but then it's a 50-minute game where they just never say die, and it feels, again, similar here. And TL are struggling to really force the fights they want, and here goes C9.
Here it is. Blabber into the back line once more. Armeo's going to be the target now, forced to flash and run away. Vulcan with a disengage. Gangplank ulti continues, finding a lot of damage. Stasis keeps Vulcan alive. Shockwave will be flashed away from, and somehow the Cloud9 support gets his way out of that fight. Blabber with a nice spell shield there at the very end, making sure he doesn't get death sentence. And Cloud9, although they don't find any kills on the play, they'll take the tier 2, they'll take the red, and they'll take their leave.
I will say, expensive tier 2 because that is Flash of your support. That's your main engage tool. That's his stopwatch. He's not getting that back. That's not being upgraded into a Zonius for Rel. So that's a one-time use, and they get a tier 2 from it. They were nowhere close to killing Tactical, who's building towards a GA now. He still hasn't even had to use the stopwatch. Didn't have to use either Summoner. Didn't even have to use Exhaust. So they're still in this predicament where I don't really see how you win a reasonable 5v5. It's just so damn hard to do because of the setup that TL have, because of how good their positioning has been, the exhaust being available, etc. So Cloud9 have got to find picks, or they have got to capitalize on mistakes from TL.
Current state of the game. So close. I feel like as we move forward, it just gets closer and closer and closer. We're not seeing either one of the squads build that lead further. We're seeing whoever's behind just find more ways and different machinations to bring themselves back in. We've got 1 minute and 45 seconds until the Baron, 2 minutes and 25 seconds until that next Drake. C9 have to defend it one more time for not much of a prize until it comes down to that soul point contest yet again. Remember, both previous games in this series have gone to a 3 versus 3 Drake state. They're just...
That's insane.
Keeping up with the bar they've already set.
Yep. Par for the course. These control mages are getting so strong. Death cap complete for both. Perkz a little bit ahead as far as the itemization does go. He has the Blighting Jewel there, the first part of that Void Staff. I mean, Victor has gotten to the point where this is one-shot territory.
Yeah.
And you face those late-game Victors, it can be shocking, especially if he goes towards, Lichbane last item or that sort of style. But even without it, with this much AP under the belt, it can be nasty. E auto plus the R on top of that can just be your dead from full. So it is really, really scary, but the same is true of that Shockwave. So both teams are really walking this knife's edge. Tactical still ahead as far as the itemization goes there. He completes the GA, which is big for denying the dive. Maybe they don't even go for him at this point, but Jensen has a stopwatch. That makes him really tough to go for as well. And we're waiting for Zven to complete the IE before I would say he's really kind of on par with his counterpart on the other side.
Man, this game. Cloud9 clearing out the vision from their own territory, teleporting in now, making sure everybody's on the map at the same point. Perkz has rejoined the rest of the team. Item completed. Void Staff is done. There is nowhere that is safe from the damage Perkz can bring to this table. He is the one man on the Rift in this game 33 minutes later, still deathless. And he's got his Zonias to keep preventing that.
At this point in the game, if you're Blabber, I almost feel like you just try to use your ultimate to obscure vision and zone people back. There's no chance you're going to kill Tactical anymore on your own. Like that window has closed.
He's got Guardian Angel. It's just, it can't happen.
And Exhaust, and you're not even forcing Summoners anymore. So at this point, I think it's pretty much like you ult towards him to make them back up, and you try to buy time for Zven and Perkz to just kill off the front line.
Tense stalemate here in the mid lane. The Drake is about to spawn in about 15 seconds. It's still Team Liquid on Soul Point. They'll move down into the river first. They'll get Scuttle Crab control. Important because of the speed boost and the irremovable vision, unremovable vision, whatever that word is supposed to be. Team Liquid still having that pit. Still have the prio. A little bit of poke throws out there. Cloud9 are ready to contest here. They know they can't give it away.
Fast.
You didn't defend it twice to give it away on the third one. Team Liquid onto the Drake. Vulcan here into the fight. Beautiful shockwave on 3, but is it enough? Yes, it is! Team Liquid with a double kill here for the top lane. Perkz dies for the first time. Zven wants to kite it out, but it will not happen, not today. Alphari's got the auto attack. Alphari's got the triple kill. Dragon be damned. Jensen Shockwave, 1 game 3.
Team Liquid finally find their fight. They've had the advantage for so long, and Cloud9 can hold on no longer. TL marching down mid.
Team Liquid with the late game team fight with a team fight comp. Marching into the enemy base. They're on Nexus turrets. This was another hard fought win. Vulcan is back alive, but no one else will be able to join him. He's trying to stop minions, but that's not gonna do a damn thing. It's Team Liquid taking game 3 and taking us to match point.
What a game. 3 back-to-back, absolutely tightly contested games here. Such an evenly matched series we have been gifted with here today. And TL got themselves into an incredible position early. They created advantages that were just so tough for Cloud9 to deal with. I've got to give incredible amounts of credit to the bot lane of TL. 2v2 advantage, tanked multiple Nocturne ults, even getting flashes off of the Nocturne without having to really use much of anything themselves. And they were stronger in the 5v5. I don't think Tactical ever really died to Nocturne in any of these sort of fights. It was just so well played. It took them a while to close it out because of the fact that they didn't have hard engage. They didn't have the ability to start fights. So it had to be forcing around objectives, waiting for Cloud9 to come to you, absorbing the engage, and then winning the fight. And they were able to do that in the end.
Such good fighting from Team Liquid there. That last team fight, the Jensen Shockwave, Alphari popping off with a big Gangplank ulti, and then the follow-up to guarantee there was no defense for Cloud9. And now Team Liquid will lead this series 2-1. They only have to win one more game to get their 5th LCS title and to book their trip to MSI.
The pressure is on for Cloud9. They won last year in spring, did not get to attend MSI. We're incredibly disappointed about that, and they are one game away from missing out here again. Team Liquid also with their own struggles. No Santorin.
Yeah.
No problem, apparently.
This
Mayo is stepping up.
This is with a substitute jungler. I don't know how far this court stretches.
You're on the edge.
But
You're
that
on the edge.
is with a substitute jungler. Pretty impressive stuff that we're seeing here so far.
Yeah, I mean, he has really stepped up. Across 2 series now, Armeo has not been disappointing whatsoever. It's so impressive to be able to step into a team with very little practice, to be able to deliver on an incredibly high level, replacing a jungler who is one of the absolute best in the league for a lot of years. I mean, it speaks volumes about the composure that he has, and TL as a whole to not be shaken by this is really looking good, and they're really looking poised to potentially take the series.
Team Liquid have answered Cloud9 with another win of their own, and we are soon going to be tossing things to the analyst desk for another breakdown right after this.
And even Turtle is getting 2v2 kills and absolutely going off as well. So there are a lot of things that have to go right for P1. There's one of them.
Sign.
Are you going to lend the P1 Pigeon over to Cloud9 to help out the reverse sweep?
I told him to go to the Cloud9 side to bless Cloud9 players. Hopefully he can give us some good luck, and we can see this reverse sweep happen.
There you go.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. A quick stroll down memory lane to the LCS Pigeon. We added to the animal collection of the LCS just yesterday with the deer itself here at the beautiful Greek Theater here in Los Angeles.
I had a moth come at me real hard during one of the segments. I don't know if you noticed because I'm such a professional, but I did dodge a moth.
I feel like there's an agenda here. Being out in the Greek is that we're actually just finding the pigeon. That's what we're doing.
Now,
we're
I
out
mean,
here in the wilderness searching for it.
We had that hawk, too, in the sweet teaser. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we are. 2-1 now stands the series score between Team Liquid and Cloud9. We keep trudging ahead, and the games keep delivering on every level. Raz, we've been hammering draft from game to game to game, but I think more so in this series than any we've seen so far. At least from my perspective, a lot of the drafts seem disconnected from each other. Normally in a best of 5, we can kind of track from game to game. Oh, okay, here's what they identified as the problem and maybe why they're making the change they're making. But each time these teams are coming out with some really interesting stuff that in some ways seems disconnected from the past.
Different in every way, and I think a lot of the time it comes to how flexible these teams are, that they feel like if they see different bans coming at them, that they can change on a dime. This one being the Nocturne pick, I felt it was a good flex. It could go top lane, jungle. I was thinking it was going to go mid, like there was an opportunity for that. I think the concern here is that when you see the Karma pick coming in as a response to the GP because of the laning phase, my concern is who is your dive buddy then? I know we were talking about that, Mark, was like if the Nocturne does go past the front line into the back line, be it the AD carry here in Aphelios, well, you're already going into a GP that's going to and an Orianna that's literally there to zone and back away your back line if you were to dive straight through. So if you don't have an easy dive buddy with you, you're isolated. You die pretty quickly. That was my concern.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. When you look at the TL comp, they have so much peel and kite back. You know, even the Thresh and the Aphelios a little bit can lay down things that make it hard for a team to follow up on. And Victor can sometimes just kind of throw a laser and an ult at a team fight, but it is really hard to actually walk forward and follow up. And it did make it so that Sven was kind of the guy who was like, well, I guess I press R and try and jump in to help you.
Yeah.
And he did try and do that sometimes, but he also got deleted sometimes when he did that. And so I understood why he was kind of going in and taking riskier ults because he kind of had to in this comp.
The big pick for me here is the Thresh. I feel like in a lot of other regions, and obviously this is on 11-6, but I still think it holds true to 11-5. Thresh is such a key component of a composition depending on what AD carry you want to pick, right? So Thresh is what enables an Aphelios to be picked. Thresh is what enables something like a Jinx to be picked because you just have so much peel and it gives that duo lane so much agency. I think we saw that here, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Thresh fell all the way through in draft 2 because they picked it up here. It was able to stop the Nocturne several times. It was able to get lane priority in the bot lane, which ended up transferring into a first Drake for TL as well. So the Thresh was a massive pick here, and I really want to see how both teams respond to how well Thresh performed.
Yeah, over and over, it was Thresh pulling Aphelios to safety. It's a highlight reel of a different kind than the hooks going out and starting the fights. This one more defensively oriented. But Raz, I think we have to talk about the fact that all 3 games now have once again started in the exact same way.
And you know what's interesting to me? If remember you like wake up for the weather report and you're just saying, oh, this place, that's insanely hot. You're getting like 110 degrees or something. That's deep breath. I want to see the heat map of this one of where the kills are going for the first 5 minutes of the game, because that is a bloody top lane, and Alphari is not approving.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's just an area where like you have to imagine how if Santorum was even in here, because I feel like it's really impressive that TL are still winning these games despite kind of getting in a hole in the top side every single game where there's 2v2 miscoordinations that you are not surprised to see, given that Armao is stepping in to do this. You know, times where he's trying to hold the wave for his top laner and end up dying there. In the first game, he got flashed on top of. Like, these are kinds of things that even despite these small mistakes, he recovers on an individual level and TL recovers as a team.
Yeah, like that one was, him dying in that situation was just really bad. But like that is just flatly, this makes no sense. But the other ones, that was my concern coming into today. Ultimately, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're an experienced jungler or whoever, if you're getting plopped into a team 1 week before the finals, you're going to have some miscommunication with your team. Now, this goes back to just the ultimate goals of this team fight. If the GP ultimate goes down, Thresh is going to be there with the Lantern. Nocturne gets isolated like we've mentioned coming into this. That is my issue with the draft, was basically if you just don't get the kill on the Aphelios, doesn't matter how low he gets, there's no way to reach right back in there. The Kai'Sa does try at the tail end when he realized that the fight was already over. You might as well try. But just to illustrate what we were talking about getting into this one.
I mean, yeah, and so again, it plays into this idea that, you know, intelligent drafting out of Team Liquid has once again dug them out of a small hole built in the early game by the aggression of Cloud9. And I guess my question to you, Emily, would be, if we now cast our minds back to the way that Cloud9 has approached every single game with the focus toward the top side, is that even the right way to be playing into Team Liquid? Sure, you're building a lead, but it's not converting into a victory at this point.
I mean, I would say that a lot of it is more on execution error on C9 than anything else. One thing I do want to point out, though, in this game is more than a single point of execution that we can point to. Like, for example, in game one, you know, when Blabber ended up getting picked off in the top side that transferred into different stuff for TL. I think here you saw TL have a really good bot side focus. They were able to get an early Drake, again, off of bot lane priority. This is a team that I've said is so much more comfortable working with prio bot than prio top. So, I mean, that kind of supports your argument. If you're diving top over and over again, and Alphari is on something like a GP where he's still going to be able to contribute late anyway, yeah, it might not be the best game plan, actually.
Right, and then at the end of the day, Mark, all of these games have found themselves extending to the later game. We've seen them ending around Elder Dragon fights, 30, 40 minutes into game time. And at that point, again, it does seem that Team Liquid has the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about this from Team Liquid's perspective, but there was a Baron that was taken where they, you know, ended up killing 4 members of Team Liquid for C9.
Baron,
you know, like, there were still chances for C9 in this game, but it did come down to kind of that final Dragon team fight for where they were able to run away with the game. So I still think, you know, you see some of this better team fighting out of Team Liquid. And a lot of it does come down to their drafts being a little bit better at actual 5v5 and having more cohesive visions on how they're going to function.
Yeah, and so I think taking a step back and looking at how difficult it can be to team fight, that is my new goal for Cloud9. I want them to pick a draft or composition that just makes it so it's a really direct front-to-back team fight comp. Going back to what Emily said about Thresh, I think in general maybe they didn't really think about the Thresh when they were picking Nocturne for jungle, simply because it is just so difficult. If you're going for the initial pick, I know I talked about the zoning tools of the Orianna ultimate that Jensen just wiped the enemy team with, or the GP ulti, but then you just save your AD carry with a Lantern. Like that, it's just, it makes it so difficult for the Nocturne to play.
And it's not like, I'm going to say this, it's not like TL don't have holes, right? Like, I feel like both teams are making execution mistakes that the other can capitalize on. There were a few times, for all that I said, TL's timing on early objectives in this game was good. I felt like they could have, for example, leveraged 4th Drake to get something else in the game. So, I mean, there are a lot of holes for both teams to pick on, and having a more easily executable draft, especially in terms of team fighting, is always an advantage.
We just got to look at a couple of the players making their way back to the booths to set up for this 4th game. And Mark, as we are at the first time within this series where the series can be decided with a victory here for the side of Team Liquid, I want to call up a matchup that we have talked about time and time again. 2 absolutely star players, Jensen and Perkz. Jensen, a longtime mainstay of the North American side of things. Perkz brought over with the explicit goal of taking a domestic title and extending that to international for Cloud9. Let's talk about these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them have had really good games when you look at each one. You know, game 1 for Jensen, huge performance, able to carry a lot of those fights. Game 2 and 3, I'd say, even though, you know, not always the scoreline was coming out, I thought Perkz was playing those really, really well. There was a fight in this game in the Drake pit where his ER combination was like literally the only reason that they were able to not get wiped in that situation. So I think both of them are stepping up, but Perkz has been brought over to kind of be the focal point for C9 in a lot of ways. And he's the superstar. He has all the experience, and I think he's the kind of player that you would turn to with your back against the wall here to kind of jumpstart you in the next game.
That's the thing. I remember when at the very beginning, at the first game, at the tail end of it, I was saying, you know, run it back with Seraphine.
Yeah.
Dash said something that like lit something in me. You want to put Perkz on Seraphine?
Yeah. No.
Like,
I mean, come on.
He's your playmaker.
Yeah.
He's what's going to get
Where's
you the goal.
Where's the Yone? Where's the silence?
When he said that, I was like, you know what? I agree. Like, in the sense that I think Orianna and Victor, all these things, at least you give him the ability to fight. I mean, ability to call his own plays, to decide a team fight. Like Jensen decided the team fight with his Orianna ultimate. So I agree with walking away from the Seraphine, even though I would see it as an objectively strong pick. So it comes down to two players who are doing insanely well today and will decide the series.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I actually thought his play on the Seraphine was still, like, really good. Like, I thought he was able to control team fights. He only got blown up, if I remember correctly, once, immediately in a team fight. But to your point, yes, you probably want him on something with a little bit more agency to do damage in fights.
And he's got a tough task because Jensen has played well in his own matchup.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a lot of control mages, but that Ori versus Victor game that just happened, you know, both of them were oftentimes the biggest playmakers in those team fights.
Yeah, and Raz, I'll also point out, as we do find out that C9 will be hopping back to blue side, and we got yet another look at Blabber sitting down at his setup. This is the Honda MVP. He got it for a reason. And while he's had solid performances throughout the day, generating leads for his team, we haven't yet seen that kind of game from Blabber where he takes it from minute 1 and runs it all the way to the Nexus kill.
Especially after the last game, where he's the one on the Nocturne, and he's finding himself being basically thrown into the wolves. He's going to be the one to speak up. He's going to be the one that wants to have, like, the Hecarim pick, or maybe even casting ourselves right back to the last time they played them where it's the Renekton Nidalee, right? Essentially, he's going to be the one that's being vocal on what he wants so he can succeed.
Well, I'll remind everyone again that it was Team Liquid that stumbled against Cloud9 earlier in this postseason, and now they are on the precipice of turning it all around. We'll see if Team Liquid can take the win as well as the lead, or rather the series itself, in our next game, as we are just one game away from crowning our first ever midseason showdown champs, or heading to Silver Scrapes. We'll see you in Game 4 right after this.
champions.
Cloud9, 15-1. They won the first game 18-1. And their overall kill death in this series is ridiculous. They only died 6 times this entire series.
6 deaths total in a best of 5 against Team Solo Mid. These teams, these players putting in everything out there. But Cloud9, I gotta say, representing North America at the All-Star Invitational in Paris.
Welcome back, everyone, to the mid-season showdown grand final between Team Liquid and Cloud9. And as we wait to get into Champ Select, here's a fun fact for all y'all. Right there, you just saw when Cloud9 won in spring of 2014. But did you know that Cloud9, despite the fact that they have won 3 LCS titles, have never been to MSI? Because MSI started in 2015, a year after. And when Cloud9 won it in the recent era, it was last year where COVID caused MSI to be canceled. So C9, having never been to MSI before, now has to win the next 2 games if they want to book their ticket this year.
And we'll see if they can do it. You know, I want to see if they're going to be a little bit less cute in the draft. I think that they should go a little bit more standard. They are a strong team. I think they can match TL blow to blow as far as that goes. The Nocturne wrinkle there didn't really work last time around. The Karma top, I think, did not play out in the way that it expected. Looked like that was a hop out of the pick and ban, which is why the Spectator client would have gone weird there. So maybe one of the players having an error, just alt F4ing out of pick ban, something we will let you know on as soon as we do find out what's going on. But yeah, I think that given that we have seen a couple of the more kind of like clever comps from C9 not work out, the full-on early game, you know, Seraphine mid, that style didn't work. Game 3, they go for the Nocturne Karma top, didn't work. I think it's time to just go towards team fighting, to believe in your ability to match these guys in lane, to believe in your ability to match these guys in 5v5, because I do think that in a number of these games, they're just making it harder than it really needs to be.
Yeah, you want to see more of what we got in game number 2. The basic bread and butter, team fight, layer the ultis, make them 5v5, and win type of composition is kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Exactly, right? Or at the very least, just kind of like clear win conditions. I mean, when you go all early game, I just feel in this meta, it's very tough to close out. There's a lot of scaling picks that are very resilient. You know, in game number 1, we saw that with Sion, right? It's like, great, I'm going to go Renekton, I'm going to dominate early. You get like 3 levels of having fun, and then Sion doesn't take damage anymore.
Bramblevet.
There's just a lot of champions like that in the game that are tough to punish, tough to snowball on. You know, Hecarim, sure, he's more of a late game champion than the Udyr, also from game 1, but he can power farm so well. He team fights well. He has phase rush, so he can retreat from any sort of invades as well. So it's difficult to close out those games, and that's why I think you want to give yourselves, you know, less narrow win conditions. They could have snowballed game 1 and 1. They could have got the Nocturne really fed and won game 3, but it was tough to make happen, and I just don't think that their compositions have been as easy to execute on as what we've been seeing from TL. So I'll be interested to see if they're going to change that up or if they're feeling good about what they're drafting and just feel that it's more the play that is the problem.
Update for everybody watching. Apparently there is an issue with some glare on the screen. It happens sometimes when you've got an outdoor venue like this. They're making some physical changes around the setup to try to accommodate that, make sure players are good to go, and then we should be back into Champion Select rather quickly here soon. But again, going back to what we were talking about, Cloud9, we want to see them play something with an easy-to-execute win condition, something that's not limited by the fact that they're just going to get outscaled versus a team like Team Liquid. And honestly, those games are so fun to watch if they can have these powerful scaling team fighters on both sides, have it come down to those big fights. Every game so far has gone the distance. That last game was the first time we didn't see 6 Drake emblems up in the top under the 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that it's been so tightly contested between these 2 squads. So I fully understand not feeling that you need to change up the draft, but I do feel that TL has had better drafts overall throughout the series, and C9 has been executing pretty well, but it's been tougher for them to pull it out. And I mean, TL is just so in their wheelhouse when they have scaling advantage and team fight advantage. That is how this team wins. That is how they won all their championships, is drafting for 5v5, being incredibly strong laners, playing well around vision, closing out games effectively once they have advantages, but it's all centered around the fact that they're a really good team fighting team. And I think that Cloud9 has the chops to match them there. They just need to draft for it so it's on equal terms.
And hopefully we'll get to see a very exciting draft here once we are able to jump back into Champion Select. C9, remember, we're coming from the upper bracket going into this. The last time these two teams went head-to-head in a best-of-5 series, it was Cloud9 that honestly made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, and that was a very different series where it did feel in that one, it was C9 that was kind of outthinking and getting big advantages in the draft. You know, we heard Mark talk a lot on the desk about the back and forth of the Sylas, where Perkz was able to get Sylas in a position where he had incredible ultimates to steal, and then it kind of forced Jensen into this spot where he's like, all right, I got to take it away. And so he grabbed it the next game, but Cloud9 didn't give him the same tools to actually work with. So they kind of won both sides of that duel. And this time around, it does feel, again, a little bit of that coach's duel. When the teams are so evenly matched, the weapons you enter into the battle with become that much more important. I mean, draft is not everything in League of Legends. And in a lot of times, I'm critical of people who are so hyper-focused on draft because I feel like it can be exaggerated. It's like, game's over in draft. Well, you got to play it out. And in a lot of the situations, some of the best teams in the world have drafts that get criticized a lot, but they're just really good with them, so they win anyway. But when teams are this evenly matched, draft advantage can absolutely decide a series.
It's the smallest things that make the biggest difference in the closest context.
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to. And all these small things are adding up here. And the man on your screen right now, Armao, let's talk about this because this is a player. Remember the conversations that have been had around Armao in the past about how he had this reputation for performing really well in scrims. And then it got to the point where, remember, he was sharing jungle time with Acadian on TSM. There was the issue of, well, when he gets on stage, he doesn't perform as well. Concerns about that when they find out he has to be subbed in now in place of Santorin. And in yesterday's series against TSM, and here again today, playing against Cloud9, Armao has seriously stepped up.
He is redefining how people think about it. People think about this guy as lackluster, as not able to rise to the challenge in the LCS. You know, more of an academy-style player. He has stepped in and seamlessly made the transition to take over for Santorin. That is
in finals week.
It's incredibly difficult to do. So much pressure, and he has been playing very, very well. You know, this is a guy who has been very good at solo queue, as you said, was known to perform very well in scrims, but for whatever reason, did not have the confidence when he was playing with TSM to really perform on stage. And whether that's something where it's about the pieces around you, or you didn't know how to really fit into that team, or just the growth he has perhaps made on TLA, whatever it is, he is looking damn good here, playing alongside a really strong Team Liquid team that, despite how well the early stages of the season went for them, it had felt like opposite trajectories. It felt like TL started on the high, Cloud9 on the low, and they were heading in different directions. TL getting worse over the weeks, and Cloud9 getting better and better, and culminating with them beating them 3-1 in playoffs, and leading that to the state where people think, all right, yeah, it's Cloud9. It's their series to win. They're the favored ones. And even with that, you have a sub-jungler, and you are the ones leading the series. You are the ones dictating the pace.
Yeah, the reasons behind the scenes why he's able to step up like this, we can only speculate on those. But the results require no speculation whatsoever. He has been stepping up. He has been playing well. And Team Liquid clearly has their faith in him as the jungler, stealing away a couple of different Drakes already in the series. Yes, we had the one Baron where Blabber was able to swoop in and smite that away. But I would say losing a 50-50 to the MVP of the league is not the worst thing to have happen to you.
I mean, the fact that he's not even in the LCS and he's going up against the MVP, who is known for absolutely running over LCS junglers, where's the jungle diff here? Like, it hasn't been.
It's not in the alt chat.
No, it hasn't been the story, right? You know, Blabber has had his moments. Blabber has created advantage. Blabber has played very well too. That's not my point. The point is that it has been back and forth. Both guys getting their punches in and not just an absolute stomp. And that is what is so impressive about the performance here from Armao. And something he can be very proud of, regardless of what the rest of the series does bring us.
And I also want to praise Jensen on Team Liquid, because Jensen has this reputation. He's always been among the upper echelon of mid laners, but he's also had so many moments. Remember, there were so many finals that Cloud9 made it to back when Jensen was on Cloud9, and it didn't work out. Jensen has always been so close to his goals. It took him joining up with Team Liquid to get that first championship. And here now, in this best of 5, Bjergsen has left the building. Well, not completely. He's the coach.
He's on the
But
stage.
yeah, he's the coach. But anyway, Bjergsen is not in the conversation for who's the best mid laner anymore. Perkz moves in. And if you're Jensen, you're there like, okay, now this is the next guy that you have to perform better than. And for Jensen to have these games where he's putting up 100% kill participation on a Victor, where he's finding team fight winning, game winning shockwaves on an Orianna, man, how incredible that must feel to him to know that he can step up and command these games in such a way.
I mean, he's always been on the cusp of kind of breaking through that barrier and being the number one guy. And he's had moments where people will acknowledge him as the number one guy, but it has always been fleeting. It's always been...
It's never been unanimous.
Yeah, it's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? Like, he is the number two. And that is something he's been fighting against. He has been very vocal about wanting to leave a legacy, wanting to be remembered as one of the greats, right? And that requires taking down the greats. That requires taking down guys like Perkz, who, has had such an incredible career, so much success. There's no comparing the accolades and the victories that they have had. Perkz is winning out for sure. But Jensen has the ability to take that step to be able to best them in a best of 5 here on the biggest stage. They've had the whole split of building towards it, and he's been playing an incredible series. Perkz, I think, has been stepping up a lot of moments as well for his team, but Jensen is really looking good today.
If you want to rule the castle, you got to kill the king, and the king is in his sights so far. But the king himself, man, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the day about Perkz, that long list of accolades that entire teams wouldn't be able to match, let alone just the fact that he's one dude. You know that he's got the power to carry these types of games. You know that Perkz is sort of in his comfort zone when his back's against the wall, when he's up against the ropes. And for him and the entirety of Cloud9, that comfort zone needs to step up right now. We need to see these guys be totally in tune with one another and with the game state if they want to bring this one back and turn this one into a victory.
Absolutely. I mean, he was known for being unshakable, with G2, losers bracket runs, being able to pull off reverse sweeps, being able to be calm under pressure. And we'll see if Cloud9 can channel some of that energy here today. They're going to need to win the next 2 against TL, who has looked very strong across this series.
And C9 keeps starting off with the same opening punch every time, and Team Liquid still don't have their guard up for it. Every time, Cloud9's just coming in there with that high left hook, and they get the first blood in the top lane every single game.
I mean, it's tough. They're really setting it up well. And as a top laner, that is one area that I could criticize Armao a little bit. You do not have enough wards to cover all angles. You do not have the ability at times to reset the wave by yourself. That is where Armao needs to be up there and actually covering Alphari. And that is one legitimate area of criticism I do have, that at a certain point, if you know they're going to go for these ganks every single time, and you see Fudge setting up a wave that is going to be frozen or trying to hold the wave off his turret, and you're like, all right, well, he's got to reset it. You got to get your butt up there as a jungler and help him push in the wave. Or if Laver shows up, be ready for the 2v2.
Yeah, this is what happens in all our games. You tell me, hey, man, he's going to freeze the wave. I said, but there's a crab. And then you end up in the same spot that Alphari's been ending up in. You get first-blooded.
I'd rather die than let the wave be frozen, so here we are.
Bury me with my honors. Well, Team Liquid, man, they would love to bury Cloud9 here in this 4th game, walk away with a win, get their 5th LCS title, get that trip to MSI, and go back to the glory days when they had, I mean, think back on Team Liquid, 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back wins. Nobody else has ever done that. Yes, TSM has the most LCS trophies of any team, but TSM never had a streak that long.
Yeah, and Team Liquid also had an incredible MSI run. Taking down IG, making it
reigning world champs at the time, by the way.
Exactly. And that was something that was so impressive. And it was actually, against Perkz that they were bested in the finals.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting to see a little bit of that rehashing itself here today. Cloud9 as well. They're the team that everyone always pointed to for the NA team that was going to do well at Worlds, the NA team that was going to deliver internationally, because they were always a team that was credited for having more creativity and adaptability when it came to international play. Yep. That was often the criticism of teams like TL or TSM. So looking over, we'll see if Cloud9 is going to be able to utilize some of that adaptability, some creative drafts to get themselves into a winning position here.
And I think that goes back to what you were talking about when we saw the drafts for the first game, because you were talking about how a lot of people don't like the all early game, like the investment in the aggro like Cloud9 like to play around with. But that seems to be the secret when you're going into this international competition, because playing that other side, playing just scale for late, doesn't work when you're up against these other teams and these other players of this incredibly high caliber. So Cloud9's active, aggressive play style causes people to have that faith in them.
Absolutely, and there's that push and pull, right? You want to be able to have aggressive options. You want to be able to have ways to push the pace of the game, but you also don't want to over-index there in such a way that if your opponents just hang around, then they win, right?
Yep.
And that's the dichotomy that you're always kind of working against in draft, and that's why it's so difficult to actually draft at a super high level for a lot of these teams. You know, it can seem pretty easy in retrospect that, you should have picked this or you should have picked that.
Right.
But
Hindsight's
in the moment, you know, you're thinking about more than just individual champions or individual matchups. You're thinking about the scaling. You're thinking about how you'll actually play out team fights, how the champions are going to work as a cohesive unit, how you're going to bring it all together, you know, without getting run over in the early game if you're looking for a late game comp, and vice versa if you're looking for an early game comp. So it is one of those things that there's a lot of pieces that you're really trying to balance, and that's why some of these top teams can consistently get an edge in draft.
And I think that's what makes it so fun to watch the draft. That's why people get so invested in the draft.
Yeah.
There is no objectively correct answer. If there was, the draft would be boring as sin, because it's just okay, same thing every single time. You got to do that. You got to do this. But there's enough variation. There's enough difference between what you're talking about making sure you're invested enough into playmaking, but not so invested that you lose out on scaling. It just makes it more exciting to watch, especially with two teams like these that, as today has shown, are incredibly evenly matched.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things you also got to remember that when criticizing teams and coaches for draft, not all teams are equal in what the ability they have as far as what champions they can play.
Yeah.
Right? You know, some tools are just more flexible than others, right? That's one of the reasons that despite Impact being such a strong piece for Team Liquid for so long, including showing up internationally, that they made a change towards Alphari because they wanted to be able to have additional flexibility. We haven't seen them in this series go towards something that would have been outside of the wheelhouse that Impact is, but they have that threat. And that's something that you also have to consider in draft. When you have a player who could bring out the counter pick, it's always in the back of your head. Well, I can't go Gnar here because he's going to go Aurelia, and I'm going to get run over. Even if he has no intention of doing it, having seen a player bring out these picks can be really, really something that gets into your head. And that's why mixing up your pick bands throughout the regular season can pay off hugely in playoffs.
It's the same thing out of game that it is in game. Sometimes it's not so much a thing itself, it is the threat of that thing. It's why blowing a flash on a champion can matter so much, because now you know there is no flash engage, right? There is no flash ultimate that could happen. Even if the guy was never going to flash engage, even if that's a suicide mission, doesn't matter because he can't now.
Exactly.
And that's the difference.
And I mean, we saw Jensen bring out Annie against Lucian in their series against TSM. You know, we have seen Perkz play a lot of marksman, not here today. You don't know, is that something that is in the back of your mind? Is that a matchup you're looking to avoid? Is that limiting some of the options that Cloud9 are comfortable moving forward with? Of course, they're still working away at fixing the glare issues here. Hopefully, we are going to be shortly back into game, continue what has been an incredible series between these two teams.
And you bringing up the Annie and bringing up pocket picks and talking about all this, that raises another interesting question, I think, because teams and players and orgs, coaches, everybody, they love to not give away more information than they have to, right? Play it close to the vest, keep it secret. When you're down to match point now in the finals, forget the secrets. That don't matter no more. So what I'm curious about, does Cloud9, does our innovative, aggressive team have some secret ace up their sleeve that nobody's expecting that they can now break out at the 11th hour?
And even if they've got that,
Doesn't
and
work.
they make it work because TL is so damn solid. TL is more predictable. TL is more of that team fight scaling style of team, but they're so good at it that it doesn't really matter most of the time. This is why they won NA time and time again, because they are so rock solid at the play style that they are really focusing on. And GP, the ban there on the GP as well as the Orianna, those are some adaptations. Lilia is up, but Nidalee was banned away, so they're not willing to give over a Renekton and Nidalee combo. But Cloud9 do not have to go towards it. If you go Hecarim, you are potentially giving over the Kai'Sa Rell as that really strong duo over on the TL side. I think at the very least, you're giving over Udyr plus Rell. That would be the 1-2 I'm expecting here from TL. And then it just becomes perhaps a run back a little bit of what we saw in one of the earlier games where Cloud9 then wants to take away the Kai'Sa, TL then moves towards the things like the Xayah, and you see kind of the natural progression of the draft from there. Unless TL wants to kind of take a left turn here and go a different route.
Well, we got the Rell already picked up here. Only it was, I think it was only that first game that we got to see him on the same team, wasn't it?
Udyr as well?
Yep. I hope y'all are a fan of the taste of Hecarim Udyr because it is the flavor of the day here in the finals.
Yeah.
These two champions just coming out on top as the others get banned away.
It's Kai'Sa now. I think for sure this is going to get locked in, and then Alistar makes sense. That's the answer. The draft has progressed forward in a pretty understandable way. Yeah. The question here comes, does TL have a priority mid laner, or do they try to prioritize their bot laner, the Xayah that I mentioned? This is pretty much 6 for 6 on unexpected picks.
Your brain's too big, bro.
And there's some patterns definitely here.
Don't worry about that. Your brain's just too big. There's too many electrical synapses and stuff
that's
between all the
why there's no more hair. You know, no room. The brain.
Your brain absorbed it to the inside of your skull.
No, push it all out.
That's
Grows
heavy
to a certain
metal, man.
point.
I respect that. I respect that. All right. Let's see how the bands shake out now because we have mirrored picks on both sides. It's bot lanes and junglers only. The flexibility here is non-existent. So that means solo laners must be targeted now in the second half of these bans. Renekton has been removed. Malphite has been removed.
I think Gnar gets banned out next by Cloud9 potentially here. Just looking towards some of the picks that Alphari would go to, that could be problematic. You know, assuming it's going to be a blind pick here for Fudge, my guess is that it will be last pick for Alphari, but we'll see. Do they want to go here for Jensen or not? If they ban out the Gnar, I'm expecting just a Victor coming through from Jensen, and then it's going to be potentially the answer from there. Of course, they could go towards a blind pick tank, like a Sion or something, if they wanted, and then try to protect, but the Victor makes sense. Now, I feel like with Gnar available, you go Gnar here for Fudge, and you kind of just have to be concerned about the Aurelia, so maybe you go Sion instead and really try to play full on front to back. And you could just go like Sion Azir, and then you're set up fully for 5v5, and you're really ready to go as far as what I was talking about, moving away from some of the more clever picks towards what is just kind of rock solid team fight 5v5. Zoe, a different option here, does give them a little bit more playmaking, and that's what they're indexing towards. You know, if you go Sion Azir, you are locking in more scaling, more powerful, straight up front to back team fighting, but this does give you the additional playmaking. You land a bubble, that can be a game changer. You land that Gragas engage, that can change the game as well. Of course, going this route, you put yourself in what can be a more difficult matchup against the Gnar. You know, that's why I thought Gnar was going to get banned out. You know, I'm going to be honest. I feel like that could have been a really powerful ban here, but potentially with the Alistar up, with the Gragas coming through, they were worried about giving some of those over in addition to the Hecarim ultimate. So a little bit different look than what I expected there, but all in all, it's pretty standard stuff here, and it feels like both teams are ready for 5v5, but again, the barrier of execution is higher for Cloud9. They have additional playmaking tools, maybe higher potential if everything goes right. You know, you hit that sleep, you hit that perfect Gragas ulti, maybe you just win the fight straight up.
Yeah.
But if that does not happen, I again favor TL's comp.
Because with extra playmaking, often comes extra punishment as well.
Yeah.
A bad cask can really screw up an otherwise good engage. If Zoe's not ever able to connect on the skill shots and you can navigate around those and then hard engage afterwards, Zoe doesn't feel nearly as good, right? So they have to be playing this well. I like the fact that they opted for such a thing because it means they have confidence in themselves to win in a skill-based matchup.
Absolutely, and their engage is going to be explosive, something that we'll have to see TL really watch out for, both as the Xayah and as the Victor. You know, if there's a body slam flash and you don't react with the Xayah ulti in time, you can die 100-0 in the CC for sure. With an Alistar coming in to follow that up, you know, Victor as well, you can get caught out, knocked out of position, knocked down as well. The Hecarim is going to be there to follow up. They have some very powerful engage. They have balanced that out a little bit more as far as the scaling does go here. They have the dive. And this really, I think, is pretty indicative of the styles that these teams like to play, right? It's go late game, go 5v5, but with a little splash of style of the team.
Yeah.
Cloud9 going a little bit more in, going a little bit more aggressive. TL saying, now we'd rather have a more solid front line. We're going to play it slow, and we're going to punish you by absorbing those engages very effectively.
Okay, so let's take a look, take stock of all the resources here at the start. It is heal for both of our AD carries, no cleanse being required this game. Both supports also running the Ignite without an exhaust being necessary. Summoner Spellbook for Perks in the mid lane, while Jensen is running a Phase Rush. So we'll still see all 4 teleports being on solo laners. And then the jungle, it's Phase Rush, but Perks getting jumped on here at level 1. Gonna lose some HP, but doesn't have to use any Summoner spells.
But it actually really sucks because the minions are already out on the map.
Too close.
You don't get to base, right? You know, this is one of those situations where it's like, that's 30 seconds earlier, who cares? You base, you're back out there. That's going to be all 3 of your Corrupting Potion charges. So now we're going to have to see a change in strategy here for the laning phase for Perks. From here, I feel like you're going for a hard shove. You're trying to reset the wave instantly, dump all your mana, get back to base, refill that Corrupting Potion as soon as it is possible. So as Jensen, you want to fight for the wave. You want to auto-attack nonstop. Lock this guy down in this lane where all of a sudden the missing sustain becomes an issue.
All right, keep your eyes on Perks and how he handles this lane here early on, because losing all that HP, man, that feels so bad right before the minions spawn. Tactical and Core JJ with control over the bottom lane here right now. Kai'Sa Alistar versus the Xayah with Rell, breaking up the Kai'Sa Rell domination, but man, the Xayah back on Tactical. Remember when he played this previously? It was his performance in the final team fight that won them the game.
So Core JJ is dismounted. If they hit 2, you can do a W flash or you remount and flip in Sven before he hits 2. So Cloud9 needs to back it up. This is actually playing it pretty dangerously here. They are very close to 2. They will back up in time potentially, but anytime he's dismounted, that is actually a more explosive engage when you're looking for a single target engage, because it's nearly impossible to actually react to the W for the remount, instant flash auto. That goes through pretty much 100% of the time. You're over the shoulder, you're maybe dead.
So difficult to respond to that. But fortunately for Cloud9, the distance is not there. They do not spike soon enough on the side of TL, and that means the threat is gone. Back here in the mid lane, Perks has picked up a free heal there from the balloons on the minions.
That's nice.
Blabber's doing some of that double clear there in the jungle. Very, very powerful stuff for champions that have the AoE to get it done, and he'll just keep on trying to accelerate this forward.
It's actually a really big deal because Jensen basically was using his mana to battle the health of his opponent. But because he picked up a free heal, all of a sudden you're losing that war.
Nice CC combo here on the bottom side, but Core JJ getting headbutted and pulverized afterwards. Still ends up being a very decisive win here in that trade for TL's bottom lane.
Absolutely. Does land the full CC combo there. Really nicely done. If you can get the initial engage with the root follow-up, the Ignite comes across. Sven is just locked down for so much of that fight that he can't really return fire, and then by the time he is getting that damage out, you're hitting an Aftershock Rell, who just doesn't really care about what you're trying to get done.
No, not at all. The game has found itself paused. We'll give you guys an update on whenever, wherever, however that's shaken out and what's going down with that. But the early game hasn't had a whole lot of surprises for us just yet. The biggest thing was just Perks being under that extra pressure at the beginning of the game, down to 200 HP. But you already pointed it out, man, Summoner Spell Heal, you couldn't ask for a better balloon.
Yeah, really. It's that is making up for most of the sustain that he lost. Because I think in the end, he actually used 2 Corrupting Potion charges, which is 240 health or something. I want to say it's 120 per charge.
I'm a jungler. I never buy that thing. I don't know.
I mean, I could be misremembering, but it's around there. 240, 200, something like that. So the heal is going to make up for a lot of that and really kind of eliminate that as an issue. And because Jensen actually went for, refillable plus Dark Seal as his start, doesn't have any extra mana on that starting item. So if you get locked into the lane in this out of mana position, because Perks picked up his heal, because he has the additional sustain, things can get a little bit more tricky for you.
That trophy, man. That is one shiny trophy.
It's looking nice.
I love the fact that we get to have the players playing in front of it too. It's just, I mean, I can tell you as a commentator, just the entire energy around this whole finals weekend feels so much better because we're out of our houses, because we're not in play from home. Hey, cool, my bed's right there next to me, so after the show is done, I'm going to go to sleep. There's none of this. It feels so real, and it feels so visceral, and it feels so much bigger and grander to be able to play in an environment like that.
And you heard all the players talking about this in all of the feature pieces and all of the videos. This is a global phenomenon. This is something that everyone is feeling and can relate to as just human beings in the same shared experience here. So I think it's really cool that, that has kind of been leaned into and not shied away from the fact that the players were missing and it wasn't feeling the same to watch them from home. It wasn't feeling the same, for Blabber to be playing from home instead of on a stage. And, this is the first step back to where we want to get. We want to be in a stadium filled by all of the fans, everyone watching at home, and really, feeling the energy. And that is something that I know the production team loves, the casters love, the players love. We all live for it. And we live to be part of this community and part of that energy that you really feel at these big events. And I think, it's cool to see the players, opening up and speaking about how much that means to them.
Update for everybody. It appears Perkz is experiencing some frame rate problems. League Ops are currently investigating this, trying to get things back online, ASAP for y'all. And so hopefully we can jump back into the game here rather swiftly. 3 games without a hitch. Running into a couple of pauses here in game number 4, but ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal.
Yeah, we'll keep it rolling. Hopefully we can be moving forward here again pretty quickly. Going to be in for an exciting conclusion here between these two teams. As you said, nothing too crazy happening before the pause comes through.
Right, still
something
early on.
We didn't get to really touch on, though, was the fact that it's actually Phase Rush Gragas, so a bit of a different look there. It is not Grasp, which is more common. You usually see Grasp or Comet. Those are the two that you most often see. Comet, similar to kind of the Malphite, in some of these range matchups, people will go, you just Q poke, that lands the slow, the Comet hits, you try to have a little bit more laning pressure. This is going to be interesting because it's going to allow you to go in for trades against the Gnar, even body slamming offensively, proccing the phase rush, and then being able to retreat out from that. So again, it's indexing towards playmaking, which I think is something that makes sense alongside that Cloud9 playstyle.
Yeah, and talking about the phase rush and how it works with the trading pattern, I like it a lot into something like a Gnar where he's going to get a bunch of extra damage on you as you try to disengage the trade, because all you have to do, as soon as you hit him with one barrel, you just body slam, bonk him over the head with your empowered W, boom, phase rush is done, that's 3 hits, run away. There's no way that he can slow you down with the boomerang into the constant autos afterwards like he would without it, which feels a lot better than just getting thwapped in the head by a boomerang 6 or 7 times to try to take your exit.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the melee matchups really can struggle against Gnar for that very reason. It's not about the initial trade, it's about when you're trying to back off from the trade and you procs hyper and he's moving faster and you're slowed down by the boomerang. Can get pretty terrible. But we'll see how that matchup does look going forward. Again, Jensen on the Victor here has been playing really well on the control mages. Looked monstrous in the earlier Victor game here today.
And the big question I have now, are we going to see another Cloud9 First Blood in the top lane? I'm not going to challenge you to predict the First Blood because I already owe you a steak dinner from the last time.
True.
I have learned my lesson. From that one. So I'm just posing this question to the universe in general. Will we see 4 games in a row of C9 First Blood top lane because of jungle investment, or has Team Liquid wised up to their tricks?
I say no, and I say no because I feel like it's such an obvious thing for the coaching staff to identify and talk about.
Yeah.
That I would hope after 3 games of that happening, that pattern has developed enough that you're like, all right, Alphari, Armeo, you guys got to talk. You guys got to be on the same page. When Alphari is at risk, he will know when he is at risk. He will know when he is in a dangerous lane state. And Armeo, get up there and help him push in the wave. Help him reset. And I give them the credit that I think they will be able to fix that.
Well, we'll find out here once we get back into the game. Hopefully not too much longer here now. Down in the bottom lane, too, with an Alistar and a Rel, both of them running an Aftershock. I'm going to be keeping my eye on these two as the game moves forward to make those kinds of plays, because Vulcan and CoreJJ, we praise CoreJJ all the time because he just always finds the moment. He finds the turn, he finds the engage, whatever. Vulcan has also been a huge playmaker and a massive part of the team fights for Cloud9 and a lot of their stuff. And remember, there was a lot of people in the community that said Vulcan got robbed when it came to voting for the All-Pro for team number 1.
Yeah.
CoreJJ taking the spot. A lot of people were like, but I voted for Vulcan, though. It's so much contention between who everyone thinks is the top support, and it's a lot of fun to see them go head-to-head, especially when they're both such big playmakers.
Absolutely. When you are on these engaged supports, especially at the LCS level, they're not soaking as much experience in lane. They're moving, they're getting vision, which means you are weaker, you are lower level, you are more squishy, and makes it even more important that when you go, it better be good.
Yeah.
That is your entire job.
You get one green light.
Exactly. As these style of champions, when you're playing the Alistar, when you're playing the Rel, you have got to have incredible game knowledge and understanding of the situations, be able to instantly identify when it is a good time to engage, and have no hesitation. Because if you cannot do that, if you cannot quickly identify, immediately go, the situations change too fast at this level, you will not be given another chance in many cases if you miss your opportunity. And you've got to know that you can pull it off. And that's something that has always impressed me about these top level supports, is watching them play engaged champions. Sure, you can play well on Karma. Sure, you can play well on Janna, but you just don't see it in the same way.
It just ain't the same. Engaged supports are my favorite ones to watch too. We're back into the game. 4 minutes in, we have rejoined the players. We are live and we are ready to go. Let's see where they're going to focus now. Junglers are on opposite ends of the map. You can see our Mayo. He's shadowing up here around this top side. This is where things have gone bad. And now it looks like there won't really be anything happening too much elsewhere. Blabber is doing a good job keeping up with the Udyr here. He's not on the Nocturne. Hecarim does farm faster than Nocturne does, so he'll stay up easily.
Absolutely will. We can see both mid laners did get to go back to base, but given that Perkz didn't have to TP, that tells me he got the push. He created the mana advantage. He gets to shove it in, save that teleport, which can mean you've got to be more careful in those side lanes. If you hard commit to some sort of an engage as the Rel, for example, who wants to play aggressive, and you get TP'd on by the Zoe, that can absolutely get turned around here. You can see some different styles as the early tier is pretty standard for control mages, just being able to get the mana to be able to keep up on the wave clear.
Man, and you know, credit to Perkz, summoner spell heal or not, the man played the lane in a way where he started this lane off at level 1 with 200 HP, and now he's the one with prio, he's the one with even farm. There's a reason that he's one of the most accomplished players that there is, right? Like,
absolutely.
He knows how to handle any situation you're going to throw at him. And we might be seeing the earliest Drake of the series so far here, right as it spawns. It's Team Liquid going after it.
We'll see if there's going to be a contest, because it's now spotted. They suss it out. I mean, you don't drop a pink ward over the wall unless you are thinking about doing something about it. I think, unfortunately, for C9, they are too little too late.
Yes, sir.
Are Mayo going to be able to grab that one for him? And the Udyr really has been dictating the pace in all of these games. He's been the one grabbing the dragon. It's not really a surprise because he clears so fast. He souls it up so well. Walking on the roam here, trying to threaten Jensen, but won't mean too much. And
yeah. Core JJ's right there too, so they can't try to overcommit, go for an Alistar.
Am I a liar?
Oh, no. Not again. He waits for it, but he's not quite fast enough to get behind him for the devastating charge. The Ghost wasn't used that time.
But look again at the wave state. Now it's stuck in this awkward spot. Because Armeo went bot, they knew he could not be top. He takes the dragon. Blabber going back in here for the punish. Ghost is available. You called it out.
Let's do it again.
Oh.
Alfari with the ward over the wall. But here comes Blabber. Alfari's knocked backwards. The cast knocks him to the side. Not ideal placement, but good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put Alfari on the floor every single game.
Rack him up. It's top diff in a different way, man. You look back to Lock-in, you'll be thinking, yeah, of course there's top diff every game. Of course one of them died every game.
Yeah, man, what are you talking about?
Exactly, but it has been the other way. TP was still available for Alfari, critically for him, so not an absolute disaster, but still not the start you were looking for. Goes through the early call, likely working towards Merc Dreads with that Null Magic Mantle. That is going to help him out here. And it is AP Gragas. I believe I saw the last chapter there. Let's watch this one more time. I think he was aware it could be happening because, I mean, it's been happening over and over. He knows the Ghost wasn't actually used. Seeing that the ward goes down and it was immediately turned off either means there's a pink there or it's being swept, right? So knowing that, he could suss out that there was someone around and does pull back.
And Jensen just dropping the Chaos Storm here, trying to get as much push with that as he can. Almost out of mana, so we'll probably see him attempt to base here some point soon. Perkz will continue clearing out the wave, trying to throw them Paddle Stars into the caster minion lines. Paddle plus a couple auto attacks takes him down. Nice movement there from Jensen, sidestepping away from that point-blank range bubble.
That has been something he has been so good at his entire career. These little sidesteps, these little jukes back and forth. You know, back when I was still making Lane Kingdom, that piece of content, it was so interesting to watch him play and watch ProView for some of these players in the past, where they're just so tough to hit skill shots with because they're constantly dodging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It makes it incredibly difficult to place that skill shot and actually land it.
And especially when you compare it to the expectation of Zoe versus someone, I feel like all the time when you see a good Zoe in solo queue, that's one of the things they can do, right? They jump forward, they get the point-blank bubble, and they make the play off of that. So Jensen just showing like the difference between a top-tier solo queue player and a top-tier professional player, knowing how to dodge away from those tricky situations.
I mean, it could be an absolute difference maker. If you get caught there, you know, you're low on mana, you get hit with the sleep, you're chunked low. The lane can be into a pretty awkward spot here. Perkz just looking to shove, though. Blabber is over on the Herald, and the fact that Hecarim is going to be able to get this is really nice for them. So going to be able to secure that. They had the push on the top side. There was no flash on Alphari, so he had to play safe. Jensen had been getting pushed in by Perkz, and as a result, they claimed their prize up on the top side. Feels like one of the first games where the neutrals are being traded back and forth.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Our brains, they're on the same wavelength, man. Yeah.
Synergy.
The Dragon for Team Liquid, but the Herald for Cloud9. And with that first blood, they have the gold lead. The Herald, if dropped properly, is going to build that up even more. And that puts Cloud9 in a good spot to then contest and stop Team Liquid from stacking more Drakes.
Yep. Something else I want to touch on a little bit, because it is AP Gragas, probably going to be Everfrost would be my assumption. People really do just love that item, probably on Zoe as well.
So powerful.
Being able to just jump forward with the ulti and lock someone down. This means they have less of a front line, right? So it is more explosive again on the engage. It's more indexing towards that playmaking. But again, the barrier of execution is high. And especially as AP Gragas, you know, we talked about, oh, if the cast doesn't land as a tank Gragas, your team fight is much less effective. If you body slam and flash in there as the AP Gragas, and they flash that, or you whiff, woof, that's
you're dead, man.
Yeah, it ain't it.
You are done for. All right. Let's see. Getting close to those big ultis, those big hits in the team fights that could really change things around. We've still got the supports both at level 5. I believe my eyesight is terrible and the screen's a little far away. So
they're 6.
Okay, CoreJJ is 6.
Yep.
I was looking at the thing on the corner. My bad. And so that means that Vulcan now level 6 as well. We've got everything online.
This is dangerous for Blabber.
Yeah, this is a bit of risky business here. But he does successfully invade and force the blue buff onto the enemy jungler. Even if you can't steal it away, making him smite it, not allowing it to be given over to the victor, that's still a win.
Yep, and I actually like that a lot more than them going hard for it and trying to ult in and steal it and take a fight, where I think they would have been flanked. They're going to be able to grab the dragon, and now you just want to disengage, but CoreJJ says no!
CoreJJ is not going to let him. Blabber's trying to run away. Remember, the onslaught of shadows can get him over the wall. He's out, he's fine, and the Drakes are now all tied up.
Yeah, and that's actually really good here for Cloud9. They force out the smite, so if Armeo didn't have a second smite charge, he wouldn't have even been able to contest whatsoever. So they know one of the charges is down. They do take that. That is flashed off CoreJJ, and they were able to disengage that very effectively. Yes, it is the Onslaught of Shadows, but that's a pretty low cooldown. The Ghost, a pretty low cooldown in comparison. So now the bot lane here for Cloud9 is going to be feeling a lot more safe for these next couple minutes, knowing that the opportunity for CoreJJ to engage is greatly reduced.
And they're also going to feel great knowing that, hey, you don't have to worry about some dragon stacking this game. Neither team does. We've got 1-to-1 so far on those. Because of the fact that the map is not on fire, I believe that we will see the Mountain Soul this time around.
Sir.
I wasn't paying attention when it switched
Top
off.
left.
Okay. Oh, I know how to use
It's
my
your first. It's your first time casting League of
Yeah,
Legends.
I've never casted League of Legends.
Don't
before.
worry.
I don't know where to look at. For
First
those
time.
things.
First time.
I'm
It's
just,
okay.
yeah, I'm just trying to show how you use deductive reasoning to figure out where things are. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
there isn't any big mountain, man, so I'm not sure.
Yes, of course. The environment hasn't burned down. Anyway, back up to what Team Liquid's trying to do. They want to try to make another play up here. They've got the control ward in the river, so Armeo knows that Fudge doesn't have that warded out, but the problem is, man, Fudge is in no rush. He doesn't care about stepping up any further. He's just going to maintain safe distance. He body slams back in, finds a bit of a quick trade against Alphari, and he's no worse for wear.
Yep, didn't get the third hit there, so couldn't proc the phase rush as his barrel was on cooldown. That is the trifecta you were talking about. But Vulcan on the roam here, clearing out vision. Such a critical part of playing around mid lane is actually this vision control, even donating over the ward kill to Perkz. 30 gold in his pocket there.
Hey, why not? It's about 1.5 melee minions worth of gold, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely worth doing. Every little bit can count, and you can see Perkz now with the spellbook, double combat summoners at this point. So Jensen definitely does not want to take a straight up fight there. Heal plus ignite, going to be difficult to deal with.
Plus Randuin's Omen to slow him down. That makes those skill shots even easier to hit. So you always got to respect what the Zoe picked up from the balloons.
is in Mega shortly.
Okay, Shelly's here. Looks like it's just going to be another one of those 2-plate Rift Herald charges. There it is, immediately killed right after. And that means Cloud9 ties up the gold, man. It is dead even for the fourth
I've gotta
game.
say, these teams are good about actually handling these heralds. No one has really given these big heralds where they get a ton, like a full tower or multiple towers. They have just been so good at anticipating where that is coming, rotating the members over to answer, and always having 2 or 3 there when the herald is going to be dropped to make sure, hey, you can have the plates, but you're getting nothing else.
The most successful Herald that we saw was the one at the top lane Tier 1 turret a couple of games ago where they knocked down the first 2 plates, Herald gets the next 2, but it's still not a full kill, like you already pointed out. So lots of good control over those objectives here. Cloud9 invading the enemy jungle now as a 4-man squad. They've got Fudge up there in the top lane, but he can even teleport down here if need be. They move in, they set down some vision, they steal the Gromp, and now they're right back out.
And good job there by TL, knowing that this could be happening. Phase Rush going to have to be procced here. Everfrost up. Look at the Fat Man go.
Yeah, nice even trade there between them. Everfrost active, used by Fudge just to lock Alphari down a little bit more, make sure he can't chase for an extra auto attack or 2. Blabber will have control over this topside river, though, so he can grab the Scuttle Crab pretty easily. And now, here goes Fudge, tossing out the ulti there, but a fast flash from Alphari gets him away. Everfrost, after the fact, roots him up, but it's not enough.
Fudge is actually playing this lane out quite well. Alphari, though, is creating a CS advantage, but the pressure from Fudge plus Blabber has been forcing out some of these summoners. You can tell how much of a importance they're putting on playmaking, right? Triple Lucidity boots on the top side of the map. They are looking to make plays. They want the lower CDR. They want the cooldown reduction as well for their summoners so they can get in there, create these opportunities for them to fight.
And it's kind of like just a bit of a different story compared to what we saw in the previous game where it was all Merc Treads rush. Hey, this time around, we don't need that. Focus on the offensive version instead. Because these Ionian cooldown boots, it's been pretty interesting to see just how prevalent they have become among everyone, particularly junglers. People just love the rush on these items to make these plays. Perkz finds 1 Paddle Star over the wall, but I mean, Armeo's got Turtle Stance. He'll be able to lifesteal back up. He's not really worried about much of anything with that poke.
We will have to track, though, if they can be punished for Lucidity boots, because while it's not TF, it's not the point and click that they actually stacked all their Merc Treads against last time, there's still a lot of CC. When you think about the Blade Caller route, all the CC coming through from Rel, Gravity Field can be layered over top of those. If you land anything, you've still got the Bear Slap, you've still got all the Mega Gnar CC. So there is a high amount, and that really just tells me that they feel they have got to be the initiators. They have got to have those cooldowns ready and be able to be in the face of their opponents to make things happen. And I tend to agree with the composition that they've drafted for themselves.
Third Drake has spawned, and as long as he's alive, Cloud9 are going after him here. Shouldn't be much of a contest. C9 do have control over the whole bottom side of the map. You can see Sven's got the wave at the turret, taking that one down. Vulcan clearing out some of the vision from the enemy jungle, and Blabber is left alone to take care of this Drake, and he'll pick that one up. So, but the response from Team Liquid on the other side, immediately they're grabbing the Rift Herald.
Very evenly matched across the 2 teams. You can see that Jensen, though, is unmatched right up on that top side, so they're going to be pushing heavily here. Cloud9 is pushing mid and bot, but it will be TL getting the additional farm right now as they have members in all 3 lanes. So we'll see if Cloud9 want to try to force the issue, knowing Jensen is not there and has no TP.
Well, Team Liquid can clear that wave out effectively enough. Armeo just runs up, knowing even if he gets Bubble plus Paddle Star, he can't die from it. He's tanky enough to not worry about that. So then Zoe's not able to send everyone else away. And there you go. Turret destroyed up there. And now we've got this wave pushed up into the tier 2 in bottom lane. 1 turret to 1 turret, still 1,000 gold separating us here. 3 minutes away from Baron spawning, 4 minutes away from the next Drake being alive. This is where you start to see Team Liquid become concerned with contesting those, especially because if we're going for these big team fight compositions, stacking up those Mountain Drakes, getting that Mountain Soul could be a huge difference maker.
It is also interesting to see Cloud9 take a step back as far as how aggressive they are playing in these early stages. They will have to be very explosive as far as the team fights do go. But perhaps feeling that they were a little bit over-aggressive in some of the previous games, not getting enough for what they were risking. And this is match point, so the pressure is on.
You can't risk anymore. There's no more risk possibility. You can't just say, okay, go for the big move here. If it doesn't work out, whatever, we'll clean it up in the next one. Hey, it's the next one. So for Team Liquid, you've got a little breathing room still, right? It can go to Game 5. We can still get them silver scrapes. But Cloud9, man, it's do or die here. As Armeo will run over a ward, but not really too worried about that. He'll sweep it, he'll run back, drops down the Rift Herald, 18 minutes into the game, so no plates to be found. Looks like we're only going to get the one charge into just about nothing afterwards. And yeah, there it is. Vulcan and Perkz ought to be able to take care of that one. Haven't quite killed it yet. Somebody hit the eyeball. Come on. There we go. All right. Rift Herald's out of the picture. Cloud9 maintain their tier 1 turret. Pushing up now once again. Look at that mid lane tier 1 for Team Liquid. It's even more injured, though.
It is. And Zven was actually up to the top side, getting some chip damage on the outer top lane tower during this time. So it is down pretty low itself. And with Jensen now not in the area, they could push this in and potentially kill that off. We'll see if TL want to try to rush up here and answer, because a lot of Cloud9 members are moving up towards that top side. There is no mid lane wave for TL right now, so it looks, because of the faster move towards that top side, members are in the area. Zven may want to finish this off, but they've spotted Udyr now, and Cloud9 did start going back towards mid lane, so this does get a little bit dicey.
Okay, Armeo's not going to head towards top side. Vulcan and Blabber are right there, ready to protect Zven if need be. So second turret goes over now to Cloud9. They will go up to about a 2,000 gold lead thanks to that one. 2 minutes until Drake spawns. Mid lane tier 1 for Team Liquid, just still barely hanging on. You know C9 would love to knock that thing down, complete that outer ring, make it safer to move into enemy territory and place down some vision, but Team Liquid are not just going to allow that to happen. Jensen up here on the top side on this Victor. Remember, it was a Victor performance earlier where he had 100% KP, where he was doing some of that hard carrying, heavy lifting. 0-0 and 0 right now. But man, I love just looking at the farm of pro players too, because you look at Jensen, you say, 211 at 19 minutes, that's really good. And then you're like, okay, he's down 3 waves.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
It is really insane. And the mid laners are so good about, it's not only not missing any CS, but also getting in and stealing away the Raptors constantly, right? And that is a big part of how they get to these really enormous CS numbers. 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon. Feels like both teams are content to poke and prod, look for opportunities, but don't want to commit to anything without feeling like it's a sure thing. Right. And given that, it's going to be about the setup here for this Dragon. The Everfrost is done for Perkz. For a second, I was thinking, okay, he's going Ludens because he actually got the early Blasting Wand alongside his Lost Chapter, but decided to think better of that. It's just going to be built into a Void Staff, so just one of the early AP for a little bit more kill threat in lane. You can see CDR being stacked by Fudge. Likely going to be a Zhonya second, I would assume. A lot of times when you are going towards that AP Gragas, you want to be able to go in, use the full burst combo, and then they try to turn on you into the Zhonyas.
And Void Staff's second item here, cool. I like it. Look at the enemy team. Almost everyone has some form of magic resistance. Yeah, there's Merc treads on 4 players, plus Turbo Kim Tank also gives a little bit of extra magic resistance. You can see another magic mantle in Core JJ's inventory too. So Perkz is guaranteeing anybody who gets caught out by a bubble, anybody who gets hit with a random paddle star is going to be taking a significant amount of damage.
So something we have to also remember here is because Zoe is not, a standalone control mage, right? This is more about poke. The setup becomes that much more important. When you're playing around Dragon, the fight, how a fight has to be played out when you are walking blind into a Zoe versus when you are first to the Dragon, the Zoe has to walk into you, is night and day. It is so hard to approach a Zoe who is already set up at the objective when you don't have vision, because it's so easy to walk into a sleep and just get exploded from that. So Cloud9 had first move towards the Dragon, and they're now at Soul Point, and that was uncontested because Cloud9 had the better setup and TL didn't feel comfortable moving over towards it. And this is Mountain Soul, an important Dragon Soul here, which really is going to change things. When you're looking at some of the powerful engage on both sides, being able to have the Mountain Soul shield can be the difference between surviving that engage or going down instantly.
37-35, so still a 2,000 gold difference separating the teams, but it will be up to Team Liquid to come answer that challenge. Considering they at least got themselves an early Drake, it means, you don't have to do it 3 times in a row before you get a chance at the soul, but it still means 10 minutes worth of having to contest those things without much reward.
And it's the pressure of landing those smites, of not messing up a single time. That is one of the biggest things that is kind of that intangible, just the mental factor of knowing, if I get caught before Dragon, I could lose my team the game, right? I could give over that soul. I could be the reason. And it does sometimes make players play a little bit hesitant, a little bit additionally cautious, because they know they have got to be so careful around those Dragon spawn timers. The Baron also on the map here. So we're only 1 kill in a 23-minute game. This is by far the most cautious pace that these two teams have really put forth. And it means when the team fight inevitably breaks out, the rewards are that much greater. This is not the 9-minute Dragon team fight where it's like, good job, guys, we got a Cloud. No, this is, you get slammed at the Dragon, maybe you lost Soul and Baron. Maybe you lost the game.
Yeah, the loot builds up more if you don't open the treasure
It's
box.
like the lotto,
early.
you know, every week someone doesn't win, it just keeps getting bigger.
The loot just keeps piling up, and somebody's going to get paid whenever we finally see one of these team fights. I expect it at maximum to be 3 minutes away with that Mountain Drake being on the board. Even no matter how bad Team Liquid wants to scale, you just can't give that soul away for free at 25 minutes.
The only way we possibly wouldn't see a fight is if Cloud9 thinks they can get a Baron trade. If they think they can get a Baron for the Mountain Dragon, hey, you don't really care about giving one over to TL, but I don't think that TL will allow them to really navigate that sort of situation. When your opponent tries to go for that sort of a trade, Baron for Dragon, you just simply have one person soloing the Dragon, you move the other 4 up to contest the Baron, and that buys you enough time. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen, but C9 is starting to set up a little bit more on the Baron side of the map. It's 2 minutes till the Dragon spawns, so they want to play around this area, start to fish for poke, start to fish for engage. But meanwhile, Alphari is creating advantages on that bottom side.
Yeah, Alphari grabbing the tier 1 turret down there, picking up the second turret of the game here for Team Liquid, just making sure anything he possibly has a window to grab for his team, he can do that. And we'll see if he gets a big Gnar ulti in one of these upcoming fights here. Has the flash ready to go. Let's check in on summoner spells, actually, because we have all 10 of them online for Team Liquid, all 10 of them online for Cloud9. Perkz has a cleanse switched over, now putting that onto a clarity.
Yep. Cloud9 also have a stopwatch in the mid lane, a Zhonya's in their top lane, something that you always talk about. Having to track becomes incredibly important. The value you can get from that if that immunes something like the Rel engage or potentially a Mega Gnar ultimate, that can be game-changing. And again, very heavily execution-based. Seeing that Cloud9, you know, they realize, okay, we're not going to be able to attempt the Baron just yet. So now they're moving down towards bot side, trying to clear out a little bit of the wars around there, trying to start establishing some vision because, again, being the one first to the objective is incredibly important with the Zoe.
And Cloud9 are the ones with control. 60 seconds still remain. Alphari retreating in time here in the bottom lane. You can see Cloud9 wanted to make that
Run,
collapse.
Yordle, run.
Maybe if he got just a little bit too hypey, just a little bit too invested in hanging out down there. But there's not really anything even left to defend, so there's no reason for Alphari to stick around. He's plenty fine just hanging back a little bit, letting himself farm up, not putting himself in any danger. Cloud9 still having control over this bottom side area right now. Team Liquid, they know they're going to have to go into this. They know that they have to deal with the Zoe that has control over the area, and they got to figure out how to do it. It's going to be a TP play coming in. Hecarim goes in with the onslaught of shadows, but they're still surviving for now. A lot of damage down to CoreJJ. Blabber's going to be taken out first with the root coming through. Armeo grabs the kill. C9 now trying to back up a little bit. Perkz with some nice damage onto Jensen. Lands the Drowsy onto Tactical, who goes up into the ulti, but he's popped by Sven. Very nicely done from C9. They will lose their support in trade. Fudge buying some time here with the zone.
Bent over the wall.
Another sleep comes through. Perkz doing a lot of work. CoreJJ is going to be taken down, but again, it's going to be a trade kill. Perkz and Sven against the world, man. These two doing all the work here. Sven has been sent into the Dragon Pit, and he will try to claim the soul here for C9. Armeo's coming back around. Jensen trying to get back to the base and maybe TP back into this. They can't get it in time. Mountain Soul over to Cloud9.
It's the European reunion, Sven and Perkz coming up big for Cloud9 there. The initial engage looks so good from TL. Catching out Perkz here a little bit. They get on top of him, and it looks like it's going to be a fight that goes their way. The early flash, though, created a lot of distance for Perkz. It meant that Victor and Xayah could not follow up. The fight does continue with Sven getting a lot of damage out. Blabber goes down, but I feel like Sven played this out so well, and Perkz landing a lot of this. The sleep was massive. The ulti comes out, but you're still slept when you arrive. And then in goes Fudge. That's a body slam flash. Perfectly timed. Now the ulti.
Tactical gets away. He uses the Gale Force for the extra distance to make sure that Cask cannot put him in a truly dangerous spot. Cloud9, though, they see Jensen up here in the top side. Jensen has his flash, he has his teleport, but he is still an immobile champion. C9 cannot close the distance in time. They can't make the pick.
But that's Soul. You know, this is Cloud9 now with that secured. So the engages become more difficult. The burst becomes more difficult for TL. Jensen TPing back out here. needs to get on the map and is going to try to press towards this mid lane tower. TL, faster on this play, should be rewarded with this tier 1 here. Looking to try to get that mid lane track, and Cloud9 having to walk the long way around to respawn now means TL gets the inside track back towards Baron, establish vision control, and you can see Alphari right on the precipice of going Mega. He wants to be hanging out with his Rage Bar right there if they're trying to threaten a fight.
Okay, Cass comes down, but it'll find nothing. Fudge getting caught, but buying time. Nice counterattack from Cloud9. Tactical already having to use the ulti with a flash into the Blade Caller. Sven is now in trouble. The hourglass, the stopwatch will not be able to keep him alive, and Cloud9 lose 2.
That is huge. They try to go for the big play, and Fudge with the whiff. Tactical played that so well. If you do not nail your engage as the AP Gragas, you will be punished, and they are going to be punished for this big time. Blabber is down. Perkz is here, so they may try to poke over the wall, look for some sort of a steal, but it's such a low chance here.
Okay, CoreJJ has jumped in right on top of where Perkz is going to be waiting, forces him to use the stolen flash to get away. Baron Nashor over to Team Liquid.
I've got to give so much credit as well to Tactical. The flash redirect on the Blade Call there to actually catch Sven was really game-changing. They're able to get back onto Tactical, so here is the ulti. Fudge is just predicting, Tactical, you are going to back up from my engage. He throws it just a little bit too far behind him. They catch Tactical there, but then look at that from Tactical. Beautiful. He's into the Blade Caller. Sven is there waiting to kill him off when he lands, but Tactical has a flash redirect to catch and burst down Sven there, and it gets them the Baron. The soul is still in the favor of C9, but that was such a costly engage from them. They went for it. They didn't have the correct read on the Gragas cask, and Tactical really made him pay.
Tactical making such an important outplay in the critical moment of the game. Team Liquid now feeling good about where they stand. For the next 2 minutes, they will have the Baron buff. In about 3 minutes, the Elder Dragon is alive. And the interesting part now, Azael, we're at the point where it doesn't matter that the Drake count is 4-1. This isn't old school League of Legends where the Elder Dragon scaled off of your Drake count. This is just as valuable to either squad. So TL, in just giving away those mountain Drakes, allowing the soul to be claimed, they're now at a point where they could win a huge reward if they win an Elder fight.
Absolutely, and that is one of the things that really can turn a game on its head. Being able to grab that Elder Dragon. TL here trying to collect as much gold as they can with this Baron buff. Power play, not massive thus far, but they are looking to close in and try to chip away at these towers, try to get as much as they possibly can. But Cloud9 is hanging around and threatening an engage. You notice how these 3 members from Cloud9 are standing above the tower? That is because if TL then step forward in auto attack range of the tower, you are going to get flanked. And that is what they're trying to threaten. That is why they are trying to hold them back instead of just entering the lane. But because Armeo pushes in mid, they've got to respond there. And as a result, you lose the bot lane tower.
Alphari loses half HP as he harasses Vulcan here a little bit, but not too worried about that. He can back up, teleport back down to the fight if need be. Team Liquid will use the last 45 seconds of their Baron, just trying to get a little bit of damage onto the tier 3 turret here. Teleport comes back out from Alphari. He's back in the mid lane. He's ready to go. C9 have managed to not lose any inhibitor turrets. They've not lost anything of great value. Tier 2 turrets up against a Baron push, you practically expect to just lose some of those things, so it's not a big deal here. And honestly, the Baron being plus 2,000 gold, not too bad for C9's point of view.
All things considered, not too bad, but it's still a big step forward there for TL, who had been trailing, who had lost the soul. That was their first major win, it felt like, really, this game, and that is big for them. Jensen is getting stronger and stronger. You know, the inevitability of this Victor scaling is becoming a reality, and he was monstrous in the previous game this series. C9 trying to push Alphari back. The Baron buff has finally expired, so they defend the mid lane tier 2. It is 30 seconds on Elder, and that very well may be where this series could be decided. I mean, if you win that team fight as TL, you are potentially one team fight from being the mid-season showdown champions at this point.
Oh, the pressure is on for Cloud9. They are currently behind in the state of the game, although you could argue that the Mountain Soul adds enough value to still keep them in the lead. But man, it's another one on a knife's edge.
Scary.
It hasn't had the same amount of kills as the previous games. It hasn't been high octane, but it's still so incredibly close. Team Liquid, they've teleported Jensen back out onto the map. The Elder Drake is now live. TL get a win in this game, they win the series. Cloud9 get a win in this game, they take us to game number 5. So much is on the line, and it's all coming down. Here to the Elder Drake fighting the bottom side of the river. Alfari with a stride breaker, tries to find a little bit of something, won't find a whole lot. Just about ready to transform into the Mega Gnar here, but Perkz gets away in time. We'll see a little bit of damage coming out from Jensen. Team Liquid falling back as the team. Tactical is asleep. He's in trouble with the onslaught of shadows over the wall. Tactical is down. Cloud9 find the enemy AD carry with Core JJ having a flash over the wall. Fudge looking to go after him, but Jensen takes him down. Armeo's in full retreat, but Zven has a killer instinct. Team Liquid have lost 2 of their players. Their AD carry and their jungler. They cannot contest for this Elder Drake any longer.
Yeah, they're staying around, but the health bars are too low. They're still moving back here, but Perkz is behind them, and he does have an additional flash. He's gonna look!
This is madness. Alfari forced to use the stopwatch here as he tries to go forward. They're standing on top of the gravity well that Jensen has created. A little bit of a safe spot there. Jensen trying to move forward, looking to contest this here one more time. Nice interrupt coming through. Shutdown goes out. Cloud9 will take the Drake, they'll take the fight, and they will eviscerate Team Liquid.
And it is Perkz with the sleep to decide the fight. He caught Tactical, and Tactical was CC'd 100-0 from that point. Let's watch it one more time. It's a Bud Light ace. The sleep that sneaks through here over the wall from downtown. Now watch Blabber into the fear, knocks him back, Gragas ulti on top. He did not get to touch the keyboard again after that. That was so well layered. Fudge with the follow-up after Blabber, after Perkz, land the initial play. That was a big play. That is why this guy is such a big-time player. It's the moments like this that have defined Perkz' career, where he can grab a game from the precipice of defeat and really turn it around. Such a huge play for Cloud9, who is up against it here in this 4th game. TL still will have opportunities to try to win this game, but Cloud9 has the Elder for 120. The Baron is active, which pretty much guarantees you're not going to fight for that Baron. Maybe you try to go for a one-way trip on a steal as Armeo, but very likely TL will try to turtle it up, hope that you can withstand the onslaught, and live to fight another day. And that's going to be tough with both of those neutral buffs squarely in Cloud9's hand, plus the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, if you try to go on that one-way trip as Armeo and you don't get the Baron, and they have a 5v4 for a minute with both buffs, it's over. You just lose off of that almost impossible steal. So I respect them not going for it. I think him going for it is a hard int. So now we have to see if they can successfully turtle, if they can somehow defend.
And we saw Cloud9 was set up for it. Vulcan and Fudge were outside the pit to not give an opportunity to try to steal there. And now it's about loss mitigation. How much are you willing to give up here as TL? You don't want a hard fight. You don't want to fight into Soul, Elder, and Baron. At the very least, you have to wait out the Elder, which has 20 seconds. Cloud9, on the other hand, are trying to force during this small window they have left, 15 seconds on it. I think they'll just be given the inhib, but unlikely that they can get the fight.
They should be able to take 2, because remember they did open up the mid lane inhibitor as well. So while the Elder won't give them a team fight, it will give them 2 inhibitors for free, which brings us to that point that we've mentioned in previous games, where now the defense becomes much more difficult because you have the free pressure in 2 waves. They can now focus all their efforts onto that 3rd lane.
And they've got 2 minutes on the Baron buff. This took them almost no time, right? Because they already had the Elder. Immediately the waves are in the right spot. They're pushing in. They're taking down the inhibs. So they've actually got time to reset, buy, get out on the map, and still try to triple inhib with the same Baron buff.
And look at the itemization here on everybody. Zven just about full build, has the QSS here in that final slot. Looking back at Perkz, he's got the Zhonya's, he's got the Void Staff, Horizon Focus too. So when those Hail Mary paddle stars are coming in, you better be saying your prayers. This man could 100-0 somebody very, very effectively. We've got, what is that, about a minute and a half left here on the Baron buff. And Team Liquid has to make their defense.
Yep, we're going to see C9 getting those waves going in the right direction. You see Fudge goes mid lane, helps to push that out, helps to bring in the additional pressure, because what they want to accomplish is supers funneling in mid and top, TL forced to respond at the same time as a wave is crashing bot.
Yeah, it's got to be synced up.
Exactly. And then TL goes over to answer those waves, and all of a sudden you have an undefended tower, you have the 3rd inhibitor going down, you have that game potentially ending. TL are trying to push out these waves and prevent that from happening. I don't think it's going to be synced up on this wave, but on the subsequent wave, it may be. As we can see, supers in mid and top are on the march here and will be threatening Nexus turrets in the next 20, 30 seconds.
Sleep only finds Armeo, so not too worried about that one. Blabber escorting the wave in mid. Everybody else hanging out here on the bottom side. CoreJJ loses about a third of his HP. Not too happy about that one. Perkz again going for the bubbles, but not finding any hits.
This wave.
Doesn't matter though, here it is, baby. Here's the pressure. There goes the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. Cloud9 trying to make
flank.
their move.
This is going to be the fight.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Cloud9 are hanging on right now. Let's see, can Alphari find the angle that he needs? He's into the Mega Nari, looks to make the play. It's a big 3-man swipe, but it won't do much. It won't do anything. Alphari's going to be tanking up now into the back line. Tactical under pressure here yet again. Vulcan going after him, looking to find the kill, and he's got it. Tactical is down. CoreJJ is down. Cloud9 are marching at the Nexus. Blabber leads the charge, and the rest of his men fall in behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, do you like League of Legends? Because we're going to Game 5.
I hear something in the distance, Flowers. Silver Scrapes, baby. Let's go. Game 5. Cloud9 will make the series go the distance here in what was their most controlled, most methodical game here. They move away from some of the less atypical drafts that they were going for. They still had that Cloud9 flair in the draft, a little bit more of an index towards the hard engage.
Yeah.
The AP Gragas. They're going with the Zoe instead of a more standard control mage here, but it was still a powerful 5v5. They made it work here. They stacked the dragons early and often, and they controlled that space around neutral objectives so damn well that TL often never even got a chance to actually contest for the smites. It was more about what happened in the minutes leading up to the dragon instead of the dragon itself.
Perkz on the Zoe, providing the control with the bubbles. That
sleep,
miracle
man.
bubble,
Yeah.
that snipe onto Tactical that set it up for them to win the fight there at that critical moment. And that is enabled by the rest of the team playing properly as a group, as a unit, to always guarantee that they're setting him up for success.
And that one was the most memorable, but I want to say there was 2 to 3 sleeps that he actually had on Tactical in the midst of his team that was deciding a lot of these fights. And you talk about barrier of execution. You talk about how it's more difficult to get something out of a Zoe than a Victor, perhaps. Or the baseline expectation is lower for Zoe. But that being said, when you go for that really high risk, high reward style,
sky's the limit.
And you nail it,
sky's the limit.
I mean, we saw it all come together with that one fight. The sleep from like 2 screens away into the Hecarim ult. The Gragas ult layered perfectly with it. Tactical. Hands off keyboard, pal. You're dead.
Yeah, you're not doing anything about that one. I could have moved his character right there as much as he could have. There is no way to escape a situation like that. Cloud9 have taken the win and bring our series to Silver Scrapes. Man, I can't stop smiling. I love this so much. We're heading into a short break, but on the other side, we'll have the State Farm Analyst Desk breaking down the action.
Let's go, Silver Scrapes! Woo! We did it, baby. Cloud9 and Team Liquid have taken us to Game 5, and they've done it once again in brilliant fashion, switching things up. Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we are here to break down one final time before we go into the ultimate game, the decider game, how this one broke down. And it, of course, broke down into Cloud9's favor. And when we talk draft, I want to come to you, Raz, first, because it was, again, uniquely different in this game than all of the rest of them in this series. And I think it contributed to what was an entirely different pace of game as well from the outset.
Yeah, first of all, what a day it is that we're getting treated to best of Game 5s after Game 5 and LEC to here.
Woo! LPL,
oh yeah, incredible.
We got an LPL one from
so, like,
FPX EDG.
The draft is great. The biggest takeaway for me, Zoe Gragas and 4-5 for C9. It already showcases that they care so much about strong lane prio, matchups as well. And then when they have the lead, like we talked about in the earlier games in the series, that they want to be able to utilize their goal lead and just say that they convert it. And I think this game, this series, it was close to getting away from them.
Yeah.
But the draft it remains the same for C9, and I think that's something to look forward to in Game 5.
So I'm making some weird faces over here because I feel like during the pause, we had our casters talking about like, well, if game was decided over in draft, then like, why play the game? And like, this is exactly why you play the game, because I actually think that this is another draft where it gets to the point in the game where I think TL should end up outscaling, right? And we obviously have Perks' Zoe to talk about. If you look at this draft off camera, we were all looking at this and we're like, okay, C9 are basically relying on Perks to be Perks in this draft, right? Just because it gets to the point where it's not nearly as cohesive, it's not nearly as easy to execute, and it gets outscaled. Now, the benefits of that are that they obviously have a lot of confidence in Perks, and this is a team that ultimately, when it comes down to it, I feel like they can out-hands anyone. And this is another draft that showcases that. And to Raz's point, like, I appreciate that confidence. I've appreciated C9's confidence all day, to be honest.
Yeah, playmaking. Playmaking from not only just Perks, people are saying the $11 million pickup in the bubble, right? Like, Perks is insane. And on top of that, the Fudge Gragas ultimates have been incredible. So just taking a look at these team fights, this one in particular, where it starts off with a Team Liquid win. But then it was the Sleepy Trouble bubble that was put on top of the AD carry there. And then on top of that, the Kai'Sa ultimate to just be able to get the assassination.
And even though there was that nice flank by Alphari, they did kite it out pretty well on C9's side, but this was a fight where I felt like they had to work so hard to win it on the side of C9. They had to play this so well, and it still was only a 3-for-3 in their favor. And I think that's what Emily was talking about. We were saying it looks like they're going to get outscaled because of how much more work it takes them to win a fight. It was a really slow early game compared to the rest of the series. There was the one kill on top side. Again, thank you, Blabber. But then not much else. They took turrets. They had a gold lead, but they didn't explode the game open the way that I think they wanted to with that draft. And if it was not for some insane individual playmaking by C9, they should have lost that game.
Well, and going into a lot of these fights, we'll see that they end up getting separated into skirmishes, which is honestly incredibly optimal for C9, right? So even if Alphari is able to get off like an insane Gnar ult, even if they are able to get into the backline, you see that,
there it is!
The $11 million Sleepy Trouble bubble.
Gragas ultimate from downtown. You love to see it, and it's just insane. It goes back to the idea of playmaking and how you have to reshape your thought. I remember like in the Malphite game, it's the same idea where even though in that case, scaling does go to C9 side, it was like you just, as an AD carry, there's so much you have to be concerned for, and your teammates have to play around it. In this case, it's so difficult where the Xayah actually thinks that she's not in harm's way because Nara's in position to take that bubble. Then, of course, that changes trajectory when Nara just jumps out of the way. So that was difficult.
And I'm going to steal a phrase from Emily here, in that Cloud9 had to rely on Perkz being Perkz. But if there's any player on the stage that you're going to rely on when it comes to fighting for a domestic title, for taking it home for the squad in a best-of-5 series, I think it's going to be the man who's got 8 to his name over there in EU and is now looking to get it done here in NA. And it's also, I think, the reason why right before this game we put such a focus on both Perkz and Jensen within this series. This time around, it's Perkz who comes up on top with the Game 4 performance.
Yeah, I mean, he was huge. We were calling him out in specific, being like, this is, his team in a lot of ways now, even though, he is new to it. He is looked to as the leader, and I think the Zoe pick was definitely a give me the ball, coach kind of pick, where he wants to be able to make plays like that, and then he's able to go out there and do it. That's why it's hard to put a value on someone like that.
And I love how the series is developing in the draft, where at the very beginning, the concepts of like what you're building up for as a team, what you come into a conclusion of like, yeah, Seraphine as a pick makes a lot of sense, right? But then when you go down the series, is like, what makes more sense is giving the ball and giving the resources and the ability to make plays on your star player. And so you get to now Game 5, and Matt, I am chomping at the bit to see what you're going to give Perk.
Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what is this draft going to be? I'm like, I can't predict it for sure. So I just want to see it.
Yeah, I'm with you in loving the way that the series has developed. I tell you what I wouldn't love, being in the position of either of those coaches right now and trying to do the exact same thing with so little time to reorient yourselves and figure out what do you take from that last game as well as the 3 before it, because of the different turns, that this series has taken to try and come out here with the foolproof strategy to bring home the title, because it's now do or die for both squads. And so, Raz, I mean, I think when I look at, each of these teams and the positions they're in, I then think about players. Just like Perkz on one side, just like Jensen on the other, who else can I rely on? Who are those surefire players that I can index into in a draft to get it done?
For me, if I'm looking at Team Liquid, CoreJJ. Giving him a playmaker, Thresh might come back.
I was going to say Thresh.
Or something that I want to see if you are Team Liquid is looking back at the playmaking that decided this game and now putting it in the hands of Team Liquid.
I'm looking at Blabber, personally for me. I think he's been incredible this series. He has had some mid to late game mistakes that have, hurt them, but I also think his early game performance is insane. He has won basically 4 out of 4 early games. He's gotten first blood in almost every single one of these. He's got kills up in the top lane over and over again to help neutralize what was expected to be the strongest point of pressure for Team Liquid. So I think he's been incredible, and Armeo has struggled to keep up with him at times, and I want to see if he can do it again, get up there again this series and stop this Alphari from running over the game.
And again, I think it's important to note that this was not the matchup that anyone expected to see in the finals. And so while, of course, we knew, the giant that Blabber was coming quite literally in this moment, but as well figuratively in this moment coming into this series, I think the nod already has to be given to Armeo for the work that he's done, not just yesterday, but today. But again, Emily, we do have to recognize that you've got to get it done, right? It isn't about did you beat our expectations as a player. It's about did you outdo your opponent in the matchup on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blabber has had a distinct advantage. Armeo has also had some individual mistakes that we haven't pointed out because, honestly, they haven't been super game-deciding either. And I think as a substitute, as someone who people were, turning for TSM to win yesterday, right, due to the substitution, I think he's been, more than serviceable. And now it's about, okay, can that get TL a victory? And that's where, like Raz said, you rely on, CoreJJ. I'm looking at the mid lane, honestly. I'm looking at Jensen, and I'm also looking to see about Alphari as well, because I don't think he played particularly poorly here either. It's just that the way that team fights ended up being separated whenever he was able to get off one of those insane Gnar ults, TL's damage dealers were either dealing with being dove or they were completely separated.
Players heading to the stage one final time to get themselves ready for Game 5. Word is just in, Raz, that Team Liquid will take blue side. I don't think that will come as a surprise because that's been the indication from each of the teams the whole way through. But now that we've kind of retouched each of the lane matchups across the board, does blue side afford Team Liquid anything, or does red side afford Cloud9 anything when it comes to those matchups and those different picks that we're kind of talking about maybe reaching for?
What I'm expecting from Team Liquid is perhaps first pick Hecarim, and then going for their tried and true Senna Tahm Kench on 2-3. I think that's probably going to be the game plan, because once again, it is such a good scaling element. And then they can play for split push. Actually, the best thing about Tahm Kench people don't talk about is, even though like the team fights are strong, you got a drop ship in your ultimate in your kit that helps your side laner in Alphari. I think that's the way we end up going. If it isn't, then, I mean, it's just been an unpredictable series.
And overall, I think Team Liquid has to feel pretty good heading into Game 5, because they've already upset the status quo in some sense. If you think that blue side is favored, they already got their red side win in this series to secure them blue side in Game 5. So I actually think that they feel pretty good going into this game, knowing that they have the draft control on blue side with their first pick.
I heard it to the Senna Tahm Kench, Emily. Is that a dislike?
No, it's more that because Senna's been banned on red side. That's why. So if C9 stay with that ban, it's a good block for what they already know that TL want to do.
Well, we just, again, got another look at Fudge making his way to the stage, again appearing in his first massive Game 5 of a finals. He has stacked up in a big way, of course, with Blabber at his side, but it continues, and the pressure continues to mount here when you realize you don't have another game to fall back on, because this is it.
Yeah, and I'm seeing confidence in crunch time. I'm seeing confidence in like a best of 5 where you look globally and it is either broken players or like, you know, you see that one error. And that's what I love seeing in your first split, in your first year from Fudge. So especially in the last game, like sure, we're talking about that Zoe Trouble Bubble.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the fact that we got the follow-up from Gragas as well, long distance. I think that, you know, Cloud9 in the long best of 5 are playing well accordingly to that. I did predict a Game 5.
You did with Floppin'?
I'm staying with my C9 now.
I'm
doubling down on the C9.
All three of you are C9. Are you all feeling that confident still?
Oh, it's really tempting for me to hop and change teams. Like I said, the blue side advantage. Game 5, but I think I'm going to stay strong and put my faith in the man on screen right now.
There it is. Perkz and Blabber, the last two guys, as well as Vulcan, to be moving into the booth. We've got experience across the board in those 10 chairs, from the most to some of the least when it comes to appearing in a domestic final. But again, once you get into game, all of that is behind you. It's not about what you've done in the past. It's what you're doing here and now today. Cloud9 and Team Liquid, they've taken us to Silver Scrapes. Our first ever midseason champions will be crowned in Game 5 right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. Our grand finals have brought us here to game number 5 in this series. The first game 5 we have had this midseason showdown in its entirety, and nothing could make this more hype.
Saving the best for last, as always. Cloud9 versus TL has been absolutely delivering. Again, the name of the game has been adaptation, adaptation, adaptation. Throughout this series, it has been about anticipating and responding to your opponent's changes in draft. And both teams have been doing it. We have not been having just a straight run back of the same comps time and time again. I'm again excited to see what will TL change, if anything, to respond to the different look Cloud9 brought in. Cloud9 moved more towards a standard teamfight style. They had a splash of their own style with it, with the AP Gragas, more about the engage, more about the execution, bringing in the Zoe in lieu of something like the Azir. Do they move towards that again? And does TL change anything up to respond to it?
And all these adaptations are one of the reasons why I think every single game has been close.
Yeah.
Game 4 was slower than all the other ones, significantly, for the first 20 minutes, but it was still just as close for so long, and that's what's made this series so fun. Now, once again, we're going to see the Nidalee and the Lilia band away because they're expecting Perkz to potentially play a marksman or some physical damage mid laner. And then we've got Orianna, Thresh, Gangplank, and Seraphine also all taken off the table. Both of the junglers are still available, which means it's time for Hecarim and Udyr.
Yep, it does feel like it. Very well could be the same first 3 that we saw last time, just reversed. We could get Udyr plus Rel right now. Could be a Kai'Sa takeaway for TL. Wouldn't be surprised about that. Wouldn't be surprised about C9 going to Xayah. I want to see if there's going to be a wrinkle there, though. Cloud9 would be a team that perhaps mix it up more on red side, which, as you said, I was talking about it last time we saw this in draft. The double AP jungler ban here from TL denies a lot of the premier counter picks, which are physical damage champions, because you want to have an AP pairing alongside them.
Yeah.
And these are really the only AP junglers that people are playing these days. So will be Udyr, and will it be Rel? That is my expectation. Cloud9 will want to take as much time as possible to think this through. If they go Tristana, this could be Trist mid. This does give over, though, Kai'Sa Rel very likely to TL, which you're already thinking, oh my god, that is a good 5v5. I don't even care what the other 2 is. You just need these 3 and you've got a good 5v5.
That is a good 3v5, Azale, and I don't normally say that in League of Legends. So there it is, Kai'Sa Rel.
I think it's Alistar now. I think you want the good answer to Rel. I think that you want the ability for Vulcan to engage. It's one of his premier champions.
Yeah.
So no matter where you're putting the Trist, I think the Alistar makes sense here. And I really do not believe they will get it if it goes to the next round. So all 6 picks making a lot of sense to me here. Now it becomes about targeting where you think your opponents are going to go.
Solo lanes, baby.
Or if you think you're going to double ban Perkz, well, maybe he's playing Trist, right? So that is the change there. Gnar makes a lot of sense as a ban. GP's already off the table. If you want to attack Jensen, if you're worried about split push, this could be a next TF ban for Cloud9. TL has gone towards things like Ryze as their bans in the second phase.
Right.
Xayah being taken away as an answer to the Kai'Sa Rel, assuming that Tristana would go mid, also does make sense here. So we'll see if it's going to be the TF ban or if they want to go towards, maybe the Victor, take that off the table because Jensen has had some strong games on it. Instead, it will be the Camille. Very interesting. They're thinking that TL will mix things up. We haven't seen Alphari going towards the more pure split push style, besides that Rel, which is more kind of like halfway. It's not about the full committal to that lane counter, that split push. This also tells me 4th pick is Fudge. So TL will ban here. They'll likely pick for Fudge. They're banning out Camille as well as Nar because they are concerned about a blind pick here, getting punished with Karma being taken away. I think Sion makes a tremendous amount of sense. Then it's up to Alphari to show us how he's going to get an edge.
Yeah.
You could, if you want to look for a lane counter, move towards things like even the Mordekaiser, but that's pretty far out of the meta.
Yeah,
you could
it's
go tank
really
versus
removed.
tank here. Malphite, I think, would be fine. Even things like Cho'Gath, I think, actually match up fairly well if you want to go that direction. Allows you to kill off the front line. I think Cho'Gath is a fantastic pick here. You can really burst through some of these ultra tanky frontliners with the Feast, with the true damage.
Yeah.
It's also an advantageous...
Alistar gets stuck.
Yep.
There's no way. Despite the fact that Alistar has such an incredibly tanky ultimate, remember it's damage reduction. True damage goes through it pure and simple, and that will be an answer there as we get to see Jensen on Victor one more time.
Yep, the Victor here for Jensen. Oh, man, this would be such an interesting pick if we're going to get it. I don't think so, though. Silas! Look at the ultimates you can steal here. You talk about Cho'Gath having that ulti. How about Silas, the AP Silas here, stealing this one away? It's not Malphite, but damn, it is really, really strong here. Victor ulti is okay. The Rel is pretty powerful. The Hecarim is very powerful as engage tools, but the priority one is going to be the Cho'Gath. That is a game changer. Tactical will be playing the Kai'Sa here. It will be the Tristana for Sven. That is going to be sent down to the bottom lane. Both teams, very powerful 5v5s. Again, there is that slight wrinkle that says, yeah, this is the Cloud9 draft, and I think in this case, it is the Silas. It is the one where you have to get in there. You have to be risking your body in these fights. You cannot sit back and just farm it out, and what a beautiful sight. The stage looks great. The games have been even more beautiful. It has been such a fun day here, and I am excited to see these two drafts going into Game 5 and these two teams battling it out for the Mid-Season Showdown Championship and the chance to represent North America at MSI.
I don't even care if it's the best game of the day. I just want it to be as good as the 4 we've seen so far. They've all been so high quality in terms of not knowing who is going to win, in terms of it coming down to the wire, balanced on a knife's edge, back and forth and back and forth. Let the series end with the same chaos and fire that the thing has been forged in.
I'm all about it, man. Let's get it. This is going to be such an exciting game here. And the drafting has really been interesting. TL is the more predictable side as far as the draft go. I go into it, I feel like, all right, I have a good idea what they're going to pick. I can probably predict down the line what they're going to do. But they have drafted themselves something that is pretty rock solid. You can't really look at this and say, oh, well, why did you go for that?
What about X? What about Y?
Exactly. You maybe knew what they were going to do. Even the Cho'Gath was something that I could see coming. But it's a strong answer. It fits well with the composition. It is cohesive. And that is the TL signature style. 5 champions working well together to further their goal of having a powerful team fight. And I think this is going to be so interesting. If the Silas can be effective, this is absolutely a game where Perkz can have those pop-off moments because there are great ultis to steal.
Yeah, this is a game where either one of the mid laners, who I think have both had very, very impressive series so far, can really be the difference maker in this 5th and final game. Whether it's Perkz stealing the right ultimate at the right moment, knowing exactly the proper windows to go in there as that melee champion like you were talking about, or whether we get Jensen having another massive performance on the Victor, being the control mage that can set the pace of the team fights, they both have that power.
They absolutely do, and I would say there is higher risk for the Silas. He has to make sure that he's not falling too far behind. Victor has an easier time contributing to fights from a disadvantageous position.
Yeah.
Silas, you got to throw yourself in there. It's like the AP Gragas. You are getting in there. That's the only way you are contributing to this game. And as a result, if you get pushed down in that early stage, that can be a concern. So I'll be interested to see if Armeo is going to pay additional attention towards that mid lane, try to punish Perkz, try to attack him, because they do have the ability to maybe get in behind this melee champion as he's pushing and try to punish him with that Ghost Hecarim.
Okay, there was a slight pause there at the start, but we are ready to go now. Grasp of the Undying for both of our top laners. phase rush for both of our junglers. Mid lane starts to break up the tie of the keystones here with a phase rush for Jensen and a Conqueror for Perks. And then down there in the bottom lane, Hail of Blades. Do want to point out CoreJJ with the exhaust. This is almost a must-take against Tristana just because of the way when she goes for the kill, she must jump in, get the reset, make sure that she's just right on top of you hitting that damage. Exhaust goes a long way.
It really does. And also the added wrinkle here of knowing that even if Triss doesn't jump in the 5v5, Sylas will be there.
Yeah,
and you will get value out of an exhaust on a Sylas, so it's going to be a really powerful summoner. I always see exhaust as much more indexing towards the late game, and that is something that you have to keep in mind. You're not up against the Ignite, but this is really interesting. Cloud9 have not been going for level 1s at all, and they are 3 men top. They are walking this in. Is this a lane swap?
Good lord, man.
I think we're lane swapping against the Cho'Gath. That is a bad matchup for Sion, but I cannot say I expected this. Cho'Gath, if he cannot get access to the wave, cannot sustain. That is how he functions. And they're going to show up behind him, and he is level 1.
Oh, Alfari! This is not where you want to be, buddy.
Blood?
Is this 5 games in a row? Ignite's been dropped. Vulcan's on the chase. Vulcan with a flash. Vulcan with a pulverize. Alfari knows that even if he flashes, it does not matter. 5 games in a row. It is Cloud9 with the top lane first blood.
I have got to talk about this Sion start. He started Ruby Crystal so he could have the execute without the Doran shield and start his own side. They're going into a split map situation, but they took 3 quadrants. This is the most 500 IQ level 1 I have ever seen. Invade, taken away, first blood to Cho'Gath. Your zombie Sion is lane swapping, takes away 2 camps from that side. Blabber retreats to the top side. All those camps are still there. That is such a big deal. Even his wolves are still up.
And look at what top lane looks like. Now Alfari has to flash here in the 1v2. And here's the thing that makes this the most impressive to me. Remember that it was Cloud9 who was down 2-1. They didn't deploy this against match point in game 4.
And it's situational, right? It had to fit. And it works because it is against the Cho'Gath. And if you want to try to punish the Sion, you go bot, you say, all right, let's dive the Sion. He goes zombie form, he picks up the CS, he TPs back. Cho'Gath can be punished in a way that Sion cannot.
And Fudge, he'll just continue. He'll take whatever he can get down here. He's not too worried about it.
Man.
And here's a look back at what Fudge did.
I love this.
Both camps at once.
I cannot overstate how cool this is. This is game 5 of the finals. This is not your solo queue game, testing out a new strategy. Cloud9 just lane swapped on finals match point against TL, coordinating that with a level 1 Sion execute to take 3 full quadrants of the map in the jungle, create massive jungle advantage, first blood for the Tristana, avoid a Sion bad matchup here. Like, this is just insane.
And now things are even more interesting. CoreJJ is laning with Alfari, and it's Tactical who's been left to lane solo against the Sion in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, both junglers are in the Cloud9 blue side jungle, as Armeo stole away a couple of camps. He's still only 1 camp behind his opponent in Blabber, but Blabber's level 4 against level 3. He's also Udyr against Hecarim. Blabber with the flash, trying to lock Armeo down. Perks comes over the wall. He goes for the E, he goes for the damage, he goes all the way. And Cloud9 have a 2-0 game.
It is Cloud9 signature style, never afraid of the what ifs, never afraid of what happens if it goes wrong here. They will test you at every turn. This start is magnificent, and now they're behind Jensen.
Oh, Jensen, you got to be careful about this one, buddy. Blabber's got the stun. They're chaining the CC together. Yes, Jensen's gravity well will keep him protected long enough for Armeo to show up. Perks now the target, but Team Liquid, no, they don't have the health to continue the fight. They back away.
I mean, that was a high-risk roam from Perks. You can see the CS disadvantage, but because they committed to it, because they saw the angle, they executed on it, they make it happen here. I mean, look at this commitment. You know he has no flash. You flash stun him just to delay him, so Perks can E, flash over the wall, nail the stun. That is confidence. That is a winner's mindset. He is not even considering what happens if that goes bad. Like, how catastrophic is that play? If you flash over the wall and you miss your chain, you down 2 waves mid, you spent 2 flashes, you don't even make it happen. They know in their head that is going to work. And to me, that is that winner's mindset, and such a cool start here. But TL, credit to them. Core JJ moved up to the top side, mitigated loss, got Alfari to a point where he has farmed. And, you know, I've been gushing about the Cloud9 start because I'm not going to lie, that is exciting stuff. But TL have held on here. They are down over 1,000 gold. It is an early disadvantage, but this is not game-ending damage. They have incredible scaling as well. Yes, Cloud9 does too, but it will be decided later than just the first 5 minutes. It's just really giving Cloud9 an early lead that they can try to work with here to now take a dragon, to move it around the map, and they're just doing this expertly.
Things are back to normal now, right? 6 minutes into the game, the top laners have returned to top lane, the bottom laners have returned to the bottom lane, supports are back with AD carries, so things are as expected, but it has led to a good lane state, a good game state overall for the side of Cloud9. Perkz coming up into the top side, level 6 and level 6 versus 4 and 5. I'm gonna tell you right now who wins that one, and his name is Perkz.
Nicely done. Roam down to the bottom side, kill him there. Roam to the top side, kill him there. Yes, the lane state is back to this normal spot where you would expect it. Bot laners against bot laners, top laners against top laners. But you skipped this brutal early laning where Cho'Gath just presses E and kind of walks at you, poking you away through the minions, proccing grasps, where Sion is going to really struggle. And now it's a TP flank. They're just not going to stop. Perkz is going for mid.
Jensen still has his flash. Remember that. He might be able to escape with that, and he will, but it does get that summoner spell.
I mean, this man is everywhere. He is trying to make an impact here across the map. Down a bot, get a kill. Up to top, get a kill. TP behind mid, not just to your tower. Let's get a flash. So here we go one more time. Remember, Sylas can steal your ult even if you don't have access to it.
Right.
These are not level 6 champions there. Alfari is not level 6 on the Cho'Gath, so he doesn't have kill pressure on Fudge. Fudge can just tank that up by time for his mid laner to get in behind him, comes in with the Hecarim ult, gets the kill. Just beautiful stuff.
As a jungler, that can be so frustrating when Sylas has your ult and you can't.
Yeah.
He's not even stealing the ulti at that point. He's stealing the idea of your ulti. But Perkz' idea was to slam this game number 5 here so far. 1,500 gold lead for Cloud9. First Drake for Cloud9. Now first Rift Herald, again being started up by Cloud9. They are first to the scene every single time.
Absolutely. It has cost them some farm, right? When you look towards mid lane, yes, Perkz has been everywhere, but he's down 20 CS. They want to punish Jensen, though, knowing he has no flash. They're looking to get more out of it. If you can kill Jensen and he has no TP, you can equalize on farm, and then it's all good things for Cloud9. But Jensen reading the move from the Alistar, playing it safe, playing it smart. He is trying to be that insurance policy here for TL, just saying, all right, it's cool, I'm up farm, we're scaling, let's calm it down, we have a strong comp, we can do this.
Armeo in the bottom lane, still no level 6. Devastating charge comes out, but Sven's flash and his ulti make sure that he stays safe.
Yeah, and you got to flash that because if you rocket jump, he'll actually just knock you out of the air and push you back, and then your flash will not create enough space that it's really going to do anything for you. So the early flash pretty much required at that point. Another thing we can talk about is when you have these Sylas versus Cho'Gath games, at a certain point, you can actually just send the Sylas out to the side lane against Cho'Gath, start stealing the Cho'Gath ultimate on cooldown, and feasting minions. And you actually get that bonus health. That just stays with you. The stacks are maintained, which can make you even tankier in those team fights. Gives you that bonus health to be able to get in there, scrap it up, and not get burst down.
Stacks are just a buff that happens to not have an expiration timer.
Exactly.
And now, Team Liquid will see if they can stabilize things a little bit here. The Rift Herald has been summoned up in... Blabber, what in the hell was that?
From a unique angle.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as a thought it was a sweeper type of angle. Normally, Shelly doesn't get summoned up right here, but here she goes. Looks like it'll be a 2-plate charge. Okay, money in Perkz' pocket, money in Blabber's pocket, and everybody's feeling all right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the expiration on it was looking like. If that was like, a, oops, it's about to expire, let's get it down. Or
I don't think they could have got it that quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. So just decides to drop it down, does get the plates, and honestly, that's kind of the expected value when you look at the course of this series. It really hasn't been getting towers. It has been used to pressure these control mages out of their kind of safety zone, take away that tier 1 or at least chip it down so they can get back to that Rift Herald the second time around. They can knock out that tower, make it more difficult for Jensen, who has been playing really well around the threat of these ganks, the threat of these roams, has not given up a death, has had to use the flash, but if you lose that tower, all of a sudden there's so many angles that you can be getting wrapped around from. It becomes a nightmare scenario for Victor early on.
Perkz and Zven, the two guys you want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan at the top of the gold chart here so far. 2 kills for Perkz, 1 kill for Zven. Yes, Perkz is a little bit behind in farm, but it don't matter when you're farming champions, and Zven is staying on point with his opponent in terms of that CS management. Perkz will walk up, he uses the Scryer's Bloom, finds out that Armeo is on the top side of the map here, so they know that Fudge might have to play around that here coming up soon, so get that wave shoved up, get the hell out of town, not a big deal. And there you go, Fudge can get that and get out.
Yep, good to be able to push this in. It's also interesting to note, I wonder if Alphari would have even considered going for an AP Cho'Gath, which is actually really popular these days, or if he was always thinking about going tank. I mean, definitely once you get lane swapped on and kill at level 1, you're no longer going AP, right? You're just like, all right, I need to be tanky. I need to not be getting abused.
I mean, I'm assuming it was always tank because of the grasp.
That's what I would think as well. He's not going towards the comment, but it is interesting because sometimes you do see these kind of hybrid tanky builds where people go grasp, go a little bit of AP, then into tank. So interesting to think about, but either way, he has stabilized. He's looking pretty good up there on that top side, but Blabber maintains control of the neutral objectives. This is second Dragon here. It's going to be going down about 12 minutes for Cloud9. Then they can look up towards that next Rift Herald as that next point of attack. And they are quickly moving towards an Infernal Soul here.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul being the one that gets to occur in game number 5.
I mean, it was going to be really good no matter what, because it was Infernal or it was Ocean, right?
Yeah.
And they would have been smiling either way. I think in this case, Ocean probably would have been even better with Udyr, Alistar, and Sion. Like, that is just your invincible front line, but they're looking for Jensen here.
Perkz goes in. He ends up taking more damage than his opponent did, but hey, it at least forces Jensen to step back a little bit. It'll allow them to maintain control. Vulcan is set up over the Wraith wall to maybe potentially make a play, but I don't think Jensen's going to give him the angle for it. Yeah, Laser can just kill off all these minions. Only the last one gets to make it to the turret. No dive's going to happen, but hey, Cloud9 will be happy stealing away this blue buff from their opponents.
Yeah, they're able to really get a lot done here. They're just constantly attacking any objective that they can go towards. And that's also, why he is willing to trade health for the push. Because if you hang around in this kind of neutral location, you're just going to get slowly poked away at by the Victor. So he wants to go in, trade with the Kingslayer, get that heal off, shove out the wave, utilizing his passive and just the spam spells, and then go somewhere else. He doesn't want to sit and just farm it out against the Victor. You will slowly get whittled down.
And I love the fact that he's playing around that. I love the fact that you're not just content to sit back and let him play his game and then just say, oh, I'll team fight him later. No. Perkz' activity this game has been so impressive. And now they're going in yet again. CoreJJ cannot get away. And Perkz is on a killing spree.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Perkz snapping him back in with his own ulti there. That is CoreJJ. No flash, no ulti. Does go down. And that is always one of the things that I find really impressive about pro players in general is when you're put in these disadvantageous matchups, finding a way for it to really work in your favor, right? It's not just purely about that 1v1. Fudge got to be careful here. Remember, Feast is available. If he gets much lower, he's going to be in Feast range. Should be okay.
He's all right. He's all right for now. Yep. Alphari can't get him quite down to that threshold here just yet. And Alphari does have him stuck underneath the turret now, which means lane priority. And here's how Core got caught.
Yep, Vulcan clearing it out. Flash engaged, knocking him out of that. He pops the ulti, but Perkz has it. So even when he flashes away, Perkz just snaps him right back in with his own ulti. No chance of escaping. 3 early kills. And it's a TP flank from Perkz. They want more.
Oh, baby, they aren't done yet. We have a TP showing up from TL. Alphari with a flash away. TL want to try to outplay this. Armeo's got to fall back a little bit further here. Alphari's stuck in the front line, goes for the damage, goes for the burst, gets rid of Fudge. It'll be a 1-for-1. Team Liquid now having to fall back even further. Pulverize will not find the mark on a Jensen who continues his retreat. Armeo now the target of Perkz with the stolen onslaught of shadows. Jensen looks for a little bit more damage on the back end of the fight with the gravity well thrown down to block away the escape. Team Liquid, they get on the board for the first time this game, and they go 1-for-1.
Grabbing a kill for themselves there. I feel like this is the first little misstep we've seen from Perkz. Looked like he got a bit greedy. Core has no flash.
Oh, CoreJJ, what are you doing, man? He's face checking now, but they're able to turn it around. Why on earth am I doubting CoreJJ? The one man who always comes out on top in these sorts of situations. I apologize for my sins. He gets the second kill of the game here for his team.
And he's got the exhaust, so he survives there. Zven is up here. Cloud9, I don't think you can fight this, but that was one where there was a bit of indecision. I think they wanted to try to get Jensen and Armeo, and I felt like had they just committed towards Armeo, they could have taken him down. But once Perkz misses the Abscond Abduct onto Jensen, he then tries to ult onto Armeo, but he's now out of range there and does not connect with that. Perkz getting shut down here. We can watch this one more time. Going in onto Alphari. Perkz closing the gap here. Didn't quite have his ulti at the start of the fight. Nice flash from Alphari to actually deny that. Then when the ulti comes up here, after the initial kill on Alphari, this is where I'm talking about. I think you can just go immediately towards Armeo. Instead, he wants to get the bigger prize. He wants to take down Jensen, but the Abscond Abduct, he can't close the gap. Then he tries to turn and actually collapse with the Hecarim ulti, but he's out of range there. In the follow-up, we saw CoreJJ with the face check, but the exhaust,
Man.
the aftershock, he survives, and they get shut down on Perkz.
We talk about knowing your limits. I feel like CoreJJ wrote the book on his own limits. He knows everything about them. I feel like we never see him caught off guard. He's just there and he's ready to go. CoreJJ setting up a chance for Team Liquid to even out this
Herald
game.
mid.
They're about 1,000 gold down with a Herald summoned up. The plates have already long since faded, right? That was 3 minutes ago. So it's not like you're going to get an immediate gold injection for this. But they will take that mid lane turret incredibly low. It's already 2 Drake advantage here for the side of C9, but now the fight's breaking out. CoreJJ coming in for the counterattack. Vulcan's already dead. And Fudge cannot arrive in time. Perkz is still looking for some damage. Armeo is going to be killed off next. Perkz having to fall back a little bit. Sven doing the same. Fudge continues leading the charge, but Tactical has rejoined the fight too. CoreJJ tossing Sven back over his shoulder. Tactical into the back line, looking for the damage. Sven going to be taken very low. CoreJJ going to be taken down. Sven with the reset.
Gotta dodge the W.
The kill onto Alphari. Jensen's looking to stay alive, but Perkz is saying no. Team Liquid lose 4. Perkz wants to make it 5. Everfrost says no problem. Double kill over to the mid lane from C9.
What a team fight from Cloud9, from how Sven managed to stay alive against Tactical and CoreJJ, to Perkz stealing the Cho'Gath ultimate, killing off Armeo, getting the stack for himself as well, and now the prize of Soul Point here. They are straight onto it. Armeo is out of the map. Blabber is here.
Oh, man.
Vulcan is going to try to zone Armeo. He has his ulti, but it would be a one-way trip, and I'm not sure this is going to be where they make their stand. So Cloud9 wins a massive team fight here in Game 5, 4,000 gold ahead. Perkz is absolutely popping off. Let's watch it one more time in the Bud Light Ace. In they go. Initially, it looks like, wow, this engage was not it. It's going to be TL. But then, Fudge on the flank, forcing Jensen out. He has to flash out of there. The stolen Cho'Gath ulti executes Armeo. And then from here, you've really got to track how Sven is kiting this out. CoreJJ chasing him with the flip. He gets in range, does get that flip. He jumps back. Tactical saved his ulti to then follow up, but he has the ulti to get that. Instead of just panicking and running away, he turns the core, kills him off, resets the rocket jump, gets out, all while Fudge is able to dodge the W, survive, and Perkz is finishing off the rest of the team. Sven smiling. He knows that was huge for the team, and now they are going for it. Oh, this is too much.
Okay, Perkz is trying to make the moves here. The Chaos Storm might finish the job, but it's so close, but still so far.
Cut the tapes.
Perkz just feeling himself a little too much here, a little bit too hyphy. Goes for the solo kill on Jensen and can't find it.
I mean, look at Jensen's health. He's got a sliver. He would have had it had he connected with the Abscond Abduct, but Jensen, nice sidestep, does avoid it. And the fact that Armeo was there means it is Perkz going down, a little bit of egg on his face, does get shut down. Jensen TPing back onto the map. They're trying to collapse.
CoreJJ's going in. They're going after Sven with the exhaust already down. They need a little bit more damage, but they can't quite find it. CoreJJ now going to be stuck. The fight turning around. Sven on a killing spree. Team Liquid overextending into the trap set down by C9. Blabber continues running forward, but he has to be careful.
Here
One more
comes
auto attack might be
Perkz.
able to finish him off. Alphari over the wall. He needs a little bit more, but Perkz is back into the back lines with the onslaught of shadows. Tactical will try to survive, but it will not happen. Alphari's trying to walk away. Cho'Gath is a big tanky boy, but he's slower than Sin. And Cloud9 will take him out of the picture.
Are they going to go to Baron on spawn? It's 20 minutes. It just came up. They want Baron. Cloud9 are not messing around here. They are trying to win this game right at 20 minutes.
This is a Game 5 plan from Cloud9. This is a Game 5 performance from Perkz. And this is a Game 5 20-minute Baron Nashor.
How insane has this performance been for Perkz? For Cloud9, I don't care what you spent. The investment is well worth it at this point. Pushing out our mail. This is how it started off. Vulcan is caught. Zven goes over. CoreJJ does catch him, but again, disengage with the Buster Shot was huge. Fudge arrives, creating space here, means CoreJJ is sectioned off, does get killed. That is the first reset. Then, knowing Armeo has no ulti, they just need to play this slow, buy time for the respawning Perkz. He finds the ulti he wants, he comes in from behind, grabs the Hecarim ult, fear onto both the TL carries. That gets the reset for Zven.
So good.
He's in on top, another kill. Alphari cannot escape, he goes down. It's the Baron on top. This is a legendary performance from Perkz, the most decorated Western League of Legends player of all time, showing what people are talking about when they are referencing the Perkz playoff buff.
He's got more kills than the whole enemy team. It is 8-6, not Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, Perkz versus Team Liquid. That is just incredible. Hear from him in this game. Cloud9 as a whole, doing the lane swap, having the Scion take the jungle camps. Everything is impressive about this game.
They're looking for the fight.
Alphari's gonna get caught out now. Gravity well placed down to try to keep him alive here a little bit. Armeo going in, Armeo going out in a body bag. Zven is unstoppable.
Is this the victory march? He's dead, that's 30 seconds. They have Baron this early on for 130. They are pushing forward. Will they continue to posture forward, or will they back up to try to extend the gold lead? It looks like the call is that discretion is the better form of valor here. They're gonna back it up. They're gonna take what they got. This is a 9,000 gold lead. This is sole point. There is no reason to risk anything here.
Well, they want to go for a fight anyway. It's Cloud9 after all. CoreJJ can disengage before the chain CC gets to apply in full this time. So now those Baron-empowered recalls are going to send everybody home. They can shop up. You can see items falling into everyone's inventory as they go back to spend that money.
And that's Deadman's Plate done. That's Turbo Chem Tank done. These item completions are coming in thick and fast for Cloud9. You look at even Zven. He is close to his IE. This is almost a 3-item Tristana here when you're going for the 4th dragon. TL are faster to the dragon.
I don't think they're fast enough.
No, it doesn't
Cloud9's
look
already
like
arrived.
Now the question is, do you try to contest? If you lose here, if you lose a 5v5, the series is over. So they've got to decide, do you give up Soul and wait for later, or do you fight now?
Oh, CoreJJ, he's over the wall. He's grabbed by Perkz, but he gets back out in time. Vulcan continuing to zone. Alphari's in the pit. The dragon goes over to C9, but what about the fight? Vulcan will be killed off first. Tactical grabbing a kill on that. It is a 1-for-1 trade support for top lane.
And that is massively in the favor of Cloud9. We tried to see the flank from CoreJJ. He was looking for the angle. He's looking for the hero play, but Perkz pushes him back, drops the Victor ulti on him to escort him the rest of the way out of that fight. Cloud9 secure the Dragon Soul here, Infernal.
23 minutes.
And they are snowballing. I mean, look at the items on Perkz here compared to what Jensen has at this point. He already has 2 fully completed items, the Sheen plus the book, the magic book on top.
The BM book. Oh, baby, the Medjai's Soul Steel. Hey, if there was ever a game to build it, how could it not be this game? Let's take another look at the fight.
All right, here it is one more time. The initial combo onto CoreJJ pushes him back. At this point, it's a one-way trip for Alphari. He tries to get in. He was close. He was so close to actually getting a range of Feast. He didn't have Flash. If he has Flash, that's his dragon. But those little Cho'Gath legs were not moving his big old body fast enough. He was about one little step away from chomping down and preventing that soul.
Unfortunately, the size increase per Feast is mostly focused on the rest of his body, and the legs just got to remain.
Feet stay the same size.
A little bit unlucky. A little bit unlucky. You can't skip leg day, Cho'Gath. You can't skip leg day. Team Liquid has such a difficult road in front of them. 10,000 gold down. 25 minutes into the game, Dragon Soul possessed by their opponents, and not a single turret they've taken. They have no control over the map. They are stuck inside their base, and Cloud9 have the freedom to do whatever they want in this game.
You need a miracle, because Cloud9 came into this Game 5 with a killer instinct, with the best pre-planned level 1 I have seen in League of Legends in so long. They created a big advantage from the word go, and now TL has been battling back from that ever since. And when you look at TL, it has got to be about the engage. It has got to be about finding multiple members stacked up Core JJ has got to get him, and you need to follow up from Armeo, from Alfari. If you can kill off someone like Perkz or Sven before they can do anything in the fight, you've got a chance. Barring that, this game is toast. This is a 10,000 gold lead with Soul on top. It is not remotely close as far as the itemization goes, and if you don't have a hugely advantageous fight, you just get beat down by the wallet.
Oh man, that wallet is heavy right about now. Elder Drake, 3.5 minutes. Baron, 30 seconds. Cloud9, control over the whole map. Team Liquid, struggling to staunch the bleeding. Any wards they try to place outside of this base are going to be swept away so swiftly. Armeo, he just walks past the gate blast cone, and he's already on top of a Cloud9 ward.
Yep, and Cloud9 look like they're setting up for Baron. They want to make no doubt about it. They do not want to siege into a possible engage that could maybe give TL a way back in. So instead, you eliminate all vision, you wait for Baron spawn, and now TL is faced with a near impossible task of walking through all of the dark and dangerous territory here to even approach the Baron.
Yeah, look at this.
Knowing that Sven and Blabber could be two-maining it for all we know right now.
Hey, look at that. My big brain co-commentator's brain has once again flexed its muscles, and Fudge is flexing all over Team Liquid. Armeo's already down and out. They'll pick up another one here on the back end, too, with Core JJ dying next. Tactical with a killer instinct, but it will not matter. Fudge is chasing him down. There's the third kill. There's number 4 as Alfari falls over. It's a double kill for Perkz. Jensen can do nothing but walk away as Cloud9 go for the victory march right now. They've got the Baron. The inhibitor has respawned. That'll only buy them a couple of extra moments. Jensen knows there's nothing left to do here. Cloud9, they will take down their greatest rival in Team Liquid. They won the regular season. They stayed in the upper bracket. And Cloud9 are your first ever mid-season showdown champions.
And what a Game 5 performance. Absolutely incredible. The pre-planning from level 1. The absolute domination, and there's no other word that fits it, from Perkz. This was an incredible game from him. Sven celebrating with you and me, with the fans at home. You gotta love it. He's taking his victory run here. He wants that trophy. Get out of his way. It's his.
He lifts the trophy, and the man next to him, Perkz, will now join him as the only other player to have won Europe and North America.
What a performance.
Hoist it high, Perkz. You earned it. What an absolutely phenomenal showing. For 4 straight games, we got to see these two teams beat the living hell out of each other. And in game number 5, when your endurance is truly tested, when your creativity is put on the line, and when your mental fortitude is demanded, it is Cloud9 that runs out of the gate like a bat out of hell, and they're on a mission for that trophy.
What a story for this team to miss out on MSI due to a global pandemic last year, to be able to win in spring. Cloud9 will be attending their first MSI ever as an organization. They deserve it.
What an awesome conclusion to this spring for this team, especially after having to lose out on the chance at MSI last year. It was the first time in years that this team had won the championship, right? For the longest time, they were always stuck at that number 2 spot. They come back, they win it, they claim that victory, and then the reward disappears in front of them for circumstances entirely beyond their control. But now they get their shot, and damn if they didn't earn it.
And we've just come full circle. It was TL versus Cloud9 in the lock-in tournament to start our year. It was these two teams that felt like they had been on this crash course to be battling at the top of North America. Here they are. The development from this roster has really shone through. From lock-in to now, it is night and day. 5 times Alfari first blooded in this series. When you look back to lock-in, it was a series defined by the gap between these two top laners. A gap that no longer seems to exist.
The gap has been erased. I mean, Fudge stepped up. Blabber stepped up. Sven stepped up. Vulcan stepped up. Perks is the king of the damn staircase. Nobody steps up the same way that he does in these moments, in these clutch times where your raw skill as a player can determine a win or a loss. It's Perks.
It was absolutely incredible performance from him. You know, I'm not going to get over that game 5 for a long time. I think to not only formulate the plan that they had at level 1, but to have the confidence to execute on it. To in game 5 of the finals, when we have not seen lane swap meta for years, say, we're going to lane swap on the Cho'Gath. We're going to move Sion bot. He's going to execute, take all these jungle camps. We're going to get 3 quadrants from level 1 and first blood the Cho'Gath. Is just absolutely unreal. And it speaks to the preparation, it speaks to the confidence that this team has, and it speaks to the fact that they are well and truly deserving champions of the LCS.
Especially with how close that it was. They weren't up against, and I think the structure of everything, the double elimination bracket, you know they went up against the best possible team as their competition. We got to see how close this series was back and forth between them. And that guarantees me the hope and the faith to know that we are sending our best possible team to MSI.
Absolutely. You've got to say they really did perform when it counted. I've got to say my heart also goes out to TL, though. Santorin unable to attend the finals because of health reasons. That has to hurt for him. And TL really did put on an admirable performance without their star jungler, Armeo, really stepping up to the plate to make this an incredible, incredible series. If it weren't for the good performance from them, we would not have seen, you know, such a shining series, such a great example of these two teams battling it out.
We celebrate the win for Cloud9. We applaud the valiant effort of Team Liquid at the same time. I know fans are going to be so excited to see what they can bring to the table in summer. Once they get back, you know they're going to be hungry for their vengeance. They're going to want a chance again. The rivalry between these two teams only continues to build. It only continues to get more exciting and get more fun. And I just can't wait to see more of it, man. I can't wait.
Man, this has just been such a good day to be a League of Legends fan, to be part of the LCS. An LCS fan has been such an honor for me to be here casting this game. So much fun being back in the studio, being back here with you guys, watching at home, watching some incredible, incredible League of Legends. We love you guys at home.
And after a 5-game brawl, the Cloud9 faithful have been rewarded. Now LaTigris will be talking with our boy Blabber in the post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I am beyond honored to present to you one of the first Cloud9 champions here for Spring 2021. Blabber, spring is all about repeats for you. We have already awarded you your second Honda MVP, now your second LCS title in the same exact span of time. How do you believe C9 were able to take down Team Liquid in this series?
I think we came into the series with full confidence. Honestly, I think all 5 of us knew that we were better, and even when we were down 2-1, you know, it's Perks' comfort zone, and I think there's no doubt in any of our minds that we would win this series.
You may be extremely confident in that, but from the audience perspective, we didn't know what to expect from this. Not only was it 5 games, but going into it, the jungle substitution on the Team Liquid side. In fact, we thought about how that might affect the way that Team Liquid plays. But what about you as the jungler facing off against Armeo, whether strategically or emotionally? How did that affect the way that you approached the series today?
I definitely don't think I played any differently today than I normally do. I really respect Armeo as a player. He's a good friend of mine, so I respected him, and I definitely treated him like any other opponent. I think maybe they changed their game plan, right? It really sucks for Santorin to see his team lose, right, and not be able to do anything about it, and I feel really bad for him. But I think regardless, I think we played well some of the games, and I'm just glad we won.
I mean, from the fan perspective, everyone was impressed with the play on both sides. Obviously, everybody in the LCS wants it to be a 5-game series. But tell me a bit more. When it comes to those moments where a game can be determined by a single mistake, who's making the calls? What is being said between games? Who's calling for those draft changes going into Game 5?
So at least specifically for a Game 5 draft, that's something we've been practicing for weeks. And it's something that we didn't want to pull out until we really needed to. And I think we had full confidence in our Game 4 draft that we would win with Hecarim first pick. So we knew we'd win that game, and we decided that we could save it for Game 5 to pull it out. It was obviously a team decision, and I'm really glad it worked. And regarding calls, I think all of us do a great job not panicking game and making the right calls to win the game.
Calm, cool, collected to secure the victory, securing the LCS championship title. But beyond that, you were robbed of the MSI experience last year. Tell me a bit about the team reaction to knowing that you will be attending this time around and what you plan to do in the weeks ahead of you.
Yeah, so I think we're all really excited to go to MSI to play against the best teams in the world. Damon's already qualified, so I'm personally excited to play against Canyon, and they're in a group, right? So I'm excited to play against the best teams in the world to get really good practice and to hopefully improve for summer. And yeah, I mean, last year it really sucked. We didn't get to go MSI due to COVID. I mean, it's unfortunate, right? But I'm just glad that we're able to go this year.
And we are all very excited to continue cheering you on to represent the LCS. Blabber, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you very much.
We've got so much more coverage to come, including additional interviews. For now, let's head over to our analysts on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, La Tigress. You heard it from her there. We'll hear more from our champions in just a little bit, so stick around to hear from more of those victorious players. But once again, congratulations to Cloud9, your 2021 spring champions. 12 months ago in spring, they were able to hoist that trophy. However, it was in the remote environment. And in fact, it was Sven who hoisted it so high, he broke it. He broke it within hours of hoisting that trophy. And you know what he did? He did not lose his opportunity to hoist it once again, Raz.
Got it again. I like that. I just love the enthusiasm. The moment they knew at the end of this game that it was clinched, there is no way they could lose it. Hopping out of their seats, almost breaking a chair, by the way. I'm going to put that
true, right? Yeah, he traded out the trophy for a chair this time around.
I also like how it was, Perks and Sven, the first two on the stage. They were like, where's the rest of our team? Sven did the full lift, and it was like, who's next? And no one.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, those are guys who have been in winning situations before.
They know how to get on stage.
Yes, exactly. They know what comes next after you win the title. Again, Perks now joins Sven in that club of players who have won both in EU and NA. That's the 9th trophy in his case. But I think more importantly, it is the culmination of what this team was built to do. Not only win domestic titles, but as we heard Tigress alluding to, make it to international performances. That performance that they were robbed of last year because of the COVID environment. And now this time around, they're going to get a chance to show up on the international stage.
That's honestly my favorite thing, right? Because 4 of the 5 players here were not able to go to MSI last year when they were looking so dominant in that meta. So again, in a meta that really, really seems to suit this team, and I don't think 11-6 or whatever MSI is going to be played on 11-6, they'd still be fine. I mean, I'm just like, I'm so excited and I'm so happy for them that they finally get to go and prove themselves and see how well they'll do in international competition.
They did it in absolutely brilliant fashion. That Game 5 above all else made most of us pop off with such incredible glee. And with all of that said, I want to hear more from the players themselves. So we're going to hand it right back to La Tigress for another Verizon post-game interview.
5, 7, 8. Thank you so much, Dash. This time around, I have Perks, I have Sven. After their 5-game victory, I'm going to come to you, Perks. They were just talking about it on the desk. 1 year ago, your friend beside you was the first to earn a title both in the LEC and the LCS. Now you've accomplished the same feat. While you are already the most decorated player in the West, what does it mean to you to achieve an LCS title on your first split here?
Well, it's really important for me because I want to go to MSI and I want to compete against international teams. So to go to MSI, I have to win NA, and it's just a nice thing that we get to actually improve a lot during the split, and we get to win the trophy in the end.
Yeah, thinking about MSI, it feels like it's right around the corner. Sven, I know that you have been extremely vocal about the journey that C9 has taken since last spring. Feelings of complacency, but still a hunger to get back here on the stage for the championship. Can you tell me a bit more about that journey and what it means to be here on the stage in person to receive this championship?
Even though we won spring, MSI was canceled due to COVID. So we fell into like a slump in summer split that I can't help but think that if we went to MSI, we would have slumped there and lost, but we would have gotten a reality check earlier and been better in summer. So this year, I'm very excited that we can actually play MSI because I think MSI is a huge learning experience for any new team and new players. I think it will be really good for a whole team as a whole. I think we'll come back to summer and be even better than we are right now.
And MSI is a whole other beast, as Perkz, you were just saying, looking forward to facing off against that international competition. When looking at Cloud9 today, especially comparing to last year, Reignover, your coach, was talking about the flexibility that C9 has. And Perkz, we can't help but feel part of that is because of you joining the squad with the large pool of champions that you have. When looking towards international competition, how important do you think it is to have this flexibility and be able to display it in a 5-game series?
I mean, it's definitely very important to be able to play every good champion in the meta. Otherwise, you're just kind of making your team like have a harder time, I guess. So I just try to think what is the best and what is the good in the comp, and always try to play that. And I think that I'm doing it quite well right now. So also I really like playing AD carries, but I didn't really like playing bot lane. So playing AD carries in mid lane is like a lot more fun. So that also gives us an advantage over other teams right now.
That's one of the most fun things. We're seeing you back in the mid lane position, but we still get to see that ADC play from you there. Sven, it's also been fun getting to see the two of you together once again. We've talked in the earlier part of the season about that synergy and what it brings to the team. But if we're looking at where Cloud9 started compared to now being as hot as y'all are looking going into MSI, how much do you feel the synergy that you two have has played into that and being able to accelerate the growth that C9 has experienced?
Honestly, not that much, to be honest. I think it's mostly out-of-game stuff that helps us. I think Mithy, Perkz, and I haven't changed that much as people from who we were back then. But I still think that most of our growth is come from our coaching stuff. They are really good, I think. I think Mithy, Max Waldo, Reignover, and Veigar deserves a lot of credit for our split this season. I never had any doubt that even with a bad start in Login Tournament, that we would be the best team in summer. I had some doubt about spring, I'll have to admit it, but I knew we could win spring. And I think that our coaching staff deserves a lot of credit for us becoming a better team over the course of this split.
Speaking of the coaching staff, I do want to call out one in particular, Mithy, because Mithy, alongside you, Perkz, two people that Alphari was calling out as really wanting to take down in the series. Obviously, it was a different result on behalf of Cloud9. Do you have any words for Alphari, whether respectful or otherwise, after achieving this victory?
Well, Alphari was really hard to play against. We were like really focusing in draft a lot and in gameplay as well. Blabber was ganking top quite a bit, so I'm quite happy that I beat him again. Again. But I can't help but feel a bit like sad that he is getting chased over from Europe to NA by me, and so he just can't get a trophy. But maybe like next split he will do it. So I hope not. Right? I'll try my best again. But yeah, nothing but mad respect for Alphari.
We're all looking to keep watching that chase as it goes on. Congratulations again.
I'm going to play top lane against him next split, like for sure.
We're holding you to it. We have it now on camera live.
Now I'm doing it.
All right, you heard it here. We're going to get to see some Perkz in the top lane. Congratulations, y'all. And Sven, hey, you don't have to break the trophy this time on the ceiling. We got a whole open
That wasn't
head.
my fault, by the way. Just gotta put it out there.
Okay, good to learn that. Let's send things back over to the desk.
No. All right. Well, hey, I'm glad that was settled. I'm glad we finally got the full story on that.
Trying to
It
get the facts
definitely
out.
wasn't Sven's fault. Look, ever humble are the two of those absolute all-star of players there as they both pick up yet another title for themselves. And again, I love even the conversation and the respect given to the opponents immediately after. Yes, maybe we would love to see Perkz laning against Alphari, and maybe you could make the argument in this Game 5 that Alphari laned against everyone, Emily. I don't really know.
So let's take a look at this lane swap here right now. It's really dependent on the fact that you, as we see here, have the Sion killing himself using the zombie. I love Sion level 1s. We've seen them throughout the years. But when you talk about what a lane swap does and how it's kind of perfect for the way that Tristana backs and get items and the way that Sion can kill himself and just come back to lane, he doesn't lose anything. And when you swap lane, you want to get advantages for, you know, both parties while getting either advantageous laning matchups or setting your opponent behind. I think that accomplished this really well.
Yeah, a large jungle advantage for Blabber because Hecarim didn't get an opportunity to get his side of the camp. So like from Team Liquid side, Armeo was in a really bad position, and an experience advantage for the Cho'Gath, or at least for the Sion, who ends up, of course, getting the Gromp and the blue, like you mentioned, while Cho'Gath is having a hell of a time on the top side of the map. So like the actual advantages you end up getting are insane.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, we talk a lot about Perkz, talk a lot about Blabber, but Sven was incredible this series.
Yeah.
He had no like huge mistakes, and in this fight, kited it out perfectly to allow his team to actually turn that 3v5 around. He had an incredible series. I mean, most people on C9 did. It was a back and forth series. Everyone was stepping up at different points in time. But I think you also saw great stuff out of Perkz too. He was so active on the map. He was down 20 CS, but only because he was busy picking up 2 kills by roaming to the side lanes.
Yep.
And this was some of the stuff that he was known for back in Europe, was being able to go find that extra play that you have to actually seek out.
And that's what's happening throughout the series. We were talking about the fact that now we're getting playmaking champions on a Perkz because you have confidence. Even listening to Blabber on stage, talking about the confidence that they had, that even down games in the series, and then you know, going into game 5, that they had absolute confidence. You have to have that confidence, right? And so when you have confidence on the individual players that, you know, we're better than our counterparts, then pick up the Sylas, start moving on the map with the advantage that you already have. This is great stuff from C9, and I can easily see that transfer into international play. Turn off the nameplates, and you can take those wins.
And I love the Sylas pick here. Sylas, again, like this lane swap, not something that you're going to run every single time because you can prepare for it. But as a last lock-in to what TL was doing, great pick, great champion for Perkz to be able to carry on. I loved how active he was on the map. It was just an amazing Game 5 from C9.
We're going to have plenty more time to talk about, to gush over this series as a whole. But for now, one more time, we are going to throw it back to Tigris for our new champs.
Thank you, Dash. We've got our final 2 players that took to the stage today. We got Fudge and we got Vulcan. Now, Fudge, last time I talked to Vulcan, he was telling me about you. Even if the whole community doubted him, he's still the guy you want. How do you assess your play here today in this best of 5?
I think some games I played okay, like mechanically. I think, for example, like the Gragas game that we won in game 4 was actually like my worst game out of all of the games, even though we won. And I do think that going into the series, everyone was expecting Alphari to just like stomp me, I guess. Debatable, but there was some people expecting Alphari to like play really well and sort of have like a gap in the top lane every game, but I don't think that actually happened. And I think Blabber also played really well around top lane waves to like punish Alphari, and they didn't play as well around top lane waves as us.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short. After the last time you faced off against Team Liquid, many were looking to you to hold it down there in the top lane against him. Now, of course, when it comes to a best of 5 series, though, things evolve game to game. Vulcan, you had talked in multiple instances about looking upon the past series of Team Liquid. They just played yesterday. There's so much you can learn, but you had to adapt here in the series today. Going into game 5, how did you all come across your decision to have that early game strategy you did?
Well, the strategy of lane swapping level 1 is something that we've been practicing for like many weeks in the hopes that we would pull out in the finals. And in the previous rounds of playoffs, we were actually like hiding it from the other teams when we were ready to play it. And we just felt like we should save it for the, you know, the best moment to pull it out and surprise everyone, because we were thinking if we play Sion and then maybe they'll be thinking about it, but if we play Sion a lot and don't swap, and like the latest game of the season we swapped, then they'll never expect it. So, you know, it ended up working pretty good for us. It was like the best case scenario where they knew like very late that we were going to swap, and ended up being like obviously very good for us.
And you waited till the last possible second, do or die there in game 5 to get yourself the LCS championship. This was a big moment for all of you that we saw on the stage. I do want to give recognition to Reignover, though, as the coach, stepping into that head coach position this year. Fudge, you have so much experience with him due to your time in Academy last year. What were some of the things that he was sharing with you and the rest of the team between games, after games, as far as celebrating this overall victory and keeping your mindset in it?
I think something Reignover does really well is he listens to all of our opinions and tries to like come to a conclusion like after listening to all of them. And I think he doesn't like try to force any of his own opinions on us, or like he like has really good reasoning if he has his own opinions. So I think Reignover has done really well at like adapting to his players, and he doesn't really like he doesn't really make the players feel uncomfortable like ever. So I think he's been really helpful in just like making the team more cohesive, and it worked out really well, I guess.
Yeah, it did work out indeed. Now, I'm going to allow you a moment in the end to answer this question as well. But Vulcan, this is the last time we're getting to speak directly to you players, thinking about those that have supported you, the Cloud9 fans out there, tracking along this journey since last spring. Any words that you have to share specifically with that audience?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to say thank you so much to all the C9 fans out there. I think the support that we've had is like pretty crazy, and it's not even comparable to any team I've been on in the past. So thank you guys so much for that. And yeah, I'm happy that we could win like a second trophy in 2 years, and hopefully we'll represent NA and Cloud9 very well at MSI, and I'm pretty confident that we can. So.
And Fudge, it's your first title.
Yep. For me, a lot of C9 fans didn't like me at the start, but there were also a lot of fans that were like supporting me, sending me a lot of like really like supportive DMs. And I'd like to thank all of the fans that were like still supportive of me, even though I wasn't playing that well at the start. And I think that going into Summer Split, I'll play even better. And even at MSI, I think we'll actually do really well. So thank you.
Well, like I told your teammates before you, we are all very much looking forward to tracking your journey at MSI, cheering you on. Congratulations once again on your LCS championship victory here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all we have to hear from the players. Thank you so much for giving them the time to speak their words. We're going to head things over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you very much, the Tigress, and welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. So proud to be calling Cloud9 our LCS Spring 2021 champs and MSI representatives here for North America. All split long, though. We've been debating who would be the new king in the mid lane in North America, and I think today we can definitively say that that title belongs firmly to Perkz, our finals player of the series.
Deserved. I think Perkz is a huge playmaker. We saw that at the very end. Throughout the entire series, this is going to be a great series to look back on. His Zoe play was another example of that. Just some phenomenal stuff.
I think he's just so versatile, and that's what really jumps out to me. And not just in terms of play style, but I think also in terms of mentality. Because I think, play style, you can be talking about champions. He can play, control mages. He can swap to the Sylas and start playing more playmakers. But I also think he has some of the best risk-reward scenario thinking of anyone I see. He knows exactly when it's worth it to go really aggressive and take the extra risk to try and actually make a bigger play because it's a bad situation or whatnot. And I think that's one of the things that he does so incredibly well. And I think you got to see all of his skills kind of on display in this series as he shifted modes and champion play styles multiple times.
And I mean, that's incredibly valuable going into an event like MSI, right? Especially with us being on a patch behind. You're going to need that in-game leadership, in and out of game. So with the team in terms of traveling and adapting, but also his versatility can't be understated just as a player. This is someone who role swapped and was still the best in his position in the world. So, I mean, it's just nuts having a player like that going into an international competition like the Midseason Invitational.
Man, he's won the event, Rez. Yeah. That's got to feel pretty good, knowing that you got at least that much experience on your squad going forward. Because a reminder again that while Cloud9 has been to Worlds time and time again, this is the first time that they will be going to MSI.
Yeah, and I think MSI is a destination that starts a lot of stories, and it starts a lot of player legacies. Because my MSI memories are RNG and their Golden Road.
Oh yeah.
Whatever happens. G2 and their Grand Slam, but it sets up the expectation. And even hearing from players like Sven on stage talking about if they have had that experience last year, they could have adapted, grown with that international experience, and had moved forward and gotten to see how good they are in an international setting. And I think that's a valuable, really valuable experience to have, and for the globe to really respect your work.
Well, and as you mentioned that MSI marks the beginning of the international chapter for the year, I think in order to contextualize that, Mark, we do have to look all the way back to the beginning of the LCS split for Cloud9. Again, they fell down to Team Liquid in that lock-in finals and then had 2 rematches where they were able to come out on top. But what a story it's been for this squad, along with the reformation of the squad and the acquisition of Perkz to come out on top in just their first split.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive considering, that there was going to be time to, have Fudge level up. As you kind of hear him talking about, he was like, I didn't start great. And I think to have all that growth in a single split is super impressive. And I don't expect this team to stop improving from here. This is not their peak. They're going to go to MSI, like Raz was saying, and continue to get better and then hopefully bring that back for Summer Split.
And they improved at a faster rate than they expected to. Sven even mentioned that they were expecting it to be a Summer Split first place run, right? Instead of a spring split. And he gave credit to their coaching staff for them to be able to get to this point. The fact that, we spoke about Mithy, Reignover, Max, and Veigar, it even capped it off on Game 5 with how smart they were as a team.
I have so many questions. I'm sorry. I have so many questions about where all those strategies, who made the call in the final moments for some of those picks, for some of those strategies to actually be executed. But Emily, I do want to continue this conversation, this overarching conversation about Cloud9's story and the fact that they will again be representing us at MSI, but with the context of how much growth they've made in such little time.
Yeah, I mean, so going into MSI, we look at North America and we're like, yeah, okay, you know what? We have a little bit more to improve maybe than the other major regions who are going, especially being a patch behind. I actually would argue that C9 is the perfect team then in this kind of situation, because just take a slice of their season and think about where they were in the beginning of the lock-in tournament to the end of the lock-in tournament and how like exponentially good that growth was just in that short amount of time. With boot camping against other teams, with like once they get on the ground are able to like practice on the patch against international teams, I'm so excited to see how much this team can improve.
Yeah, and you're right. I feel like just from a coaching aspect and from a player standpoint, they can definitely develop and really challenge themselves in their team identity. Right now, if you ask me what Cloud9 is going to be their strongest suit, and what they're going to be bringing to international events is their jungle mid. And it's primarily Blabber. I mean, it doesn't have to be mid, because he's been doing a lot of good stuff towards the top side of the map as well, just going straight top lane. So if they can go there and refine it, for sure. They have a lot of time, by the way. First phase into the second phase of the tournament, just the ability to ramp up as MSI goes on.
And finally, just before we begin to cap out on this event, Mark, I think it's important to recognize the journey as well that all of our teams made, yes, in the LCS, but specifically Team Liquid. Again, a team that pushed us to one of the most incredible 5-game finals we've had in quite some time. And in such interesting fashion, they as well had a bit of a reformation with bringing Alphari in at the top and shooting for the stars in that regard, looking to recapture some of the glory that was the 4 years back to back to back to back. And they'll still have summer to take that chance, but this time they fell just short.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to sting extra bad just knowing that, you know, you had this awful situation that happened with Santorin having migraines, not being able to play. I think it's going to fuel them. They're going to be watching, you know, MSI from home on their couch thinking like, that should have been us. You know, it was such a close series. If we were fighting at full strength, I know we could have won. You know, like that's how people tend to think about it. So I expect them to come into summer with a huge fire under their butts, because they could have. They improved so much over the course of the year themselves.
And that's what I love, is that competition. Not only is Team Liquid pushing themselves based off of the last series they had with Cloud9 during the same playoff run, so that really pushed them and got them going. But now seeing this, you're right. And I think that helps both sides.
Yeah.
If Cloud9 had gotten it, everyone would have just been pissed off it was another 3-0. If it was another quick series, that helps no one, because what fuels and makes teams great going into international events is domestic competition. And so that's what I really needed, was Cloud9 being really like, you know, it's Cloud9 now. But if any team that we send, realizing they have a lot of tape to go over here, so that when they go into day one, they know what they need to improve on and get better at.
I just want to give a shout out to Armeo, who I think, like, honestly, like, we were expecting, like, this is a guy who's coming in, who's played in LCS before, who people feel like they have a clear-cut idea of who he is. Oh, he's not very good, et cetera, et cetera. He comes in, he's, like, under so much pressure. If he makes a single mistake, everyone's just going to blame the series loss on him. Performs, like, we said it yesterday, I feel like the best thing he could have done is not be targeted, right? Like, he comes out of that series and you're not looking at it like, wow, gee, Armeo was like such a liability. He performed really, really well, I think.
Yeah, and I think I saw fans, you know, on Reddit and Twitter and stuff saying like, hey, I'm ready to give, you know, him another shot. Like, I want to back the LCS now. I think, like, this was, on an individual level, a performance that are going to make people take another look at him where they might not have, given how his academy season had ended a little bit disappointing in Proving Grounds.
And this is me in my, you know, academy rant where
here we go.
I was going to come out and say, like, give people a chance.
Yes.
Give them a chance. Like, Armeo, I'm just going to say it, watch Academy when you get the chance before we start splitting that stuff.
He's performed really well this year.
Performed incredibly well. I think we have a lot of great players down there. So if you got time in your day.
Well, you know what, Raz?
You know what?
It's funny you say
We
that.
may have just crowned our new LCS Kings, but we've got more league coming your way tomorrow with the Proving Grounds. It continues, so if you're curious about some of that amateur talent out there in North America, that's the perfect way for you to check it out. Of course, come May, Cloud9 will be joining the likes of Damwon, Mad Lions, and many, many more of the world's top teams at MSI. On June 4th, though, it's also time for summer. We will be returning, here in the LCS. We've talked a lot about the MSI storylines. I want to talk a little bit about summer storylines. We've already lit in the fire under a couple of these top teams for what they want to do to maybe come back and challenge Cloud9 again. But I also think, again, this was such an intriguing split. If we remember storylines like Dignitas, the team that was so under-recognized at the beginning of the split and surprised us in such a brilliant way, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas was honestly like my most fun team to watch from this past split. You know, their execution wasn't always the best, but they were incredibly fun. They believed in their own hands in late game team fights. Their team fight macro, especially coming out of Aphromoo and Neo, was surprisingly good.
Yeah.
So I really do want to see how much they can improve.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think like the young players on Dignitas, 100%. I would say even like the teams like FlyQuest or 100 Thieves. Remember, 100 Thieves, at the very beginning of the split, went so far in the lock-in tournament and had such high expectations that they're the ones that are probably burning up wherever they are. Like, that fire is definitely contagious within that team to go as far as they can in summer split to right the wrongs in spring.
And I'll call out one other team, Mark, and it's CLG. Again, riddled with some issues from the beginning of the split, not all of them under their control, but the resurgence that they made at the end of spring, which made a lot of people think what would have happened if they had just eked into that top 6. A reminder that in summer, it expands to top 8 who get to see the postseason, but I'm not even sure they'll need that expansion to make it in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you carry your record over, so it's unfortunate how the split started for them. But I think after Pobelter joined, it was something close to a 500 record for them.
Yeah.
They were actually picking up a lot of wins and improving, and I think that they are a team that you would be crazy to think is going to stay around the 9th place finish that they got this time around.
All right, we got some time to wait, yes, between now and June 4th, but plenty of LCS storylines will come on that day. Before we call it a night, we do want to take a brief moment to say thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors supporting us. We are so fortunate to have partnered with all of you, and there you can see them on your screen now. We are, as always, made by many, and we are so grateful to everyone at home for joining us this spring, from broadcasting remotely to the LCS studio to the Greek. You have been here every step of the way, and we cannot thank you enough. We are sending a hot Cloud9 to Iceland, ladies and gentlemen. So now on behalf of myself, the casters, and our entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you and Cloud9 at MSI. Until then, stay healthy, stay
right?
safe,
Like, he
and
comes
be
out
good
of
to
that
each
series,
other.
and you're not looking at it like,
Get out of here. I saw him.
This is the Midseason Showdown.
These are the 2 teams in the LCS with the most trophies of anybody, of all time.
I'm excited to see that actually play out on Summoner's Rift. Malphite sighting!
Holy cow, Tactical just jumping in on top of 3.
He keeps it lively here on Summoner's Rift. Team Liquid have side lane dominance. It's TL supremacy for side lanes for this entire game.
Huni has arrived, but for what? For what? Team Liquid, 3-1, take them down.
I'm really excited to see what playoff Perkz is going to look like in NA. In EU, it was no joke.
Now Ryoma the target, CC chain full to dead.
Fudge has been a monster for them this game.
And it's going to be the chase on for more. FBI not long for the world.
This best of 5 is the first one in the mid-season showdown where the loser goes home.
Huni gets some attention from BG. They attack him early on.
I think Sword Art has looked incredibly good in the last 3 games. In the last few weeks, he's been spot on.
Evil Geniuses falls to pieces. The Quadra kill him and lost. He has it in his name, but it's Evil Geniuses who couldn't win. Power of Evil is taken down. 5v2 here on the map. Let's see if Evil Geniuses can finish this off. Spica goes into the pit. Baron's taken incredibly low. Baron is stolen away by Spica.
Dignitas feels like it's greater than their individual pieces, and so much of it is spotlit by a few specific members.
Oh, the hook to get away from the minions. What can Afromoon not do?
That was insane. It is insane comp advantage, it felt like, for 100 Thieves this series, and I liked how dominant they showed they are on it. If you're going to give us the power picks, we will absolutely run you over with them.
Now we get to find the re-engage.
Okay.
Big damage, big crunch, big 2 for 0. As well, FBI is on the chase. He's going to find Neo. That's 400 Thieves in complete control. Welcome to what is a preview many expect to be of the finals themselves. The two best performing teams in North America this year, no questions asked. Here he goes, pops it, gets the stun. Big damage in from Blabber. That is how you coordinate a top dive.
This is the first time in the LCS that Alphari has started this terrible of a start.
Because they told him was coming and they're trying to put him down.
Top later,
It just never
and the support, and the
Yeah.
retail. Like they
It just
actually
didn't
threw
seem to
everything.
matter. We just couldn't keep Perks down.
And Cloud9, they've still got Perks. Oh, baby, it's a quadra kill for the mid laner.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here of playoffs. Only a couple series remaining.
The charge trying to find an opportunity or an angle here for the Mega Gnar, and there it is. 2 kills over to TSM, make it 3, and 100 Thieves collapse in the mid game.
Udyr just broke the sound barrier, I'm pretty sure there, Flowers. Look at his little feet. He's running, he's running. There's no getting out of there, Power People. Closer is coming for you.
Ryoma's trying to get away, he's shut down, and everybody on 100 Thieves is falling apart.
Did TSM improve enough to upset what happened in that first series? Because that was pretty TL favorite.
Last night, we received some unfortunate news from Santorin. Armeo is in.
Huge! Mega Gnar, Alphari, 1v9 in this game. Slow as well, Black Medical's gonna be too late. Rocket's gonna find it and showing him how it's done. Lost, Rocket jumps in for a double kill. That's it, flash engage, calling is beautiful, and it's already 4-0 TSM.
And it's happened. The comeback is real.
And they pop it, hard engage, Record today finds 3 timbers over the top. The backline engage is not yet a kill, but they find 1, they find 2.
What a way to re-enter the scene versus his old team, TSM.
John is gonna catch Lost, he's flashless, he is Jinx, and he is going to die. Oh! The re-engage, even bigger.
Oh my goodness. Beacon now on the run as well.
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one for TSM to get anything done.
Oh!
Let's go, what a shot. Domination by Team Liquid. They will get the rematch against Cloud9.
Everyone, say hello to your 2 finalists. It's Team Liquid and Cloud9.
Pentakill kicking off our mid-season showdown grand finals in style. Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Now Team Liquid, Tactical's able to take down Blabber. Elder Drake's still alive. Zen gets a return kill with the core JJ. Perk's gonna be forced to tank up now with Armeo taken out next. The Dragon goes over to Tactical. The Dragon goes over to Team Liquid. The fight goes to Team Liquid. And the ace for Team Liquid. Tactical's already down. Cloud9, big fight. Double kill over to Perks. Looking for even more. Team Liquid joins the party only to be massacred. It's the Red Wedding. And Cloud9 have room for every guest. Team Liquid onto the Drake. Vulcan here into the fight. Beautiful shockwave on 3, but is it enough? Yes, it is. Team Liquid with a double kill here for the top lane. Perks dies for the first time. Sven wants to kite it out, but it will not happen, not today. Alfari's got the auto attack. Alfari's got the triple kill. Dragon be damned. Jensen Shockwave won game 3. Cloud9 are marching at the Nexus. Blabber leads the charge and the rest of his men fall in behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, do you like League of Legends? Because we're going to game 5. They won the regular season. They stayed in the upper bracket. And Cloud9 are your first ever mid-season showdown champions.